out of this. They're just behind Omaru. Down on the inside is that North End crew who are having a look. So North End, I'm going to call her sitting in third, Omaru in second. All of them are in the wake of the Dunstan arm pairing of Talia and Ima, and they are, dare I say it, making that look a very relaxed and controlled row there. Yep. They've got their sun visors on. They're optimistic with the sun, but there we go. North End. I've got to come in here, and it's going to be North End battling Omaru in lane 6. Burnside have just dropped off, and they'll be hoping for fastest finisher. There's our winners going over the line. And I tell you what, North End have rode through Omaru. That's a lovely finish for them, and they're going to get second. They'll be very happy with that. Good power coming through the end there. They've gone away from the Omaru crew, who are going to come third, and fourth is Burnside in lane 8. That's Fern Harrison and Jessica Rankin. Invercargill coming over the line shortly now, and down on the inside it's North End. St Andrews College, Fern and Hannah are still making their way down. Last 50 to go, and then they were back to the Villa Maria crew and Waihopai. So that's our girls under 16 double sculls heat number 2. They're our next 3 who've gone into the final, and the next fastest, Burnside, will certainly be hoping for that next fastest time. Now have the girls under 16 double sculls heat number 3. Quickly run through the crews. Avonside Girls High School, Annika Johnston and Eva Hooper. North End 3, Sienna Hoare and Stella Dineen. Wanaka 1, Sophie Tuck and Jess Gould. Timaru 11, Lily Grant and Annabelle Tolbert. Remember watching those race last regatta. Villa Maria College 1 and 2 is Connor Fitzgerald, Molly Niehoff and Lexi Dixon and Caitlin Tia. Wakatipu 1 is Pippa McAtamy and Molly Shuttleworth. And Wairo 1 is Mila van Rensburg and Grace Straker. So, first 3 go through. Next one is the next fastest finisher. We don't have as clear-cut a leader here, but there's definitely some boats who've dropped away. We can say down on the inside, Avonside Girls have dropped back, as have North End slightly more, and then Wanaka are out the back, unfortunately. But here, coming through, we've got the 2 Villa Maria College crews who are sitting 4th and 5th, but the first 3 are the Timaru crew, the Wakatipu crew, and out on the far side there is the Wairo crew, Mila van Rensburg and Grace Straker. They are in a straight battle with the Timaru crew of Lily Grant and Annabelle Tolbert, coached by Dean Milne. So, Miller van Rensburg and Grace Straker, which is obviously coached by Sean O'Neill and Andrew Blake, they have got the lead, but Timaru are looking strong. And keeping their head in the boat. Quick look across there from the stern. Both those crews have gone away from Wakatipu, Pippa and Molly, but I think they'll be comfortable knowing that they've got a third if they listen to their coaches. They know a third's good enough, gets them in the A final, and it is indeed Timaru who have had a lovely finish there. They've just really kept that power on, a slight increase in the rating, and they've come from 2nd to 1st in the space of 200 metres there. Wairo, lane number 9, are going to hold 2nd quite comfortably, and Timaru have finished very strongly. Very impressed with that Timaru crew. Wairo taking 2nd, and 3rd place is the Wakatipu crew. Now, next fastest finisher here, down on the inside here in lane number 2, Avonside Girls High School. Avonside Girls, that's Anika Johnston and Eve Hooper. They'll be hoping for the next fastest finisher to make that A final. Race number 52. Just coming back to that girls under 16 double sculls, the Twizel crew beating the Timaru crew, Kashmir crew only by a second there. So that was a lovely, really good finish. In the women's intermediate Coxed quadruple sculls, we've got Dunstan on 1, Wanaka 2, Wakatipu 2, Wairo 1, Union 2, Cromwell 2, Marion College 1 and Avon 1. The leading time there for the girls under 16 double sculls was the Dunstan Arm crew with 8:05. Second place was North End, which is G Graham and H Garden, and that was 8:20. And Omaru just Sophie Spittle and Kira Fazalu, that came in at 8:23, and then Burnside at 8:28, and that was J Rankin and F Harrison. That was the girls under 16 double sculls. That was heat number 2. Just see if I can compare the time with heat 1. No, I don't have it there, sorry. Apologies. Right. There we go, 8:02. Talbot and Grant, 8:02. And Wairo, 8:08. Well done. So, as they make their way down now, we've got the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. The Avon crew on the outside are leading the Marion College crew down. But down on the inside here is the Dunstan Arm crew. They're not out of this. They're fighting for second and third. Again, as we know here, we've got, I'm assuming 3 heats. Let me just check. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So the first 3 boats go through to the final, and the next fastest, and then the next 3 go to a B final. As we look at it here, we pick up the Avon crew. They've got a couple like Dunstan, as we know, tend to finish very strongly. So Dunstan in lane 2, I would suggest they're going to be fancying coming through in for second place over that Marion College crew. Yep, there they go. Go Marion, lane 8. They're holding on to second at the moment, but only just Avon have just gone away from them slightly. That's Julia Middleditch, Molly Judson, Lauren Izzett and Olivia Norton, and Annabelle Scott is coxing. So Avon are going to take the win, as I suspected. Dunstan Arm, Summer, Micah, Nia and Faish and Tessa Hanford have come through for second and have just pushed Marion College into third. But that's a great row from Marion College. Well done. Well done, Marion. That's Millie, Miller, Tessa, Harriet and Marv Montgomery McCarthy coxing. Well done, guys. That's really, really good. Wakatipu are coming through now, as are behind them will be Wairo, and then the last 2 crews are going to be Wanaka, just trailing the Cromwell crew, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's Cromwell just there, lane 7. So that's the first heat. So we know we've got the Avon crew through there, Dunstan Arm crew, and the Marion College crew. Well done. This next heat, heat number 2, we've got Avonside Girls High School, Otago Girls High School, Nelson Composite 1, Wanaka 1, Marion College 2, Timaru 11, and Union and Omaru. So Race number 53. Full program today. I'm sure everyone's going to be looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a big Sunday tomorrow, so a big... make sure you put the slip, slap, slop on and keep yourself hydrated. Talking of which... So, having a quick look here. Again, it's the first three going through, and we've got Omaru battling Union, and Timaru have just dropped off, and it's Wanaka, the Wanaka crew here, and just down on the inside that looks like Nelson. They're not out of it. They'll fancy them. Can they get involved in that first three? Certainly Ebenside's Girls' School and Otago have dropped away. Yes, they have, and as have the Marion College crew. But if we look here, it is indeed Wanaka who are very comfortably coming down the middle. Outside of them, sitting in second at the moment, is the Union crew, and then Omaru just outside of them. So there's our first three, but there's a couple of boats back who would fancy their chance of getting involved. Timaru, probably a bit too far, and there's a composite Nelson crew there who are trying to get involved and maybe might put some pressure on the Omaru crew out on the outside, who just seem to be dropping off slightly. Maybe just running out. Yes, it looks like to me that Union crew are just edging away from them. But it's this Wanaka crew in lane number 5. Kate Ritchie, Anika Massey, Annie Wells, Lola Ritchie and Lucy Radford coxing. They've definitely controlled this, and they're coming through, and they're going to take the win. Union in lane 8 are still holding on to second. Omaru on the far side are desperately trying to hold on against this composite crew from lane 4. I don't think they've seen them. I don't think the coxswain's seen them. And in fact, the Nelson composite crew are going to come through into third. So here we go. Over the line now is the Wanaka crew in lane 5. Over on the far side, Union are holding on to second. Lane number 8, they're going to take second. Nelson have finished very strongly, that composite crew in lane 4. They come through third. Omaru over on the far side. Or Amaru unfortunately came through in fourth, but they'll be hoping for that fastest finisher. Now we have a plethora of other crews coming across the line. The next heat is well down the track. Let's give you these crews. St. Margaret's College 1, Avon 3, Wakatipu 1, Wairo 2, Marion College 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Burnside High School 1 and Cromwell 1. So women's intermediate Cox quadruple schools. This is the third heat with the first three going through. So they're making their way down. We've got one crew well out in front, going through the 1500. So it's one of the latter crews going through the 1500. Trying to see if that's Marion College. I think it's Marion out in front. They've gone away from Burnside. And also on the inside, Wakatipu. So Wakatipu are in a race with St Margaret's College. St Margaret's College will be desperately trying to get in the top 3. Over on the far side there is Burnside. So that's our race for the 3rd spot, 2nd and 3rd. Wakatipu, Burnside and St Margaret's down on the inside. St Margaret's have gone away from Avon. They've gone away from the Avon crew. Out front is our Marion College crew. Neela Penrose, Charlotte Peterson, Sophie Stewart, Georgia Crowther and Kayla Webb coxing, coached by Izzy Crowther. Burnside. Oh, this is looking at, well done Marion. They're actually looking very together. I think the coach will be pleased with that. Hitting their straps at the right time. The Marion College 3 crew in lane number 6. They're going to take the win. They've got 5-6 boat lengths over the Wakatipu crew. Wakatipu are coming through now in lane 4. And St Margaret's, can they get over the top of the Burnside crew? Burnside are just losing. They are losing their power, and I tell you what, St Margaret's have finished well there, and they're going to come through and take 3rd. So Wakatipu are going to take 2nd. A very good win from Marion, by the way. And St Margaret's have done it. They were over a boat length back 200 metres ago, and I tell you what, they've got no clear water, but they've got a boat length. Well done. Well done to the St Margaret's College crew there. Jamima Jackson, Madeline Pugh, Isabella Gordon, Emma Scott and Ruby Hardacre coxing. Great work. That is the heat 3 of the women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls. Men's novice double sculls. They haven't started yet from what I can see. So let's have a look who we've got here. This is the Twizel 1, Ralph Henderson and Kobe Narun. Omaru 1, Stuart Isbista and Jake Rooney. Otago 12, Jack Martin and Maxwell Cleven. Cromwell 3 is Connor Haig and James White. Wakatipu 1 is Finlay Woods and Mike Perry. Dunstan Arm 1 is Zachary Grant and Remy Ruwia. Nelson 2 is Ali Nichols and Liam Seelan. Twizel 3 is Bryn Smith and Orlando Naruan. That could be related. Hold on. Yes, must be. Kobe and Orlando. Same coach, Kelvin Maker. And Invercargill 1 is Tane Wilson and Jamie Gray. So the crew most likely to sound like a whiskey is definitely, I'm going to say, Hagen White, which would probably have peaty undertones. I'm sure you'd all agree. And they're lining them up, the novice double sculls. There's actually a few heats of this, and let's have a look. I think there's 5 heats. I could be wrong. Let me just double check. Certainly 4. 4 heats, 1 and 2 to the final, and the 2 next fastest. Yeah, so we've got 4 heats of this. Pretty competitive. So they're away from the start of the blocks. Race number 54. It's telling me it's race number 54, so I might need to just check up on that. No, I think that's just leaving as race number 55. There might have been a change there, but I'll keep an eye on it. I think my TV screen is just behind, so I'm picking it's race number 55 coming down now. And it's the men's novice double sculls, sponsored by the fine Scottish whisky, or maybe I should say New Zealand whisky, of Hagen White, available locally from all your good retailers. Yes, that's heat number 56 lining up, which is the heat number 2. Just a reminder, people, to obviously make sure you take all your rubbish away with you. Make sure you take it back to your hotel or your accommodation, and obviously utilise the right bins. And yeah, don't leave it on the floor here for somebody else to have to clear up. And yeah, make sure you get yourself sorted for tomorrow with a hat, because I think we're going to have a bit of a scorcher tomorrow, and make sure you got that sunblock on. So the starter team with Justin and his team will be down there now, getting them all lined up. And thanks as always to those volunteers down there and throughout the whole boat park. Obviously without all the volunteers we don't have an event. So everyone does their bit all the way through rowing, whether you're involved with a school or a club. Every job needs to be done, and every little bit somebody does obviously helps. So thank you to all the volunteers and all the helpers, and to obviously this weekend's organising committee. As always, it's a massive job to put on for so many people, but I think Twisel's glad to have all of us come down and enjoying the sights and sounds and all the facilities available. So here we go. Good to see some pairs paddling down there. They'll be getting their game face on for one of the future events we've got coming through. I also noticed that the ducks had grown a little bit. It was quite nice to see the ducks, and I don't feed them. Obviously you're not supposed to these days, but anyway, it's good to see the little ducks. Not quite so little. So it's amazing what happens in a few weeks, couple of weeks, and they get quite a lot of growth. As we pick these rowers coming up, the men's novice double sculls, 4 heats, 2 going through to the final. Down on the inside lane, the Twisel 1 crew of Ralph Henderson and Kebe Naruan are having a good race with the Omaru crew just outside them, Stuart Ibista and Jake Rooney. Also got to pick up the Invercargill crew right on the far side, Tane Wilson and Jamie Gray. There's a couple of boats who've just dropped off. It appears to be the Wakatipu crew and the Cromwell crew, and also a Targo. So my whiskey pairing of Connor Haig and James White possibly have been sampling their own product. Who knows? But I'm sure there'll be an investigation by the committee. And Dunstan Arm are trying to chase down that Invercargill crew on the outside, but it is the 2 on the inside. It's Twisel 1 and Omaru who are making good progress here as they come down the course. Wakatipu have just dropped away. Invercargill pairing on the far side, Tane Wilson and Jamie Gray. It's really looking at one far side. Yeah, there they are, way out there. They've gone away from that Wido crew. Here he is. Ian's just making himself known. He's here for a wee watch. I know he had a big concert last night. I think he was up in Auckland supporting Ben Elton. Sorry, not Ben Elton. Elton. That would have been a surprise to him, but unfortunately he was rained off and had to get the plane back. But he's disappointed to miss out on that opportunity for his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. But anyway, as we come down now The men's novice double sculls, they are still in the red boys there, the red cones. And it is indeed, it's this Twizel crew down on the inside, quietly going about their business. Ralph and Kobe, they've got their noses in front of the Omaru crew, Stuart and Jake, about a boat length. But I'm looking way on the far side here to the Invercargill crew of Tane Wilson and Jamie Gray. And as always, when you've got the complete extremes happening here, it's difficult to pick it. But I'm going to say Twizel are going along quite nicely. He had a look across there. He had a look across, and it is indeed going to be neck and neck for this Invercargill and Twizel crews. It is the first two who go through, and then the next fastest. So Omaru, the Omaru crew of Stuart and Jake, will be hoping for a fastest time. The ducks are skittling out the way. They're certainly aware of the speed that they're travelling through. And it is lane number 1. It is this young Twizel pairing of Ralph Henderson and Kobe Nurun, coached by Kelvin Maker. They're going to take the win. And they've really finished well there. Invercargill have just dropped off, but they're going to hold on for second. And fastest could well be Stuart and Jake for Omaru, who have come over the line now. Well done, those three crews. Then we come back and we've got Dunstan Arm a few lengths back, going back to Wairo, and then also Wakatipu, who just getting their noses in front of that Nelson crew. So it's the first two who go through to the final, and the two next fastest finishers, and the others will obviously go through to a B final. So that was heat number 1. What time have we got? Got plenty of time. Heat number 2 is the men's novice double sculls, and they're making their way down. Let's see who we've got rowing here. Omaru 3, we've got Lachlan McEwen and Hamish Robertson. St Thomas of Canterbury, go St Thomas of Canterbury, Gabriel Kennedy and Liam Starkey. Shirley Boys High School, Tiake Wikatane, Jake Savage. Ashburton 1 is Caleb Armstrong and Drew Gilbert. Twizel 2 is Jack McClellan and Corbin Lloyd. Cromwell 1 is Flynn Stewart and Hadley Farquharson. Waihopai 1 is Kane Wilson and Thomas Butson. Otago 1 is William Light and Fergus Dillon. And Timaru 31, Lincoln Butchers, that sounds like a business, and Tim Bartlett. They have a special on sausages this week. It's a herb and apple pork mix. They're absolutely beautiful on the barbecue. I can strongly recommend them for tomorrow. For just that trip before you go home, there's nothing better than a herb and apple pork sausage on the barbie, obviously, not burnt. Yes, and remember, don't prick your sausages, because all that flavour, you let it out. You need to obviously keep them whole and all those goodness within the skin. So, yeah, not only covering rowing, we're also top cooking tips here today. And let's pick these crews up now. Ashburton, the Ashburton pairing of Jake McClellan and Corbin Lloyd. They have got the box seat, but they're coming under pressure from the young rowers just inside of them there. Let's have a make sure I've got this right. That's Twizel. That's Shirley Boys High School. Shirley Boys of Tiake Wikatane and Jake Savage. They're holding into second. So that's our 1 and 2. Over on the far side is a young pairing in lane number 8, if I'm not mistaken, which I think is Otago. That is Otago there, yes, lane number 8. But as we come down now, the Ashburton crew of Caleb and Drew are finishing nicely. And I tell you what, also the Shirley Boys High School crew, TRK and Jack, they've now got a comfortable second. So they'll both be very pleased with that, going through to the A final, as were their coaches. Unfortunately, the Otago crew on the far side has just dropped off the pace, but they're still going to hold third. Coming through the middle, we've got Twizel 2 finishing strongly. They're going to come in fourth with the Omaru crew in lane number 1. So there's our first two over the line. Otago going over the line for third now. Twizel 2 are going to hold on this crew in lane number 1 from Oamaru. So there's our next 2 going through to the A final. And then we obviously have Heat 3. So let's look at these Heat 3 crews for the men's novice double sculls. Kashmir High School, John T. Woodhouse and Luca Dupua Duggan. Otago 2, Otis Rowland and Thomas Hinton. Avon 1, Jack Walker and Adam Young. Invercargill 2, George Browning, Alex Henderson. Oamaru 2, Harrison Friend and Jacob Harrison. That's quite interesting, Harrison Friend and Jacob Harrison. Burnside High School, Oscar Roberts and Mitch Cowan. Christchurch Boys High School, Wilamu Finau and Jack Dennehy. Wairo 21, Henry Panaho and Walter Wickham. And Nelson 1 is Oliver White and Charlie Parker. Fantastic drummer, by the way, Charlie Parker. Much underrated. Actually a jazz drummer, never really considered himself a rock drummer. And he was always very dapper, as we know, and quite different. And if I remember correctly, he doesn't refer to the Rolling Stones by name. He just calls them that band, which I always think is quite funny. Anyway, great drummer. Thinking of Charlie now. I'm sure he's not out there rowing, but if you get a chance to play a couple of their songs today, then I'd strongly suggest it. So as we come down, let's have a look and see if we can pick. Again, this is the third heat of 4 for the men's novice double sculls. And we look at the time, 11:22. We're moving along quite nicely, I think, and we're pretty much... Are we on time? I think we're on time, are we? Yeah, we're not far away, so well done, everyone. Let's have a look here. And it is the Oamaru crew of Harrison Friend and Jacob Harrison. Wairo are in the mix out there with the Nelson crew. They're dragging each other along. So there's our top 3. Then we do drop back to Invercargill. And then the Christchurch Boys High School crew. Down on the inside, Kashmir and Otago have dropped away, I'm afraid. And they're not going to be in this race. But that's okay. It's early days for these novice double sculls. These are all great opportunities for them to get out on the water and to progress their technique and their racecraft as they come on down. And it is indeed in the middle lane, the yellow with the black cross of Oamaru, Harrison and Jacob, who have just got their noses in front over the Wairo crew of Henry and Walter. But there's not a lot in it, and if anything, I think the Wairo boat has got a nice flow on it, and they'll be very keen to get their nose in front. Nelson have gone with them, but they're in a definite third. That's Oliver White and Charlie Parker. As if I had to say that name again. Always plays a slight offbeat rhythm at the back of the beat. I don't know if you've listened to some of their early stuff, and he's on the back of it. He's not driving it through like an AC/DC type situation. He's very much just on the back. Slightly shuffly jazz style. But as Wairo have indeed put it on, and they're making this race, and as you expect to see from these young rowers, there's a big answer from Oamaru, and they're not giving it away. They want to take the win in the heat. And it is neck and neck down. Oamaru, they just lost a bit of boat flow there. They just caught a crab, and that was enough to get Wairo have gone through. Henry and Walter have taken the win. Oamaru, Harrison and Jacob have gone second. Over on the far side, Nelson, Oliver and Charlie have taken third. And then Invercargill, George and Alex are just coming over the line now. So well done. I think if Ian's, I'll just check everything. I'll just take this next race through and then I'll hand over.
Absolutely.
There we go. Big thumb up. Have you been rowing this morning?
Not at all, no.
No. I'm driving. How was the gig last night?
It's lovely.
Good. Wedding?
No, muscle car made
Oh, fantastic, fantastic, good as gold. So, the last heat coming through, and then I'll hand over and I'll go and have a nice cup of tea. And I know that Ian's prepared a small selection of sandwiches for me, and I think a chocolate Afghan, if I'm not mistaken. I did tell him I wanted a chocolate Afghan. No, they haven't. Men's novice double sculls, heat number 4, first 2 going through to the final, and obviously the next 2 fastest finishers. Let's have a look who we've got rowing here. We've got Dunstanarm 2, Maz Connell and Liam Pyle. Cromwell 2, we've got Oliver Dicey and Jacob Leperk. Otago 11, Lucas McLeod and Alexander Hattrell. Ashburton 2, Joel Moffat and Peter Armstrong. Wakatipu 2 is Toby Tragia and Hagan Brown. Shirley Boys High School is Daniel Carter and Joey Hemme. Cromwell 4 is Cormac Fitzgerald and Joseph Wood. Christchurch Boys High School, Joseph Hassan and Bradley Hickford. And Timaru 30, last but not least, is Jack Bennett and AJ Caldwell. So they are making their way down. They're coming at the 1,000-metre mark. I see them going through. There's a little bit of spread on the field, but they're all driving through nicely. And I think this will be a close finish because there's a good spread, certainly in some of those minor placings. And then we look back to some of these Dunstanarm crew I can see are just going through now. And over on the far side, it looks like Christchurch Boys High. So let's see if we can pick them up now. And this is my race rate, and I'll see you later. Have a great day. Make sure you support the row shop downstairs. They've got barista coffee now available, and they're doing special deals on their coffee and muffin. I must find out the price of the coffee and muffin special so we can inform you of that. Millsy wrote down the message, but not the prices. Here we go. Let's have a look. So, on the far side, that Timaru pairing of Jake Bennett and AJ Caldwell, they're not out of this, they're in the mix. The inside rows, the rows number 1, 2 and 3, Dunstanarm, Cromwell and Otago are back off the pace. And then we come to lane number 4, it's the Ashburton rowers of Joel Moffat and Peter Armstrong. They are just behind by a few lengths. It's looking like the Ashburton. Yeah, it's the Ashburton rowers who are leading. Ashburton rowers are leading. And in second place is out on the far side is Timaru. So the Ashburton rowers of Joel Moffat and Peter Armstrong, coached by Justin Wall. They've gone away from Shirley Boys High School. Oh, I apologise. It's actually Wakatipu. I apologise there. It's Wakatipu, Toby and Hagan. Is that right, Ian? Have I? Sorry, I was. Yes, it is Wakatipu who've gone away from the Shirley Boys. And then we come back across and we've got there's Ashburton just there. But over on the far side is the Timaru crew as well. So Timaru are sitting in second place. Shirley Boys High School, Daniel and Joey are holding on to third. And it's the Ashburton pairing of Joel and Peter who are in fourth and trying to put that Shirley Boys High School crew under a bit of pressure. But it is indeed the leading crew, the Wakatipu double in lane number 5. That's Toby and Hagan, coached by Charlie Wallace and Scott Arlott. They've got the lead at the moment, and the crew on the outside is the Timaru pair of Jack Bennett and AJ Caldwell, ably coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. And as we come to this, and this is again the final heat of the men's novice double sculls, it's the first 2 going through and the next fastest. So really Shirley Boys should be looking for a big finish here and want to really put it on. But it is, yes, they've got some leverage there. They come through in lane number 5. That's the Wakatipu crew. They are going to take the win. Wakatipu are taking the win. At the moment, Timaru are holding on to second place. They've got a boat length. There's a big look over the shoulder there from the Shirley Boys High because they know they've got to come first too. There they go. Wakatipu over the line. Timaru are going to come second, and a fast finishing Shirley Boys High are going to come third. Then Ashburton are coming through into 4th place. So that's our final heat, race number 58. I will be back with you later on. I'll pass over to Ian shortly, and he's going to pick this race up. Thank you. Bye.
And Clive, no doubt, off now to feed himself. So if you're down there in one of the Christchurch schools running a barbecue, lock it up because he's on his way after a bacon sandwich. Just watching out on the course now, just gone through with probably 800 metres to go, is the men's Premier Double Sculls. So nice race out here for those of you who are new to Ruatana and watching the racing, watching these crews come through. There's some good talent on offer. They will be just running through now to see where they finish up for lanes tomorrow, but well out in front, and they were fastest off the start from Dunstan Arm in lane 5 is Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Just in behind them in lane 1, very close between lane 1 and lane 6. Lane 1 is Avon 1, Sam Wilson and Connor Backus. Connor with some New Zealand junior racing under his belt from last season. And in race out there in lane 6 is the Wairo composite of Logan Doherty, also through the New Zealand juniors, and Fred Vavasseur, coached by Mark Stallard, and out there in lane 7. Just going through the motions to do what they need to do, I would suspect, for tomorrow is Nelson 1, Jackson Taylor and Flynn Mercer. So this is the men's Premier Double Sculls, and some good racing still to come after this. We've got the men's Senior Double Sculls, then we get into the women's Premier Quad. So just checking a time for you in that last heat of the men's novice double. Toby and Hagen going through in 7:40. Water running a little bit slow today, I think. Nice and flat, but they'll all be saving themselves up for tomorrow. No change here in the placings out in front of us. Still the Dunstan double sculling away nicely out in front. Very little between Avon and the Wairo composite. And then we go back to Nelson. So we look back down the track and just see what's happening in the men's senior double. In lane 1, Avon 3, Lawrence Birch and Jake Luty. In lane 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Harry Wilkinson and Jared Wall. In lane 3, Avon 2, William Talbot and Lockie Nicholas. In lane 4, Whakatipu 1, Marley King Smith and Xavier Small. In lane 5, Shirley Boys High School 1, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. In lane 6, Wairo 21, Zachary Jenkins and Dylan Locke. In lane 7, Avon 1, Ted Main and Sam Horgan. In lane 8, Dunstan Arm 2, Denzel Edwards and Joseph Wellham. And in lane 9, Canterbury 1, look like they might actually have the lead out there in lane 9 of Angus Cole and Thomas Ryan. Thomas with a good pedigree behind him. And in lane 10 is Cashmere High School, not too far behind the Canterbury crew, Sam Cleland and Oscar Clackworthy, as we just turn our attention back here to the finish of the men's Premier Double Sculls, and Jack and Angus ensuring themselves at the middle lane tomorrow as they come through. And just out there in lane 6, Wairo composite, Logan and Fred are just up their rating a bit. They're a boat length ahead of the Avon double. Over the line goes Dunstan. It looks like that's the way they'll finish between the composite crew and Avon. And then we'll go back another 5 or 6 lengths to Nelson. Thanks to the secretary here at South Island Rowing, Carl Morgan. He's printed all the sheets for us out in big writing today. So he's obviously seen the vision skills of the commentary crew. And we can put our +1s away. Back down now and see what's happening as they're through the first 1,000 metres into the last 1,000 of this race in front of us, and it's still Canterbury 1 out there in lane 9. We go out then to Cashmere High School in lane 10. Then we come across to Whakatipu 1 with Marley King Smith striking that boat down the course. Back outside of them to Shirley Boys, then Wairo 21. Out there again to Dunstan Arm 2. Then we come back inside to Avon 1. Down there in lane 2 will be Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 1 is Avon 3. So we're looking for all of them will progress from what this looks like. They'll go through to the final tomorrow. So again, these crews out here looking to see where they can finish in terms of positioning, get the lanes they want. Just checking that Premier double time. Hasn't come through yet, won't be far away. No, we've got it there, 6:42.97 for the Premier Double Sculls, as the seniors make their way into the 1,000, and directly in behind them and well away is the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls. So a small period here, we've got some quite accomplished scullers out on the course. 5 crews coming down for the Women's Quadruple Sculls. In lane 3, Canterbury 1, Francesca Lidlow, Daisy Beast Grouse, Helen Gunn and Becky Chook. In lane 4, Dunstan Arm Composite 1, Sophie Smith, Tamsmin O'Sullivan, Charlotte Lightfoot, Sila Rung, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 5, Avon 2, Holly Lill, Sarah Palin, Tyler Stewart and Claudia Kinder. Otago University are in lane 6, Greta Hawke, Juliet Alma Lacour, Eva Hoffmans and Phoebe Trelove. And in lane 7, Avon 1, Orla Fitzgerald, Jessica Norris, Tori Cox and Michaela Turfus. Very little between those 5 crews as they go past their 500 metre mark. Down here in the last 1,000 now, last 750 metres, in fact, it would be for the men's double sculls. And Whakatipu really starting to get into their work now. They've pulled alongside the Canterbury crew. So it'll be Whakatipu from Canterbury. Still Kashmir doing a great job out there. Then we go back down into lane 2 where Dunstan Arm are just starting to push her through, and on alongside the Avon crew going past them now as they head down towards the 750 metre mark. So this heat that will go all the way through to the final tomorrow. Actually, Canterbury have just lifted their rate. The hand speed's quickened out there in lane 9, and they're looking across and seeing where Whakatipu are and saying, we want the middle lane tomorrow. So watch these 2 crews as they come through the last 350 metres. It's going to be Dunstan down there in lane 1, who are third at the moment. Then we'll go across to Kashmir. Coming back inside now to Shirley Boys High, not doing too badly to the middle. Just on their right shoulder is Wairo 21. But it's still between Canterbury and Whakatipu. Whakatipu have responded. They've upped their rating as well, and they've now drawn ahead of the Canterbury crew. Canterbury will be seeing Kashmir pulling alongside them as they come through to 150 metres to go. So Whakatipu, we go out to Canterbury, come inside to Kashmir. Wairo starting to push through in the middle of the field too. They're starting to move alongside and probably past the Avon crew. Dunstan doing well down there in lane 2. Then we go across to another Avon crew, the other Dunstan crew, and back down lane 1 is Avon. But 100 metres to go now, and Whakatipu just in the last 50 metres have pulled through. Be 2 bottlenecks now over Canterbury would be Whakatipu. Then we go out to Kashmir. Looking at Dunstan coming through down here. Dunstan in lane 2, pushing through, going past Kashmir, I would think, pulled into 3rd place. Wairo pushing along with Avon. Nice little battle going in there for 4th and 5th. But as we come down with 10 metres to go now, a couple of 3 strokes, and that'll be Whakatipu across the line. A boat length and a half ahead of Canterbury. Nice finish here down on the inside by Dunstan. They'll go through in 3rd. Across on the outside will be Kashmir finishing 4th. And Avon have pushed through here to get 5th over Wairo and 6th. Back inside to Shirley Boys High, just easing off. Outside to Dunstan, back inside to the 2 Avon crews fighting for bragging rights as they go across the line in about 10 strokes time. Just see what's happening now with the Women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. 800 metres to go for them. It's the Avon crew on the outside in lane 7, would have just an advantage over Otago University. Then we go back to the Dunstan Arm Composite crew. Outside of them in lane 5 is Avon 2, who would be probably behind Canterbury 1. So again, these crews just racing for lane positionings tomorrow. As they head through, right behind them is race 62, the men's club Coxless 4. We've got 6 crews, and they're all away. So this was due to go around about 11:34, so I'd say they were back on time down the bottom there, doing a great job, the starters, with these 4-minute intervals. Means the crews have to be down there on time and in the right place too. But that's race 62, just heading through 500 metres in lane 3, Cure Boating Club, Ashton Corkery, Lewis Mates, George Johnson and Alex Fletcher. In lane 4, Wairo 1, Liam Kirkland, Joe Hughes, Tristan Gregory Hunt, Hugh Straker. In lane 5, Avon 1, Ashley Pont, William Anderson, Jack Bell, Jonty Thompson. In lane 6, Avon 2, Sam Evans, James Lilly, Shirley Boys High coach there, Rory Smythe and Jacob Lorcan. In lane 7, Canterbury 1, Scott McDermott, Fletcher Homan, Mark McDermott and Matt Washbourne. Matt out of Shirley Boys High. And in lane 8, Avon 3, Benny Chow, Sam McAfee, James Walsh and Robert Wallace. So Avon 1 leading those crews through the first 1,000 metre mark. And it would look like their nearest challenger would be in lane 3, right on the inside there, Cure Boating Club. But back in front of us, we've got this great exhibition from the Women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. So you novices that are out there and just in your first season, watching these crews come down will be a great way to pick up some tips. They'll all be fairly clean into the catch. They won't be rushing up the slide. Just watch for those parallels coming through nice and evenly, and that's what you can see from the crew out in front there. Otago University really starting to crank into their work, having a tussle out there in lane 7 with Avon 1. Some great scullers out there. We come back inside to Dunstan Arm Composite third, and then just beyond them would be Avon 2 and Canterbury 1. So 150 metres to go now. This little neck and neck between Otago University. You've got half a boat length now over Avon, and it'll be 2 boat lengths back to Dunstan. Then we go to the other 2 crews. So 100 metres left to go now. And Otago University just quickened up. They've gone up 2 points. So they've decided we want the middle row tomorrow. And they've just pushed out another seat on the Avon crew. Avon are fighting back because when they get into the battleground, the rowers can't say no. So the little bit tussle going down here. It's back down to half a canvas, but it's still Otago University as they come over the line now by half a canvas over the Avon crew. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to Dunstan Composite. Back on the inside will be Canterbury 1. And then the outside we go to Avon 2. So men's senior double won by Marley King-Smith and Xavier Small. Whakatipu 1 going through in 6:53 ahead of Canterbury 1 and Dunstan Arm. That's confirmed for race 60. Men's club Coxless 4th. Into the last 800 metres they go, and Cure have done some good work in the last 200 metres and now pushed into the lead over Avon 1. Right on the outside of them would be Canterbury 1 pushing for third against Avon 2 by the look of it. Right alongside them, of course, is Wido as well. And then we go on the outside to Avon 3. So heading through they go. Once we get through these, we've now got the Women's Club Coxless pair. They're on the course. Race 63. They've gone through the first 250 metres mark, so they'll be through the start sequence, settling into a bit of rhythm. In lane 3, Wido 2, Ella Barnes and Hazel Glover. In lane 4, Cure Boating Club 1, Abby Jenkins McCaw and Lauren Sim. They had a good outing at Canterbury Champs 2 weeks ago. Lane 5, Otago University, Mania Butler and Hannah Materi. In lane 6, St Margaret's College 1, Nina Oliver and Michaela Donaldson. And in lane 4, Wido 4, Sophie Saggers and Brooke Harper. So not too much between those crews at the moment from this distance. Let them get through the next 500 metres mark and we'll pick them up. We turn our attention back there with 750 metres to go and just see what this Cure crew of Ashton Corkery, Lewis Mates are doing down there with George Johnson and Alex Fletcher in lane 3. They've got 2 boat lengths over Avon 1 in lane 5. Back inside of them to be third would be the Wairo 1 crew. Then we go outside to Avon 2, Canterbury 1, and just out the back door a wee bit there, Avon 3. They'll all be back tomorrow. This is the heat, but it's also all of them through. So don't forget that special for the Bristol Coffee and the Muffin now in the row shop, and a fine selection of Lake Ruatana for branded merchandise you can get in there as well. Nice and easy, relaxed rowing from this Cure crew. Training on the Kaipoi River out of their nice brand new club rooms that were recently commissioned about a year ago. Fantastic facility out there. If you go down there most days, you'll see Peter Midgley on an erg. He's there every day erging. 75 metres to go for them, and they'll take out this heat. Just down 100 metres to go now, and there in lane number 5 will be the Avon 1 crew. And then we'll come back to Wairau. So Wairau now with 100 metres to go, and then we go to Canterbury, Avon, and back to Avon. There's a 4 heading across the middle of the course in a curious direction, about which I can give you absolutely no information. Unless they are very late to a start that they should have been at before, and now they get to come down the course in lane 10. Canterbury coming down now, then Avon. Still nearly 7 minutes flat for the women's premier quad, Otago University. 7 minutes and 12 hundredths of a second. So we pick up the women's club Coxless pair in lane number 4. It is that Cure Boating Club pair of Abby Jenkins McCaw and Lauren Sim. They'll be 2 boat lengths ahead of, on their outside, Otago University 1, Mania and Hannah. And then it looks like just on the inside there, Wido, Ella and Hazel would probably have third. Wido 4, Sophie and Brooke next, and not much back to St Margaret's, Nina and Michaela. So that is the first heat. We've got straight after that, they'll go through the final tomorrow, but just on the course now and through their start sequence will be the women's under-19 Coxless pair. In lane 1, Rangiruru Girls School, Francesca Richards and Alice Ferguson. In lane 2, St Margaret's College 2, Phoebe Wilson and India Broomhall. In lane 3, St Margaret's College 1, Hannah Wiley and Millie Farrell. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Arabella Acklin and Polly Cross. In lane 5, North End 2, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards. In lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Ashley White and Amy Hughes. In lane 7, Waido 1, Daisy Vavasau and Lexi Timpson. In lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Isabel Williamson, Katie Gardner. In lane 9, Villa Maria College 1, Neem Smitty and Kahurangi Nixon. And in lane 10, Whakatipu 1, Phoebe Kavanagh and Olivia Key. So into a nice relaxed rhythm those ladies should be now through the first 500 metres past the wee island down there that you can see from the 1,000 metre mark. We call it Alcatraz. So they're well through. Into the last 800 metres now, though, comes the Women's Club Coxless pair. And still, it's the Cure pair. Just looks like they're starting to move away from Otago. They'll all be back tomorrow. And then some of these ladies will have a couple of other races today, so they won't be pushing themselves too far. Those two crews starting to move ahead, taking Waido 4 with them. Then we go back to St Margaret's and Waido 2, fairly evenly placed down there. So the sun's starting to, or trying to shine through here. If you're new to Lake Ruataniwha, don't forget we are elevated here, so you'll dry out a bit quicker, as all of those who were at the top club last night have just realised. So keep yourself hydrated. Keep your hat on, get the sunscreen out, because when it does heat up here, it heats up instantly. And also, please make sure you take all your rubbish that you bring in with you, or use the bins provided. Well, just a splash there out there in lane 5. Otago Uni just starting, they're just corrected. Still Cure. Still good conditions for rowing here. There's a bit of a flow on the lake itself, which might make it a wee bit harder to get the oars in. But Abby and Lauren looking nice and relaxed. They'll be conscious where that Otago Uni crew are, and they'll just want to keep them where they are. Then we go on the outside to Waido, back inside to St Margaret's, and back down there in lane 3 is Waido 2. Looking back down at the under-19s, the Coxless pair coming through in Heat 1, just starting to get some separation there. So it is, oh, it looks like Christchurch Girls High School out in lane 8. Just check that for it. No. Yep, out there in lane 8, Isabel and Katie leading the field down just inside of them. Waido 1, Daisy and Lexi. Those two crews will be out towards the front, along with Hannah and Millie from St Margaret's. Those are your 3 crews starting to lead them down. Not much more, though, between St Andrews College are in there as well. Then we would come back to Rangiruru. Both crews are Rangiruru. So this could be a good finish down there. It's just really North End are in about there as well. So a good spread from those crews coming down from the women's under-19 Coxless pairs. They're heading the last 1,000. Just in front of us, we have got the Women's Club Coxless pair, and with 100 metres to go now, and doing it very nicely is Abby and Lauren from Cure Boating Club, 3 boat lengths ahead of Otago Uni. Outside to Waido. Waido just upping their rating out there in lane 7. Sophie and Brooke have looked across and seen where things are at with their other crew down here in lane 3, and decided we wanted to get across before them, and they do. Just not quite sure what's happening with that other men's crew out there, but we'll ignore them. Across goes Cure, down to Otago University, then Waido, and out to St Margaret's. That looks like a Avon Men's Masters quad. Now, their Masters, there may be early onset dementia. They've lost their way completely. They've got no idea what they're doing. In fact, I think the guy in the bow's got his fishing rod out. So in between races, for a bit of hilarity, just watch what they're up to, because I don't think they've got any idea. So we come back down and we have a look at the women's under-19 Coxless pair, and a bit of competition gear on here. Oh, this is a commentator's nightmare. They're everywhere. Just look at down in lane 1, Francesca Richards and Alice Robertson from Rangiruru. They've snuck down that inside lane where no one can see them, pushing through to get into the front from St Margaret's College in lane 3. Just outside of St Margaret's is Rangiruru number 2. Then we go right outside to the far side, and you've got in lane 9 Villa Maria College. Just inside of them, Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go outside to Whakatipu number 1. Then we come back inside to North End and across to Villa Maria. No, Villa Maria is still doing all right. Let's see who's out the back there. That is Villa Maria. So we've still got this crew from Rangiruru doing really well down there in lane 1, but it's across with St Margaret's in front from Rangiruru number 2. So don't be confused by the Rangiruru numbers. They mix it up a wee bit, but it's St Margaret's in front of Rangi number 2. Then we go across to Christchurch Girls High School, right outside the Whakatipu, then back inside to the crew from Waido, who are out there. That's Daisy and Lexi. So all will progress through to the final, but we're looking at lanes, and tomorrow we won't have the spread. We should have the arrowhead. Then just still rowing through the back there, we've got the crew from North End, and right alongside them at St Andrews College, and then we go back to Villa Maria. So they'll all be back tomorrow, but it's St Margaret's. St Margaret's in there from a lane number 3, St Margaret's 1, ahead of Rangiruru number 1, then St Margaret's number 2. Then we go to Rangiruru number 2. So St Margaret's and Rangiruru hammering it out for the first 4 spaces here. We go out to Wairau, then to Christchurch Girls High School and to Whakatipu. But it's St Margaret's starting to put the pressure back onto Rangiruru. So it is this crew here, that's Hannah Wiley and Millie Farrell, looking very relaxed. Nice clean catches as they come to the catch. And into 100 metres to go, they are now. Just in behind them, those 2 Rangi crews are very dead even, but it's this one down here in lane 1's gone across first, just ahead of the number 2 crew as they come down with less than 100 metres to go. Then it's St Margaret's at number 2 crossing over the 100 metres to go now. On the outside from them will be Christchurch Girls, then it'll be Wairau outside to Whakatipu as they come down to the line to St Margaret's number 1. Another 2 strokes. And away they go. And it's going to be Rangiruru number 1 just finishing ahead by half a canvas over there, number 2 crew, and then we come down to St Margaret's number 2 outside to Christchurch Girls, back aside to Wairau, Whakatipu, and then just a wee battle going on here in the middle of the field between North End and St Andrews College. Who's got that? North End look like they've upped their rating just a little bit more ahead of the St Andrews crew. St Andrews going to come back at them, and we battle within a battle. Dead even they are as they go through those last set of boys I just seen. So there's about 30 metres to go. It's St Andrews and North End. Who's going to go over? It's going babble and babble between these 2 boats as they go over the line. And I'll let the camera people sort that one out. Villa Maria on the outside. That's the easy way out of that one. Just looking back at a time for the Women's Club double, that went through in 8:11. So we'll see what the under-19s go through in. As we look at the men's Masters Cox quadruple sculls. Not sure where the Avon crew got to. So we go down into lane 3. We've got a Twizel Boston composite. Goodness me, we must have someone, an international rower on the course. Yes, it is. So Dave Hannon, Quinton and Ann, Kelvin Maker and Guest in there in lane 3. Out in lane 4 is the Whakatipu composite of Chris Brooks, Phil Newsom, Wayne Gloag and Andrew Jolly, and there's some experience in there. Coached by Simon Smith. They're well out in front, these men, racing over 1,000 metres. In lane 5 is the Union 2 crew. Scott Ingalls, who's come off a long career in playing Premier Cricket for Burnside, decided that the knees and the ankles can't take it any longer, so he's now sitting down to do his sport, rowing through there along with Russell Watson, Lincoln Sell, and the inimitable Matt Sullivan. Then we come out to, in lane 7, Union 1, there's some experience in there. Andreas Giannakagorius, Ben Liebing, Dom Marnie and Theodore Hudson. So a nice race going on here, and if you haven't picked it, they're racing off handicaps other than the obvious ones, but it means that because of their ages, they start on go, some of them, and others have to wait for up to 17 seconds. So the crew that you're seeing in front now, the Whakatipu composite, they went off go because of their experience and their statesman-like holding within rowing. Then we go to the outside Union crew who had a 13-second handicap, so they had to wait on the line until the 13-second count went through. Makes for closer racing as they come down here, but a nice look at this relaxed rowing from these gents. They've done a lot of rowing between them. They're doing a lot of coaching for some of the junior and school crews here, and just see how clean their catches are. They make it look effortless as they go over the line. Chris Brooks, Phil Newsom, Wayne Gloag and Andrew Jolly. Then we'll look on the outside to the crew from Union, but then we've got this composite crew down here. Look at all the colours in that boat. It's like Joseph's boat going across the line. They'll finish 3rd behind the Union crew, and then the other Union crew down here. So unfortunately for Avon, they either had trouble with their steering or had better things to do. So the Avon 1 crew, Brian May, Steve Glenn, she probably wanted to go the top up. Simon Carey and John O'Rourke had some issues with their boat, and they've gone down to the bottom of the lake, I think, so we'll catch up with them later. So there might be some, we've got some 8s coming up. That's cool. So the women's under-19 pairs, 750 they went through the under-19s. On the course now, the women's novice Coxed 8. There's a progression here. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 go through to the final. The rest are eliminated. In lane 2, Nelson 2, Fryer Childerhouse, Pedra Smith, Aurora Fleming, Emma J. Diefenbach, Amelia Hussey, Chloe Steele, Zoe Dunstan and Isla Martin. Maddie Ryland is the Cox. In lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Charlie McCoy, Izzy Abley, Marley Ross, Tallulah Leggett, Sienna Cochran, Summer Smith, Maggie Smith, Lily Fan and Zoe Sullivan is the Cox. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls number 1, Sophia Harris, Lila Hayes, Georgie Stalker, Tyler Gilbert, Tallulah Nelson, Florence Nelson, Mary Flatman, I bet that's the son of a Flatman from Ashburton, Alice Duffy, a daughter rather, Alice Duffy, Annabelle Wynne Williams is the Cox. In lane 5 at Christchurch Girls High School 3, Sabrina Alexandra, Libby Stronach, Neve Hickey. Are you watching Haggis? C.V. Nixon, Alara Guzel, Millie McAllister, Georgetta Heller, Constance Milligan and Poshika Singh is the Cox. In lane 6 it's Columba College 2, Hannah Paul, Caitlin Early, Emma Sayer, Sophie Thode, Cameron Smith, Anna Dowling, Matilda Sutton and Hannah Bloxham with Sophie Greenaway the Cox. Out there in lane 7 is Timaru 11, Lily Brown, Sophie Lawless, Lucy Flynn, Kate Caird, Charlotte Conley, Lily Reichart, Lucy Perry, Abby Hurst, Mackenzie Copeland, and Wairo is out there in lane 8 and doing quite nicely, but they'll be behind the Rangiruru crew. So Wairau 1, Abby Howes, Georgie Marfell, Anna Bailey, Lily Smith, Abby Craig, Georgette Herkt, Iris Vavasau, Elizabeth Barron and Lily McMillan. So it looks very much like Rangiruru number 1 are leading down there in lane 3 of this women's novice Coxed 8. So we've got 7 crews out there on the course. 2 are going to be eliminated. So first is the Rangi crew, then we go outside to Wairo, back inside to Timaru. Back down in lane 1 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, so they're in lane 3. Then we go to Nelson, across to Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Look like they might have a job on their hands to get themselves through. So novice Coxed 8s, this is their first season. This is probably about their 3rd competitive row out here on Lake Ruataniwha. I know a few of these crews are coming off training camps, so some will know the lake really well. Rangiruru have spent some time down here. They're still leading there from Wairo back to Timaru. So racing under the Timaru brand, club, but still in that green hull. That's the Craighead Dawson crew. Back inside to Columba College out of Dunedin. They're just a little bit behind the crew from Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3. Then back to Nelson, then Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So a battle there for number 3, and Nelson also looking as though they might be struggling to get through to the final tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 go through. Heat number 2 is on its way down too. We've got 7 crews in that as well, and again we'll have an elimination of 2 crews, which means for the final tomorrow we have 10 crews. 10 crews of 8s in the women's novice 8 coming down the course. That'll be something to look forward to. And one of the contenders will be this Rangiruru crew down there in lane 4. 150 metres to go for them now. Being well coxed there by Annabelle Wynne Williams and a very experienced Cox they are lucky to have driving them down the course. Annabelle with New Zealand Juniors experience. We go across on the outside to Wairo, back inside to Timaru, then we go to Christchurch Girls, further outside to Columba. Those are the 5 that will go through. If they stay as they are, and they should do in the 8s, then back inside to Nelson, and we go right out in the middle to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So lovely rowing for a novice crew. Be well drilled, these Rangiruru girls. Across the line they go now, take the buzzer. Job done. Boat length and a half. 1.5 boat lengths. We go back to Wairo, then to Timaru. Indian file, they start to come in now. Outside to Christchurch Girls, then we go outside to Columba, and they will go through to the final tomorrow. Nelson and Christchurch Girls High School to complete the field. Looking at late heat number 2 in lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Paige Hickey, Izzy Parsons, Emerson Lowe, Cassidy Marwick, Danny Clark, Stella Klein, Molly Seaver, Abby McPherson, Poppy Glauben is the Cox. In lane 3, Cure Boating Club 1, Brianna Spink, Hannah Shebbolt, Bella Prince, Annabelle Hurst, Jojo Baldwin, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Sophie Rattray, Lockley Kendrick is the Cox. In lane 4, Rangiruru number 2, Jessica Skinner, Lucy Houghton, Isabel Wilson, Katie Hickling, Kate Manderson, Elise Menzies, Leela Hamilton Lemonier, Molly Nolan and Liv Barnett is the Cox. In lane 5 and leading them down is St Margaret's number 1, Phoebe James, Leona Cummins, Mahurangi, Tessa Treggold, Lucy Butterfield, Anna Aradis, Josie Kennedy, Estelle Leeton, Tilly O'Donnell. In lane 6, not too far behind them. So it's Nelson, second from St Margaret's College. So Nelson, Ciara Reynolds, Margot Callahan, Lucy Masco, Juna O'Connor, Millie Treader, Greer Robertson, Naomi Robertson, Brianna Williams, Liana Haywood. In lane 7, it's St Andrews College number 2, Chloe Lowe, Alice Myers, Caitlin Stoll, Charlotte Galvin, Olivia Connor, Lucia Apps, Hazel Hall, Ella O'Brien and Robbie Miller is the Cox. And in lane 8, Columba College, Anya Rhodes, Poppy Edmund, Georgia Drummond, Madison Lobb, Anika Lacer, Delilah Brown, Taylor Skivington, Alice Porter and Kate Baskerville. Not much there between the St Margaret's College crew in the red and white stripes and Nelson just outside of them. So we're looking 4-5 to go through. We've got 7 out there. Rangiruru number 2 looking good out there in third. Fourth would be on the outside lane, Columba College number 1. Then we come back to Cure. So the challenges for St Andrews College in lane 7 and Christchurch Girls 2 in lane 2 to get themselves into the mix for the final tomorrow. We'll just wait and see what time we've got. So 7:15 they went through in the first heat. It'll be interesting to see how these ladies travel. So that was Rangiruru number 1 in 7:15. Half a boat length out now, St Margaret's over Nelson, back inside the Rangiruru. 750 metres to go. We're having a spate of 8s coming down next. Will be the boys under 17 Coxed 8. St Bede's College number 1, Harrison Staples, Bruno Dooley, Callum Moore, B. Guerra, Hugo Van Heeren, Thomas Woodgate, Harry Kernane, Josh Hamer, Liam Duff. In lane 4, Christ College number 1, Shayla Luca, Finian Chan, Alan, Will Richards, Mark Reedy, Georgia Paver, James Haddon, George Young, Max Erie, John D. Gray. In lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Riley Blanken, Jacob Yule, Harry Galvin, Ollie Browning, Danny Webb, William Harrington, Hello Matt, Harry Hegan, Jimmy Dawson, Liam McPherson. In lane 6, it'll be Timaru 30, but we check our attention to the ladies out here. It's still St Margaret's from Nelson. Nice push coming from Columba out there in the outer lanes, just starting to push up on Nelson. Nelson are under pressure from Columba. Nice finish starting to build here because we've got Rangiruru coming through in lane 4 as well. Remember, they will be racing for lane positions tomorrow outside of Rangiruru, or just inside of Rangiruru's Cure Boating Club. So they're not out of it yet. The St Andrews. St Andrews can push on here in the last 150 metres and put some pressure on Cure. They could get themselves through to the final. But going through will be St Margaret's. St Margaret's are still ahead of Nelson and Columba. Not much between Nelson and Columba. Nelson got the advantage. They come down with 50 metres to go. Then we go into Rangiruru number 2. But it's still St Margaret's. They've pushed out now to 3/4 of a boat length over the fast finishing Columba crew. Columba are pushed ahead now of Nelson. Nice finish from the outside from Columba. Oh, there's very little between those two boats. We'll leave the cameraman to work that one out as St Margaret's win it. Then it'll be between Nelson and Columba. And then Rangiruru and Cure have just done enough here in the last 100 metres to make sure they get themselves through the final. Bad luck there to St Andrews. And then down on the inside will be the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. But we carry on to lane 6 of this boys under 17 Coxed 8 as they come down the course, and it is Christchurch Boys High School and Timaru. That Timaru crew of Jack Bennett, Luke Tompkins, Mac Brown, Max Henry Clayton, Peo O'Sullivan, Blake Parker, Josh Bartlett, Ben Allen and Ned Brown the Cox. Outside of them in lane 7 will be St Andrews College 1, Jack Pitts, Charles Butterfield, Benjamin Bolton, Benjamin Ashman, Thomas Heffernan, Logan Gardner, Jack Burrows and Sam Gamble, Cox by William Tavendale. And in lane 8 it's St Bede's College number 2, Jonty Coburn, Christopher Guinea, Blake Earl, Lucas Corcoran, George Kinder, coached by his father Steve. I bet Dale says not. Alex Cowan, Jake O'Sullivan, Andy Peterson and Jonty Swain. So St B's number 1 down there in lane 1, just starting to put some pressure on Christchurch Boys and Timaru out there. It's St Andrews College looking quite handy out there in lane 7. So they'll all progress here, but again we're looking at lanes. Just checking a time for that Heat 2 of the girls, 7:25 the St Margaret's crew went through in. 10 seconds quicker was the Rangiruru number 1 crew in the previous heat, so all on tomorrow. Still working hard out there in lane 7, St Andrews of this crew, this race. Just inside of them, not much for Timaru 30. And right alongside there, Christchurch Boys High School. Those 3 schools right in it. Then St Bede's number 1. Then we come back inside to Christ College number 1. And then we go outside to St Bede's College number 2. Boys under 17 Coxed 8. All through to the final tomorrow. Just underway there and heading through the end of their start sequence into the long rowing will be the men's intermediate Cox 4. A straight heat. They'll all progress. Good job here from St Andrews out there in lane 7. Being coxed down there by William Tavendale. Just inside them to Timaru 30. And just upping the rating now, St Andrews. Just gone up through the last 200 metres to go. So Williams called for more. And away they go. So they'll be putting some pressure back onto Timaru. Will Timaru respond? Trying to get another lane position. Just inside of them is Christchurch Boys High School. Coaching team for Christchurch Boys led by Tim Osmers. And then we look at St Bede's. So St Bede's done some work in the last couple of hundred metres to get themselves well through into a handy fourth. Just inside of them will be Christ College. But the pressure's still on the outside there. Lane 7 from St Andrews. They go 100 metres to go now. Timaru now. Christchurch Boys High School now. So a boat length now for St Andrews. Looking comfortable. A boat length back to Timaru Boys. 3/4 of a boat length to Christchurch Boys. And then pushing up on them is the St Bede's crew down here. Over goes St Andrews. Here comes Timaru. Over goes Christchurch Boys. Over goes the St Bede's crew now. And then we've got Christ College coming through around about now-ish. And then St Bede's number 2. The boys under 17 Coxed, they'll all be back tomorrow here at the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2023. So for the club crews, this is getting very close to national champs, and the coaches will be finalising some crews. For the school crews, they're just starting to make another step along the way to Māori, being held in Karapiro in late March. As we turn our attention to the men's intermediate Cox 4 in lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Ricky Turvitt, Ferdy Tan, Jamie Camo, Winter Copeland, Billy Baxter is the Cox. In lane 4, Avon 1, Joshua Larson, Sam Broomhall, Alex Maya Gant and Cameron Ferguson with Francesca Armstrong coxing. In lane 5, Christ College 1, James Johnson, Frank O'Gara, George Metcalfe, Henry Church with Daniel Wilson the Cox. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club 1, Samuel Watkins, Matthew Baldwin, Jack Sharp, Joshua Howden with Hannah Thompson coxing them. In lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Benson Winters, Lachlan Patterson, George McGuff, Archie Winters, Sam Moffat is the Cox. In lane 8, Oamaru 1, Lachlan McLaren, Nye Jones, Horgan, Jet Rogers, Scott Hay with Peyton Dixon the Cox. And they're doing really well out there actually in lane 8, Oamaru, so they'll be looking to get themselves through into the prime position for tomorrow. And second would be the Avon 1 crew, just handily placed down there in lane 4. Then we'd come inside to Christchurch Boys High School, not much between them actually and their colleagues out there in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Then Te and Christchurch and Christ College. Boys under 17, Coxed 8, went through in 6:11. Not too bad for a heat on a day like today. And Oamaru out there in lane 8, well ahead in this particular heat. Don't have a couple of boat lengths at the moment over the Avon crew. I'm sure the Coxes are aware of where each other is, but they'll have their race plan to execute. So those two crews starting to pull ahead. Christchurch Boys High School number 2 would have the advantage over their number 1 crew down in lane 3. Then we'd come back inside to Christ College 1 and Cure Boating Club. Girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls on the course. Through 500 metres in lane 3, Burnside High School number 1, Katie Mitchell, Olivia Moriarty, Poppy Knight, Sam Rankin, Abby May is the Cox. In lane 4, Cromwell number 1, Amelia Dickey, Tori Sargentson, Leilani Jones, Kaylee Butler with Maud O'Connell the Cox. In lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Payne, Lucy Vance and Sophie Cusille is the Cox. In lane 6, Ashburton 2, Lee Reid, Amelia Chambers, Isla Connolly White, Rosa Armstrong, Lily Davidson the Cox. In lane 7, Villa Maria number 2, Neve Graham, Gabriella Kennedy, Claire Martin, Sammy Snell, Alyssa Clark is the Cox. And in lane 8 is Columba College 1, Hannah O'Neill, Sarah Reynolds, Genty Minty and Bridget Sutton with Isabella Davey the Cox. Fairly even, although Rangiruru number 1 looked to have an advantage out there in lane 3 for that girls under 17 Cox quadruple scull. The first heat of 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through. The rest will be eliminated. So we have got 6 in each heat, so one's going to miss out. But back here in the men's intermediate Cox 4, none of these will miss out. It'll just be a matter of where they row tomorrow. And look at Oamaru out there in lane number 8 being well coxed down there by Peyton. Would have 2 boat lengths over the Avon crew. So the club crews leading the school crews down. Christchurch Boys High School number 2 out there in lane 7 still are leading their number 1 crew. And then we go back and so on, very even between the Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Christ College 1 and Cure Boating Club at the tail of the field. But out here with 70 metres to go, Awamaru nicely rowing their way down the course, and they've upped their rating. And look at those catches, especially from the bowman going in there. Nice and clean, hardly any splash. Really good drive from that crew, and a nice tidy exhibition from that intermediate Cox 4, possibly their second season racing. Over the line they go. They'll get through and they'll lead the field down tomorrow. And Avon finishing nicely down here in lane number 4 to take second position. Coxed there by Francesca. Then we'll go outside to, in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. And then oopsie daisy, Christchurch Boys High School number 1 just doing a little bit of boy bashing there and lost their stride. Won't matter too much because they'll be all back there tomorrow. Christ College just ahead of them now, and Cure Boating Club will be just evenly with Christchurch Boys High as they go down the line. A little bit of tiredness creeping in. They've all done it. And over the line goes Christ College. So that's the men's intermediate Cox 4. Through they go. The under 17 girls Cox quadruple sculls. Through the 1,000 they are. They have 800 metres to go now. And it is Rangiruru number 1 leading nicely out there from Burnside High School down there in lane 3 would be second. Right on the outside to Columba College number 1. Then we go back inside to Ashburton 2, Villa Maria and Cromwell number 1. Remember, 1 will miss out. So a bit of spread starting to come in that first heat as they head through that. They're getting closer to the 750 metre mark, passing the flotilla of camper vans who had all jostled for position around about 6 o'clock this morning or 7 o'clock this morning. Get the camper van in position, cook their breakfast and wait. And while they're waiting, they can wait for heat 2 of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple scull. That's on the water there through 500 metres in that particular heat. Lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Sophie Orchiston, Lily Moores, Danielle Milne, Maggie Hepburn and Lily Falkus is the Cox. Whakatipu winner in lane 4, Molly Shuttleworth, Pippa McAtammany, Olivia Bissett, Mia Pagan and Emily Howick is the Cox. In lane 5, it's Marion College 1, Francesca Tohoriki, Faya Wayman, Neela Penrose, Grace Langridge and Sienna Aiken is the Cox. In lane 6, Waihopai 1, Caitlin Hamilton, Emma Wills, Yasmin McLean, Holly Goble and Sophie Kundell is the Cox. In lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Abby Baxter, Libby McNee, Rosa Hill, Greta Tavendale and Sakaya Smith is the Cox. And Villa Maria 1 in lane 8 for that second heat, which is in the second quarter. Minnie Edwards, Molly Nayhoff, Jess Loader, Lucy Morrison and Gemma Strick. 750 metres to go though in the first heat, and look at Rangiruru out in front there. That crew of Jessica, Sophie, Lucy and Sophie. Cox by Grace O'Connor. Following them down there, just out there in lane 8, Columba College number 1, Hannah, Sarah, Genty and Bridget. Isabella doing the coxing there. Third is still the crew from Burnside. Abby May coxing there. Actually, Abby should have been coxing her father's boat before. They might have found out what was wrong with the gear. Come back inside to the crew from Ashburton. The familiar carrot on the yellow hull as they come down the course. Then Villa Maria out there in lane number 7. Well, I just skipped up there and just looked. I was just about to say how nice and relaxed and the Rangiruru crew were looking, and they've taken it up 2 notches. So looking to put a bit of pressure back on that Columba crew and get some distance. They've gone down now with 150 metres to go, and they're still ahead of that Columba crew, probably by a boat length. Then we'll go 2 boat lengths back to Burnside. But these will be the 3 crews that go through, and taking with them will be Ashburton, and it'll be a bit of a battle here between Villa and the crew from Cromwell. Advantage to Villa at the moment, but they'll need to watch that Cromwell crew. They won't give in easily. Back at the other end of it, we've got still Rangiruru now with a boat length over the crew from Columba. Then 100 metres to go now is Burnside, out to Ashburton, then back to Villa, still starting to creep ahead of the crew from Cromwell. In that first heat, looking at the second heat, there's a bit of an even spread right in front. In fact, we can easily see the 5 that'll go through. I think it'll be Otago Girls right just in front of Whakatipu. Then we look at Marion, and then on the outside we go to Villa Maria and St Andrews. You could throw a blanket over those 5 crews. Unfortunately, out the back there is the Waihopai crew. So a bit of a challenge for them to get themselves through to the final, but the other 5 crews look like they'll go through. So Whakatipu leading down now from Otago Girls, out to Marion, then St Andrews and Villa Maria. In the second heat, again 5 to go through, which will give us 10 crews in the final tomorrow. Men's intermediate 4, Awamaru, they went through in 7:16. It was race 69. Race 68 just finishing now as the Cromwell crew go across 2 boat lengths behind Villa. So Villa getting that last spot through into the final tomorrow. And as the girls under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls start to head down, we're looking for the boys under 15 double sculls. Doesn't look like they're away, so for some of those under 15s still getting to grips with backing into the starting gates here at Ruataniwha, which can have its challenges, but I have no doubt that the aligners will be giving them very clear instructions about where they should be and what time they should be doing it by. Nice push in the last 50 metres from the Marion crew here, being coxed by Sienna. So Marion and Whakatipu leading these crews down. They've started to get some separation. Out into St Andrews would be third. Then outside of them, Villa Maria will come back inside to Otago Girls. And a wee way back now, and out of it for tomorrow will be Waihopai. But I hope they're enjoying their row out there on this magnificent course to row in, or row on. Don't really want to row in it. Just a gentle breeze starting to come into play from the south, but nothing to cause any issues. Slight tailwind for them as Marion head down 150 metres to go. All moving nicely in unison, those 4 ladies in that Marion crew. Getting to the finish, then bodies over as they come back up the slide. They are nicely by a boat length in front of the Whakatipu crew. Then we go out to still the crew from St Andrews, then Villa. These are the 4 that will go through along with the Otago Girls crew down here in lane 3. So the boys under 15 double sculls got themselves away. Ooh. Whoops, watch out there. I'd be watching what you're doing there, Marion, because you're about to finish right in front of Whakatipu. A little bit of evasive action, that's good. And just what I hope to finish here in the second heat of the under 17 quadruple sculls. First heat went through in 7:34, so we'll have a little bit of a look and see how this heat compares to that when we get to time. Just giving the crews for the boys under 15 double sculls. So this is heat 1 of the boys under 15 double sculls. They are through into the second 500. We have got 1, 2, or 3 heats of this. So the progression is that 1, 2, and 3, plus the next fastest across all 3 heats will go through to the A final. 4th, 5th, and 6th, plus the 2 next fastest, will go through the B final. So the best thing to do is have a look at Row It tonight and see who's in the final after we've worked all this out. In lane 2, Christ College 3, Zach James and Gus Moylan. In lane 3, Timaru 31, Gwen Kim, AJ Caldwell. In lane 4, Whakatipu 1, Michaela Thornton and Charlie Mansa. In lane 5, Otago 1, William Light and Noah Hamilton. In lane 6, Otago 11, Brooke Ford Squires and Jack Martin. We've got a scratching in lane 7. In lane 8, it's Christ College number 2, James Malish and Jack James. And in lane 9, Burnside High School number 2, Nasil Singh and Thomas Carey. Thomas has probably been watching his father row. I think he was out earlier. But it's all coming out of Whakatipu number 1 down there in lane 4. A nice early lead for them. Just outside of them is Otago 1. Then we would go outside to Burnside. Back to Christ College number 2. Then Christ College number 3. Actually, Christ College number 3 a bit further back from the crew in Timaru down there. So there's a bit of a spread. And I'm just not sure if that crew right back on the outside missed the start and have been sent down what we call the lane of shame. So all the coaches were warned ahead of this regatta that the starters were going to show no mercy. So if you're rowing the wrong way in the practice bay, you were going to get yellow carded, and if you were late for your start, you were going to miss it. So we might have an instance of that actually. There's a double just coming down the very outside. So if we look across, it is very much Whakatipu and Otago. Otago number 1. I think we might have Otago number 11 riding down in lane 10, because on the outside we've got, it is the Burnside crew, and just outside of them will be Christ College. So it does look like there's an Otago crew, might have been a little bit sluggish to the start, so some additional rowing for them, which is unfortunate. However, Whakatipu, McKellar and Charlie doing a great job as they head through to the second 1,000 metres. And we'll just give you the field for the second heat because they're on the course. They've started in lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 2, Otto Montgomery McCarthy and Max Henry. In lane 3, Cashmere High School 1, Jeet Smits and Jonty Woodhouse. In lane 4, the local crew, Twizel 1, Kobe Nurin and Luca Mains Upson, coached by Kelvin Maker, the caretaker of our lovely course here. In lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, James Lotta and Samuel Amaris. In lane 6, Dunstan Arm 1, Christopher McIntosh and Max Smith, coached by the dad there, Simon. Lane 7, Timaru 30, Lincoln Butchers, that got Clive tickled up before, Riley Dan. And in lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1, Reef Wilson and Noah Rose. In lane 9, Christ College number 5, Ollie Cooper King and Oscar Malone. So that's the second heat. They're through 500 metres. Early, oh, you can see there, Twizel are out in front already. So Twizel having a nice start. Dunstan Arm out there in lane 6 would be second for them. And then we go across to Shirley Boys and Christ College, fairly even between them. But back to the first heat out here, it is Whakatipu pulling ahead nicely and increasing their advantage over Otago. Then we go right on the outside to Burnside High School. That's Nichol and Thomas. Back inside to Christ College number 2. And then we come down, it looks like it's Timaru 31 down there in lane number 3. It is, and then Christ College in lane 2. So Otago 11 were due to start in lane 6. It looks like they missed it, and they're just rowing themselves down the outside of the course. So first 3 to go through to the final. At this stage, it's looking like it'll be Whakatipu and Otago, but a lot can happen in under 15 double sculls in a very short period of time. Third, though, is going to be interesting on the outside between Burnside and what happens with the Timaru crew down there in lane number 3. So that's probably where the race to watch is. And just looking inside, Christ College number 2, James and Jack in lane 8, they've just upped their rating too. So they're going to put some pressure on that Burnside crew, see if they can get themselves through into the automatic qualification. And there's a wee race starting to emerge between those two crews with plenty of time left for someone to make a difference. But Whakatipu, nice sculling as you'd expect from these teams. They're well grilled by the Whakatipu coaching crew, led by John Morrison. 150 metres to go. 2 boat length lead they've got over the Otago crew. Out to Burnside still. So between Burnside and Timaru, not much between them. See if we can get it on the live stream. And welcome to all those again who are watching us on the live stream, wherever you are. South Island Rowing live stream on YouTube. It is definitely the crew from Burnside who are just ahead now of the Christ College crew. So Christ College have got a 3/4 of a boat length advantage over Timaru. So nice work from there. Oh, see, no, they've just crabbed. They've stopped Christ College. They're just going to recover now. That's given Timaru the advantage down here in lane 3. They've done a nice piece of work in the last 100 metres, Christ College, but it might have caught them out. Whakatipu have gone across to take it by 5 boat lengths, I would think, over Otago in the first heat. And now we're looking to see who's going to go through in third. So working hard out there, Thomas and Nichol from Burnside. They've got 70 metres to go. Putting pressure on them down here in lane 3 is Timaru. They've got 100 metres to go. So you've got the advantage, Burnside. If you can hold on, you'll go straight through. Still something to row for there, Christ College, because it'll be the next fastest that go through, but just looking a bit tidier down here at Timaru. But it's going to be Burnside who will finish in third position and take that automatic qualification through to the A final tomorrow. Over they go now, finishing advantage to Timaru in front of Christ College. Then we'll go further back to Christ College number 3, and that will complete the field in the first heat at the under 15 double sculls. Looking at the second heat as they're there, and it's lane 4, still Twizel, Kobe and Luca out here in their home course doing a nice job, but they're being, Shirley Boys have pushed through in the last couple of 100 metres. They'll be going past their supporters very shortly. I think there's still an advantage with Twizel, but Shirley have pushed up into second. Then St Thomas's of Canterbury, whoopsie daisy, Dunstan Arm number 1, they'll be third. So those are the 3 that are looking likely to go through at the moment. We have 3 go through. plus the next fastest. So we'll keep an eye on the time for that previous heat to give us a bit of a gauge of who's running quickest. You can see the Dunstan crew out there. There's one bucket hat being worn, the yellow bucket hat, but it's between the Twizel crew and Shirley Boys. Then we go back to Dunstan. Just on the outside there, we can see some work coming from Christ College. Just got confused with that Otago crew rowing down the outside. So Christ College will be looking to put some pressure on that Dunstan crew. Dunstan will see them. They'll need to respond. Nice race at the front though here between Twizel. Still have the advantage over Shirley Boys. Then we go back to Dunstan still. Then Christ College. Then we would be coming back to St Thomas's of Canterbury. Outside of St Thomas's of Canterbury would be Timaru 30. Then we go right inside lane 1, Shirley Boys High School number 2, then back to Cashmere. So this is the second heat of the double sculls for the boys, the under 15s. Third heat is on the track. Whakatipu number 2, Harry McNay and Mike Perry. Lane 3, Timaru 41, Lachlan Stratford and Fraser Goff. In lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Jacob Tillard and Ben Morrison. In lane 5, Nelson 1, Blair Linden, George Maloney. In lane 6, Burnside High School 1, Riley McMorran and Roman Stevens. In lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Flynn Grace and Noah McQuillock. And in lane 8, Christ College 1, Tom Gardner, Max Osmers. And they are well in front actually out there. Looks like it's St Thomas's of Canterbury, is it? St Thomas's of Canterbury obviously don't want to be late for lunch because they're well out in front of the rest of the course of that third heat. But nice finish coming here in the second heat. Twizel, Kobe and Luca, 100 metres to go now for Shirley, so there would be 30 metre lead there for the Twizel crew, getting themselves through to take a position in the final. Third, nice and easy now is the Dunstan crew. They've done the work. They come in now 100 metres to go. They'll be 3 or 4 boat lengths clear of Christ College. So these are easy 3 qualifiers here. Over goes Twizel, well done. Then Shirley to finish second. Then we'll have the Dunstan crew, if they keep going the way they are, will finish third. Plenty to row for in the other crews though. Christ College, Timaru and St Thomas's for the next fastest. Then we'll come back down to Shirley Boys High School number 2 and then into Cashmere. So we'll see what happened in the first. 7:41 was the time in the first heat. See what happens here in the second heat. Looks like fourth here is going to go. Don't lie down the boat, boys. That'll give the safety crew something to do. Sit up. Timaru are going to finish in front of Christ College here. Christ College hanging on gamely just to get in front of St Thomas's as those 3 crews go across together. Long way for an under 15 is 2 Ks to race. And Shirley Boys High School down here, number 2, finishing just ahead of the Cashmere crew. So out here we go to this heat 3. I'm not so sure that that's in this race. No, it is. Well, that's outstanding, St Thomas's. St Thomas's of Canterbury in lane 7, Flynn Grace and Noah Laquellic are truckloads ahead of the second crew, which is Timaru 41 down there in second. Inside of them would be Whakatipu number 2. Those are your thirds, so they must have got a heck of a start, these boys, and they'll obviously be someone to watch tomorrow. Fourth at the moment would be St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2. And then outside them would be Nelson, and then we go back to Burnside, and then right out there in lane 8 is Christ College number 1. So the final heat, this is heat 3 of the boys under 15 double sculls. Outstanding little row here from these guys from St Thomas's. That's a big, big lead. They're rowing nicely together. Got a lovely run on their boat. And a very well drilled under 15 double scull crew you've got here. That's fantastic sculling for under 15s. Nice run on the boat. Good long strokes from the pair of them. So something to watch tomorrow here. Flynn Grace and Noah Laquellic as they come with 100 metres to go. You can just see the drive when they get to the catch. There's a real drive going with the legs before they bring their hands through, and that's giving that boat the power that it needs to get so far out in front of the rest of the crews. So we'll be interested to see what happens in the final tomorrow. Timaru 41 well back in second, but comfortably ahead of the crew from Whakatipu number 2. They'll go through. There's the 3 qualifiers. Back inside to St Thomas's of Canterbury 2. So let's have a look at the time. So heat number 2 went through in 7:30, which is 11 seconds quicker than the first heat. Dead keen to see what these guys have gone through in. Following them down the course through the first 1,000 metres is the women's intermediate Coxed 4. So straight heat, they'll all go through to the final. Lane 2, Marion College 1, Harriet Malia. She'll just finish as they come over they go to Timaru, then Whakatipu will finish third. Back to the other St Thomas's crew, then Nelson. So, lane 2 of the women's intermediate Coxed 4, race number 75, Marion College 1, Harry Malia, Miller Harper, Millie Blythe, Georgia Crowther and Lucia Young. In lane 3, Avon 2, Tessa Donaldson, Rochelle Fernandez, Courtney Preble, Lauren Izzet, Lydia Pyers, the Cox. In lane 4, Oamaru 1, Molly O'Sullivan, Sophie Robark, Sophie Spittle, Kalana Fisherlau, and Sophie Brown as the Cox. In lane 5, Wairo 1, Harriet McLaughlin, Bella Rayner, Charlotte Thomas, Izzy Brick and Tessa Unwin as the Cox. In lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Ella Hill, Laura Ryle, Marianne Agregg, Ella Keane and Greta Brokenshire as the Cox. In lane 7, Timaru 1, Alexa Morrissey, Rose Jackson, Georgina Butler, Kira Griffin and Lilo Kasperitz as the Cox. And Avon 1, Alex Beale, Olivia Norton, Claire Martin, Molly Judson, Annabelle Scott is the Cox, and it's Avon leading out there at the moment from Oamaru in lane 4. So all go through to the final tomorrow, so we're just looking for positioning to get the lanes. So just waiting for time for that third under 15 heat. Second heat went through in 7:30. I'm picking that third one was a lot quicker than that. Avon and Oamaru leading the women's intermediate Cox 4 down the track. Just underway behind them is the girls under 15 double sculls. So that's heat 1 of the girls under 15 double sculls. They're into the first 500 metres. Crews in there, lane 2, Wanaka 2, Sienna Marsden, Hannah Jones. Lane 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Bella Breen, Phoebe Herricks. Lane 5, Whakatipu 4, Lucy Clark, Madeline Harvey. Lane 5, Nelson 1, Mia Cliff and Fern Backhouse-Smith. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School 2, Millie Hoata and Ariana Oswald. In lane 7, North End 3, Kira Alexander and Olivia O'Brien. In lane 8, Burnside High School 1, Neela Cartane and Mila Wood. And Avonside Girls High School 1 in lane 9, Zara Dick and Lydia Monk. 7:26 for St Thomas's of Canterbury in the third heat of the under 15s. So uncontested they were, and they won by a long way, did the St Thomas's. So all on tomorrow. Still Avon and Oamaru out here. From Wairo back to Marion in lane 2. Just outside them in lane 3 will be Avon number 2. Just been handed a note by our Chief Safety Officer and all-round good guy, Peter Midgley, just to remind those that would like to know that if you tune your radios, particularly down beyond the 1500 metre mark, your FM radios to 88.3, you can pick up the commentary in your car radio. So last year when we were doing the live streaming and you were watching on the screen, a lot of the cars that were not meant to be here were parked across the other side of the lake and they were listening to us on 88.3. So you can, and I've tried it myself, you can get it from the top of the hill coming down, so there's a good way to listen. Women's Intermediate Coxed 4, Heat 1. They'll go through the final tomorrow. It's been neck and neck all the way through between Avon and Oamaru. Oamaru just quickening their hands now, wanting to take an advantage. 120 metres to go for them. So Sophie Brown, the Cox, has said, let's go, girls. I can still see red in my peripheral vision. I no longer want to. In they go, 100 metres to go now. Avon, 100 metres to go now. So there's a quarter of a boat length lead for Oamaru as they still put pressure on Avon. Avon are responding, but they look like they might have a little bit left to do. 3 boat lengths back to Wairo. Then we go outside to Christchurch Girls High School and back inside to Marion down here in lane 2. Then across to Avon 2, and on the outside is Timaru in lane 7. So Oamaru now have pushed out though. Nice move from them about 100 metres ago. They'll go through a boat length over Avon out there in lane number 8. Then we come back inside to Wairo. They're all through to the final tomorrow. Marion will finish, Marion and Christchurch Girls doing the business down here. Looks like Marion will go through at this stage with 50 metres to go. They got a quarter of a boat length, a canvas over the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. As they go over the line now, do Marion, then Christchurch Girls, back inside now down to Avon, and on the outside will be Timaru, the crew from Craighead Diocesan. that first heat of the girls under 15 double sculls. They're into 900 metres to go. A little bit of separation, but Wanaka 2 down there in lane 2 have got the advantage just over Whakatipu out there in lane 4 and not far out of it, way out there in lane number 8. Looks like it might be the crew from Burnside. It is. Thank you, Brian. Those are the 3. All will go through. Actually, I don't have the progression here. Hasn't told me. I don't know they all go through. I would say it'll be the fastest. We'll wait and see. Hasn't given me the progression. Let me just check the day sheet. So 1 and 2 plus the 2 next fastest will go through to the A final. The 10 next fastest will make the B final. So you really want to be finishing 1 or 2 out here. And it's Nelson out in the middle of the course. Nelson in the familiar blues. Nelson fighting it out with Burnside. Back inside to the crew from Dunstan Arm, Bella and Phoebe. So it'll be between these 3. Advantage would be at them. Oh, it's hard to tell. Not much between them. I'd say Nelson and Dunstan got the advantage. Burnside have got a bit of work to do. But they could still go through the next fastest if this is one of the quicker heats. Whakatipu are in behind them. Just outside of them goes to Otago Girls. Then we go right outside to Avonside. Back inside to North End. As they come down the course. I had called Wanaka there, but I don't think that Wanaka made the start. Can't see the Wanaka crew out there. So Burnside, if you want your crew to go through, you better start cheering. Then they've got a bit of work to go, but they're still doing well and might finish the next fastest. We'll just see where the second heat is in through into the second 1,000 metres. Second heat, lane 2, Whakatipu 3, Scarlet Rose, Lily Bentley. Lane 3, Cromwell 3, Brooke Webb, Indiana Cameron. Lane 4, Burnside 2, Olivia Wesley, Julia Mitchell. Lane 5, North End 4, Madeline Munro, Margot Rasmus. Lane 6, Union 2, Charlie Tate, Ella Dean. Lane 7, Cashmere 2, Pippa Mays, Eva Lukes. Lane 8, Wanaka 1, Nova Winston and Lucy Bradford. And Timaru 41 in lane 9, Emerson Ward and Maisie Jane Chapman. 100 metres to go now. Through goes Nelson and brings with them Dunstan. Just further back is Burnside. These 2 crews are fighting it out for 1 and 2. Advantage Nelson at the moment. Nelson just putting some more pressure on the legs. Dunstan will look to respond, but it's still Nelson. Nelson the bow up as they start to put more power. Oh no, that can happen. Oh, Dunstan, they've both got hold of the hull. They'll be okay. That'll be fine. The safety boat will be there shortly. They look safe. They'll just be a nasty shock for them, and it'll be cold. So Nelson, across the line they go. Bad luck, Dunstan. They both look comfortable, those girls. Will be picked up pretty quickly. Across the line goes Burnside. Luck to Burnside there. Whakatipu in lane 4 will be next. A little bit of wake there, unfortunately, for the Otago Girls crew. But going to do the safety thing first. Doing the right thing, holding on to the hull there are the Dunstan girls. So that's a learning for everybody watching. And, of course, the first thing that the safety crew has to do is ask them if they'd like a hand. On the outside, we go to Avonside Girls. Back inside to North End in lane 7. So quickly out of the water into the boat they go. And they'll get them into shore and warm and to safe hands and get the skiff back to the side of the lake. Happens to the best of us. Great example there for everybody watching of how a rescue should be undertaken. So heat 2, we come down to the girls under 15. Of course, they want to get these boats off the water as quick as they can. So Whakatipu 3 in lane 2. Doing a nice job just outside of them, Cromwell. Fairly even this race. It's right out there with Wanaka 1 in lane 8. Lane 9, sorry. So it is lane 8. They're leading. Remember, first 2 fastest to go through. First 2, then the 2 next fastest. So just inside of Wanaka, Cashmere, Pippa and Eva. So it is Wanaka well out in front. Then very little now between Whakatipu, Cromwell, just inside of their Burnside number 2. We go across to Union. Union doing a good job out there. Cromwell pushing through there in lane 3. Cromwell, Brook and Indiana, sorry. So Wanaka, Cromwell. Then Burnside, then Union. Bit of a breeze starting to come up here in the commentary box. Then I've done the classic old person's thing. Instead of picking up the binoculars, I tried to put my drink bottle in my eye. Starting to even up out here though. You see the Cromwell crew and Burnside. Wanaka still leading in lane 8 as the Dunstan crew comes across. Everyone's safe there and the boat will be at the side of the lake very shortly. So well ahead here is the crew from Wanaka, 2 boat lengths. It's a matter of who will be second to go through with them and then the next fastest to follow through. So Timaru on the outside looking to chase down Wanaka, but at the moment it's Cromwell doing the work. Cromwell ahead of Whakatipu. Burnside working hard to get back in the mix. They've got to chase down a Union and working very hard out there in lane 6. So a bit of a tailwind starting to come into play here, which can make it tricky for these double sculls. Pushing the skiffs across from where they want to be makes steering a bit of a challenge. Some of those skiffs will have foot steering in them. Some will be relying on pressure from the rowers, and just Burnside starting to battle a wee bit with the boys. It's still out there in the 100 metres to go now for Wanaka. So Nova and Lucy doing a great job out there. They're well ahead from Cromwell. Now Cromwell under pressure now from Whakatipu. Whakatipu is starting to make a run down there in lane 2, putting pressure on this Cromwell crew to take their second spot. On the outside is Timaru. So these 3 crews lining up to fit 3 into 1. Whakatipu to me look like they've got a run on their boat and will go past the Cromwell crew if they keep with the pressure they've got now, but it's Timaru starting to pick up as well. Across the line very shortly goes Wanaka. Wanaka go across the line now, so we're looking to see what happens between Cromwell, Timaru and Whakatipu. It's Timaru on the outside. Timaru from Cromwell gone again. Cromwell gone again. Oh, Timaru have gone in front. Just behind them is Cromwell. Then we go Whakatipu. So maybe the 2 next fastest might come from there. Then we come into... looks like there's a crew stopped early out there. Keep going. Kashmir, Union have gone across. North End across now. And then we come back to, that's them, which that's all of them. So the first heat went through in 8:18. Heat 3 of the girls under 15 double sculls, race number 78 is out there. In lane 2, Otago Girls High School, number 1, Eva Reynolds and Francis Donald as they come through into the second 1,000 of the course. Heat lane 3, Union 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. Scratching in lane 4. In lane 5, Oamaru 2, Paige Strawn and Katie Nelson. In lane 6, Villa Maria College 2, Olive Burrick and Malachi Martin. In lane 7, North End 1, Ruby Horn, Bonnie Turner. In lane 8, Whakatipu 2, Zara Small, Chelsea Wood. In lane 9, it's Timaru 11, Asha Hollenby and Isla Crawford, who are well out in front there in lane 9. So a bit of a ripple starting to come across some of the earlier parts of the course. You can see that wee tailwind might be just causing a bit of a challenge for some of these double sculls, but it is Whakatipu who would be second to the Timaru crew. So Whakatipu, actually then where are they? Oh, we might have had another, yeah, it looks like there's a, the safety boat's bringing a boat in of some safe and warm soon rowers, so that might be where the Whakatipu crew is there. So we've got the Timaru crew, Craig Dawson out there in lane number 9. Union 1 doing a good job down there in lane 3. Then in lane 2 to Otago Girls High School. Back to the middle of the course would be North End. Then we go back to Villa Maria and then Oamaru back from them. So it looks like the Whakatipu number 2 crew have had a bit of an oops and they'll get a ride home on the safety boat. So typically when it gets a little bit windier from the south, it means that in the first 1,000 of the course it can be a lot more challenging than down here, which is a little bit more sheltered. So you can have the odd ups up there. So we're still looking for 1 and 2 to go through. That second heat went through in 8:45, so fairly slow time, which indicates that the conditions out there getting are quite challenging, particularly for these under 15 girls, some who may still be in their first or possibly their second season of rowing, and 2Ks are still a long way. So Timaru 11 out there nicely though in lane 8. They've had some training on this lake and will be used to all the conditions. Nice push starting to come from Otago Girls High School down there in lane 2, just putting some pressure on Union. Then we go across possibly to North End, I think, out in the middle of the course, in the red and black. So they won't mind a little bit of a breeze. Be like rowing on Otago Harbour, where they come out of. So 1 and 2 to go through. So the battle looks like it'll be between Otago Girls and Union 1 for the next fastest. So just on those times, it looks like the first heat, which went through in 8:18, might be better positioned. So it'll be interesting to see what time that these ladies can go through. Union responding nicely there, Ruby Bell and Jamie. Comfortably into second, ahead of Otago Girls, out to North End. And just following them onto the course now is the fourth heat of the under 15 double sculls. So the fourth heat just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 2, Whakatipu 1, Amy Patterson and Sasha Key. In lane 3, Oamaru 1, Araya Goodsir and Quinn Anderson. In lane 4, Villa Maria College 1, Lily Alexander and Jessica Luff. In lane 5, Cashmere High School 1, Ellery Clare and Charlotte Clatworthy. In lane 6, Marion College 1, Sophie Stewart and Sophie Davis. In lane 7, Cromwell 1, Elizabeth Engstrom and Alia Cunningham. In lane 8, North End 2, Micah Robinson and Alice Bennett. So they're into the second 1,000 of the course. As we look out in front of us, we can see heat number 3 coming to its conclusion. And comfortable out there, aren't they, in lane 9, Asher and Isla from Timaru. Rowing in unison as they come up past Charlie's safety boat there. Not going to be called into action just at the moment, but nice solid row 2 here from Union down here in lane number 3. Nice clean catches from those two ladies from Union. Well coached. Across the line goes Timaru. 3 to 4 boat lengths ahead of Union. So those two crews will go through automatically. And then the Otago Girls crew here in lane 2 of Eva and Francis will be waiting on time, as will the North End crew of Ruby and Bonnie out there in lane 7. Then we come back inside down to Villa Maria, and just a bit further back in lane 5 will be Oamaru number 2. And I'm picking that as a Whakatipu skiff on the safety boat. As they bring that back to the base, we'll check and see what a time is for that particular heat. Remember, the previous heat was 8:40, the first heat 8:18. So we're looking to see what these ladies have gone through and then where the next fastest qualifiers might come from. Just another reminder there that if you are wanting to listen to us on the radio, 88.3, you'll be able to pick up the commentary. Heat number 4, and it is Whakatipu 1 down there in lane 2, leading the ladies down here in this fourth and final heat of the girls under 15 double sculls. Then we, just inside from them, it looks like it would be in lane 5, Cashmere. Just in behind the Marion crew in 6. So those are the 3 crews. We're looking for 2. So it's between Whakatipu, Cashmere and Marion at the moment. Next best after that would be Oamaru. Then we go inside to Villa Maria, outside to Cromwell and North End number 2. So about 800 metres to go, or 750 metres to go, I'll go with that one, for the girls under 15 double sculls heat number 4. On the course now and into the second 500 is the boys under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls. Just waiting for a time for herd 3. So the boys under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls heat 1. They'll all go through and they'll be back here again tomorrow. Lane 1, Ashburton 1, Travis Amos, Charlie Howden, Ashton Brook, Geordie McGillan, Lily Davidson, the Cox. In lane 2, Wairo 21, Oliver Wakelin, Louis Girling, Jock Flanagan, Hamish Lindstrom and Jack Shaw. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School 3, Thomas Tisdall, Ben Thompson, Zion Wikoi, Tamati Dennison and Hunter Burgess, the Cox. In lane 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Liam Pyle, Zachary Grant, Maz Connell, Angus Hanning and Tessa Hanford, the Cox. Timaru 30 in lane 5, Peo O'Sullivan, Luke Tonkins, Ben Allen, Matt Brown, Finn Gollins is the Cox. In lane 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Harrison Thode, Roland Ozan, Jack Scott, Levi Heffernan, Dylan Young the Cox. In lane 7, St Andrews College 1, James Steele, Thomas White, Jack McStay, Samuel Edwins and Peter Blade coxing them. In lane 8, Nelson 1, Zachary Irving, Ollie Hawkins, Murdoch Smith, Ollie Locke, Max Ashcroft is the Cox. In lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Harry Cook, Harvey Moyle, William Mackay, Ben Rowe, Blake Robson coxing. In lane 10, Otago Boys High School 2, Judd Flannery, Nicholas Tom, Henry Lucas, Eddie Burgess and George Anderson. Just looking at the fourth heat here of the girls under 15 double sculls. Great job here from Whakatipu 1, Amy Patterson and Shah Shaki. She looks across there, does Amy, and sees that they are probably 3 boat lengths ahead of the crew from Marion. Sophie Stewart and Sophie Davis back inside too. Ellery and Charlotte from Cashmere. So Cashmere, you've got to push in the last 100 metres if you want to make the automatic qualification. Marion have looked at that. They've just started to lift their rating. Right now they've gone up a pot. You can just see that change. That's put pressure on Cashmere. No trouble here for Whakatipu, but nice change there from Marion as they push into 50 metres to go. Now going longer at Cashmere, but I think they might have left it too late. They've got a nice rise on their bow. But I think it's a good job there from Marion. They just pushed with 100 metres to go and did the job to getting through on that qualification. And third will be Cashmere waiting on time. Then we come back down here, lane 3, Oamaru. Then Villa Maria. Outside we go to Cromwell and North End. So 8:17 was the third heat of the under 15 girls double sculls. As Oamaru go over the line now in the fourth heat. Comfortably taken out there. It was by the crew from Whakatipu. Well done to Marion taking second. Just looking at the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls as they got 750 metres to go. Dunstan Arm in lane 4. Not where I thought they were, because it is Timaru. Timaru and Otago Boys High School right next to each other. Watching down here in lane 1. Lane 2 it is, in fact, Wairo 21. They'll be third, so they're all going through, but they're just racing for lanes today. And Pride. So nice job coming from Timaru, then Otago. 2 Otago boys cruising here. But Wairo would be third, or Wairo starting to push up actually on this cruise from Otago and Timaru. Separation between them. Then we would go across to Nelson, Christchurch Boys High School. Otago boys. Back inside to the Otago Boys 3 crew down there in lane number 3. And then outside of them we go to Dunstan and back across into Ashburton. Men's Premier Coxless 4. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to watch a display of sculling, don't watch that one because it's a 4. So they're sweeping. Good one, Ian. So that's lane 4, Avon 3. William Thomas, Ted Main, James Tavendale, William Anderson. Lane 5, Avon 2, Tom Tothill, Ollie Taylor, Henry Kirk, Edward Botherway. And lane 6, Avon 1, Oliver Welsh, Greg Brand, Will Johnson, Nathan Luff. Some very experienced rowers in those 4s as they make their way down. Avon 2 in the lead just from Avon 1. But back here to the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. It's all Timaru. Timaru by a boat length over the crew from Otago Boys High School. Back down here to Wairo. Wairo finishing strongly down here in lane number 2, looking to put some pressure on the Otago crew, but these 3 will be in the middle of the field tomorrow, lanes 4, 5 and 6. As just easing off, coming down the line now will be the crew from Timaru. Over the line they go from Otago Boys High School, then Wairo finishing strongly in 3rd. Then we go across to Nelson. Outside of Nelson, the Christchurch Boys High School 1, who are neck and neck with Otago Boys High School number 2. Then we come back down to lane 3, be Otago Boys High School 3. Just look across and see Ashburton gaining on them. 3-man looks across and keeps looking at Ashburton. I'm sure his coach would rather he keep his head in the boat. Then we come back to Dunstan, and then on the outside, right back to the crew from St Andrews. So all through to the final tomorrow. 8:16 they went through for the girls under 15 double sculls. So 3 heats very evenly timed there. So interesting to see who makes it through. Boys under 16 quadruple sculls have gone through. So men's Premier Coxless 4, they'll all row again tomorrow in the final. 4 crews coming down, and the Avon 1 have now moved into the lead there with Oliver Welch, Greg Brand, Will Johnson and Nathan Luff. Avon 2 crew there, Tom Tothill, Ollie Taylor, Henry Kirk and Edward Botherway or Ned Botherway. So Henry and Ned were with the New Zealand under-19s in the Veronese in Italy last year, rowing with them. So there's some experience out there on the course. So comfortably pulling out there is Avon 1. So pretty much still on time we are, as we head into the afternoon session, well into the afternoon session here at the first day of the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2023. Just fantastic to have everybody back in person at the lakeside watching, all the caravans and camper vans down on the roadside. And if you are watching on our live stream on YouTube, please don't forget to subscribe. And if you're in your vehicles, you can pick us up on 88.3 FM. Don't forget the coffee and muffin special down at the row shop. And of course, if you're feeling peckish, there's bacon buddies and always an ice cream from Steve and Mr. Whippy at the back. But I'm sure Millsy, when he comes on again another half hour, will remind you of that. So just take a moment to look at the sweeping on offer out here. These 3 premier men's crews from Avon. $50 metres to go for Avon 1. In lane 6 as they go down now. Comfortably they'll be starting in the middle of the field tomorrow. In Avon 2 and then Avon 3. So finishing as they were ranked by the coaches. Boys under 16 at Coxed quadruple scull going through in a time of 6:44. So we've just got a wee bit of a hold up. The Women's Premier 4 should be on the track, not quite. Maybe we might be able to get some footage on the live stream of the start. That would be quite good. Looks like they're in the starting blocks now. So while we wait for that, I'll give you the crews for the Women's Premier Coxless 4. So again, great exhibition of high quality sweeping about to take place. In lane 2, Avon 3, Grace Farrell, Jamie Breen, Holly Lill and Daisy Forsyth. In lane 3, Avon 5, Olivia Studham, Alia O'Sullivan, Katie Bell, Eliza Roxburgh Judd. In lane number 4, Avon 2, Sally Weilers, Phoebe Collier, Jessica Norris and Harriet Williams. In lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Nicole Vance, Alice Wallace, Phoebe Wallace, Georgie Bethel. In lane 6, Canterbury 1, Francesca Lidlow, Daisy Beast Grace, Tasman O'Sullivan, Helen Gunn. In lane 7, Avon 1, Orla Fitzgerald, Gemma Burrows, Jane Shallikins and Charlotte Darry. In lane 8, St Margaret's College 1, Phoebe Wilson, Millie Farrell, Samantha Lascelles and Hannah Wiley. In lane 9, Avon 4, Sarah Palin, Tyler Stewart, Jessica Tavendale and Claudia Kinder. They're away. We can't. Oh, there we go. We can see on the screen. So that's marvellous stuff there. So out nice and cleanly in lane number 4 is Avon 2. Rangiruru in lane 5. Actually, we got out the quickest. Then Avon 2 just outside of them. And then we go Avon 5. Inside again, Canterbury just a wee bit slow and slightly skidded off the start. Ahead of them would be Avon 1, then St Margaret's and Avon number 4. So just a little bit of trouble with the steering there, looks like, for Canterbury 1, but they're just starting to get back into... So they've been told by the umpires and they've settled into it now. So it's Rangiruru for a really good start there. And there should be 2. They've got the Wallace twins in there and Nicole Vance and Georgie Bethel. So there is a scattering of New Zealand junior rowers right throughout these crews. So plenty to watch. And these, of course, are not Coxed, so they'll be relying on foot steering, so it makes it a bit more challenging for them. But it still is Rangiruru and Avon 1 have got out the quickest. Then Avon 2, as they get through, they'll have done their start sequences. They're heading now through, starting longer as they head down towards Alcatraz. Canterbury starting to make up some ground, so there should be a good finish here. This is a heat, though. They'll all go through for the final tomorrow. And we'll look to see just how much work goes in as they come through here. They'll want the better lanes. And this, the heat of the Women's Premier Coxless 4 here at the Meridian Rowing South Island Rowing Championships. So a good field there, actually, of eight crews. So great to see so many crews. 5, of course, from Avon. So with the dissolution of the Southern RPC and the regional performance centres, some of the bigger clubs have picked up a lot of the performance athletes, and Avon have certainly benefited from that. So that's one of the reasons why you see so many Avon crews. And great for us to see the quality of rowing that we do get to see out here. So the Avon crews are in front. He can say that without even looking. So it's Avon 2, Sally Wallace, Phoebe Collier, Jessica and Harriet doing a good job out there in lane number 4. And then it's Rangiruru in lane 5 right alongside them. Then we go across to Avon 1 in lane 7. Back into Avon 5, then St Margaret's, Avon 4 and Avon 3. So you can just see going into the blocks now down there on your live stream is the women's under 19 Cox 4. So just still backing into the gates. Some of the crews not quite there yet. So in lane 1 for that, we should have Villa Maria College 1, Ruby Armstrong, Keely Finch, Georgia Kurnane, Kahurangi Nixon, Coxed by Ella Rolfe. In lane 2 will be Rangiruru Girls School 1, Arabella Ackland, Polly Cross, Molly Brown, Alice Ferguson with Sophia Sear, the Cox. In lane 3, St Margaret's College 2, Ava Redmond, Cara Gooding, Aine Leeson, Coco Flood, Bella Harris will be coxing. In lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Lucy Heller, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Olivia Joseph, Nina Mackay and Sophia Bowen as the Cox. In lane 5 will be St Margaret's College 1. As we go through the 1,000 metre mark, you can see Avon just in front on the outside from Rangiruru in the Premier 4. Back to lane 5 on the under-19 Cox 4, St Margaret's College 1, Olivia Hawkes, Leela Stallard, Evie Leeson, India Broomhall, Ashley Tarkon as the Cox. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Isabel Williamson, Katie Gardner, Kate Ryle, Emily Ryle, Erin Kang the Cox. In lane 7 from Marion College will be Francesca Tohoraki, Imogen Lang, Cara Brignall, Meg Hansen with Meave Montgomery, McCarthy the Cox. St Margaret's number 3 will be in lane 8, Amelia Gibbons, Lucy Todd, Nina Oliver, Michaela Donaldson, Maggie Tyler, and in lane 8 will be Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Rosa Robert, Georgia Marsh, Janaya Johnston, Kate Smith, and Zoe Sullivan. So just waiting for those crews to get underway. But we look back out here and see this women's Premier Cox's 4 start to make its way in front of the crowds. Right out there, Avon 1 doing a great job. So Orla, Gemma, Jane, and Charlotte with the Blue Oars. Well out in front now of Rangiruru. Rangiruru doing a great job out there. Remember, those are the Rangiruru Girls School. Nicole, Alice, Phoebe and Georgie. Then we come inside to Avon number 2. Then it would be St Margaret's back inside to Avon number 5. Then inside to Avon 3. And then on the outside will be the Avon 4 crew. $750 metres to go now. Just look at this crew from Avon. Well out in front now from Rangi. And you can just see that there's a little bit of a ripple coming across the lake. These are very accomplished sweepers, and a bit of splash indicates that there might just be a bit of backwash coming through, making it a bit challenging for them. We'll certainly see that from the time. Sally, Phoebe, Jessica and Harriet still comfortably in third there in lane 4. Avon 3, Grace, Jamie, Holly and Daisy just pushing ahead of the Avon 5 crew there. So that's Avon number 3 down there in lane 2. St Margaret's doing a good job out there in lane 8. Phoebe, Millie, Samantha and Hannah. all away in the girls under 19 Cox 4. Just following them through. They're into the second 500 of the course. Looks like it's St Margaret's and Marion. But out in front of us here, the 100 metres to go now for Avon, number 1. 100 metres to go now for Rangiruru, and also Avon 2, 100 metres to go now. So those are the 3 leading crews. Quite a bit of separation between those and the remaining crews. Just having some issues with steering down here in lane 2 is Avon number 3. Just readjusting their positioning. They're across to St Margaret's, so can be quite challenging with some of the foot steering going on. Avon down here have decided that that might be a better lane going to lane number 1 rather than the one they were in. Across to St Margaret's, then back to Avon 5. On the outside we go to Avon number 4, and then we back inside to the Canterbury crew. Over goes Avon number 3. So the girls under 19 Cox 4 looks like there might have actually been a couple of scratchings, but I can't necessarily see that. So, Marion College haven't started in lane 7, it would appear. So that's Christchurch Girls High School out in lane 6 who would be in the lead. Then we go on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Then back inside to St Margaret's. Across from St Margaret's is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then to St Margaret's number 2, Rangiruru number 1. And just down there in lane 1 is Villa Maria. So it does say on the screen in front of me that they didn't start, but that would appear to be them. So it's just lane 7 that Marion College number 1 have not started. So maybe they missed the start, or that's some gear failures, who knows. But good efforts coming across the board here from Christchurch Girls High School. So you can see the gust starting to come up, and it's just down in the bottom half of the course. There's a bit of splash coming from some of these blades. So navigating their way through that is Erin Kang, the Cox for Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Got a handy lead out there in lane number 6. From their number 2 crew down there in lane 4. But ahead of them would be St Margaret's number 1. So it's Christchurch Girls High School, St Margaret's. Then it goes to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. St Margaret's number 2. Not much between St Margaret's number 2 and Rangiruru number 1. In fact, Rangiruru number 1 would be ahead of that St Margaret's crew now. So they're all going to go through. Just a matter of timings for where they want to be on the field tomorrow. Along the course, right on the outside is St Margaret's 3 and Christchurch Girls High School 3. And then back down there in lane 1 is Marion. So maybe Marion haven't officially started, but late to the start and just rowing down in lane 1 anyway. Leave that one for the judges. As Rangiruru start to make a move down there in lane 2, pushing past that St Margaret's crew and starting to line up with St Margaret's number 1. It's still Christchurch Girls High School number 1 right out in the middle of the field. They would have a 3 boat length lead over now. Rangiruru have pulled alongside St Margaret's. So St Margaret's number 1 under pressure from Rangiruru number 1 as they start to make a move, being coxed there by Bella Flood. As we can see them coming through 1500 metre mark very shortly. There goes, oh, it's just a bit of a freeze on there. But nice rowing here from Christchurch Girls High School. And then going into second now is Rangiruru number 1. So in the last 250 metres, they've pushed nicely to move alongside and past the 2 St Margaret's crews. So it is Christchurch Girls High School number 1 from Rangiruru number 1 outside to St Margaret's number 1. Then we go back inside to St Margaret's number 2. Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Right on the outside then to St Margaret's number 3. Outside of them is Christchurch Girls High School number 3, and then Marion just taking their way down lane 1. So 150 metres to go for Christchurch Girls High School. Nicely timed run here from Rangiruru. Bodes well for tomorrow. It'll be a tighter finish tomorrow, I'm predicting. And then the 2 St Margaret's Cruise. Immediately after this, we've got some girls under 16 Coxed 8s there on the track. So we can see some of the mixed masters doubles heading up to their 1,000 metre start. And nice to see a Twizel mixed double making its way past the podium as the Christchurch Girls High School number 1 crew make their way down to the finish by about a 5 boat length lead over Rangiruru, who have moved nicely in the last half of the course. They'll go alongside and out past the 2 school crews from St Margaret's. So St Margaret's number 1 across first, 3/4 of a boat length ahead of their number 2 crew. Then we go back to the Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew, and on the outside the 2-3 crews from St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High. Interesting to see the time there. I think times are starting to slow up a wee bit. Prem 4 went through in 6:50. We'll see what the under 19s go through. Girls under 16, Coxed 8. They are heading through 750 metres gone. In lane 1, Nelson 1. Pedra Smith, Mary Goldening, Freya Childerson, Aurora Fleming, Emma J. Diefenbach, Amelia Hussey and Chloe Steele with Francesca Palmer, Brianna Williams the Cox. In lane 2, St Andrews College 1. Abby Harstrong, Molly Thomas, Ella O'Brien, Holly Thomas, Sophia Drury, Rosa Hill, Elia Short, Sophia Voice, Isabel Forsey as the Cox. In lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Sophie Evans, Katie Veronese, Meg Bates, Annie Ford, Elsie Lowe, Harriet Matthews, Annabelle Hance, Annabelle Glasson, Poppy Jarman is the Cox. From North End in lane 4, Stella Deanan, Elsie Homer, Honor Garden, Sienna Hoare, Georgia Graham, Georgia Coburn, Lola Castles, Esther White side, Xanthi Payne is the Cox. In the middle of the course, Villa Maria College 1 in lane 5, Gemma Strick, Piper Karras, Lydia Murray, Ava Smith, Lexi Dixon, Connie Fitzgerald, Annika Palmer, Caitlin Strick and Sophie McSweeney is the Cox. Lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Sophie Johnson, Izzy Jones, Kelly Quirk, Ella Harris, Ruby Guira, Harriet Abbott, Samantha Parker, Greta Jenkins and Bridget Pye as the Cox. Right next to them, their number 2 crew from Rangi, Pippa Clark, Georgia Rumble, Abby Donaldson, Amelia Willis, Katie Carney, Mika Engelbrecht, Alexa Crosby, Brooke Cooper and Liv Barner as the Cox. In lane 8, Marguerite Heller from St Margaret's College number 2, along with Phoebe James, Mackenzie Large, Tessa Treggold, Isabel Bridge, Isabel Gordon, Estelle Letton, Josie Kennedy and Amelia Fitzsimons as the Cox. And in lane 9, St Margaret's College number 1, Emma Scott, Madeline Pugh, Jasmine Young, Jemima Jackson, Sarah Farrell, Jessica Brown-Shee, Zoe Watson, Anna Rutherford and Ali Scotland. And in lane 10, Timaru 11, Charlotte Connolly, Lily Reichardt, Kamina Kabira Martin will be joined by 4 others in a Cox because their names have been cut off the bottom of the printed sheet. So out we go into the middle of the field, Rangiruru, and it looks like it's the number 1 crew, well in front there in lane 6. Not out there in lane 9 is St Margaret's number 1. Right alongside there is that Timaru crew. All will progress through to the final tomorrow. Just again sorting out for their lanes. So this was due to go at 1:02, so we're probably running about 5 minutes behind time at the moment, I think. That time for the women's under 19 Cox 4:7:18, not too bad. Big lead here for Rangiruru, but St Margaret's not out of it, neither alongside them either Timaru. Those are the 3 crews. Bit of action coming from Nelson down in lane 1. Inside of them, St Andrews College. In fact, no action coming from Nelson because they're not there. Not that I can see anyway. Oh, no, there they are. Sorry, my apologies. Just a little bit further down the course. So it's St Andrews and Christchurch Girls High School number 1 who will be the next challenging behind Rangiruru and St Margaret's. So just a nice push actually coming here from St Andrews down there in lane 2. They've moved past Christchurch Girls High School number 1 and they would be drawing alongside the St Margaret's crew. So that's a nice push coming there from St Andrews, and you can see that just the way the sunlight's going, they're all in unison the way they're rocking over at the finish as they go back up the slide towards the catch. So a nice run coming on their boat now. They would be moving into second, and alongside, actually they've gone well past that St Margaret's crew, who are outside the crew from Timaru, will be Craighead Diocesan. But it is the crew from Rangiruru in front, back to St Andrews, continuing that push. They're second, then St Margaret's. In fact, St Andrews starting to bring Christchurch Girls High School with them as well. So Christchurch Girls now moving past St Margaret's. So there you've got it, Rangiruru, St Andrews. Between St Andrews and Christchurch Girls are 33 ducks. They move into fourth position, do the ducks. On the outside of them is St Margaret's. Then we go to Craighead Dawson on the Timaru crew, back inside to Christchurch North End. And then we have Rangiruru, back we go to St Margaret's number 2, and back inside to Villa Maria. 100 metres to go now for Rangiruru. Nice job from that crew. They'll be looking forward to coming back and doing this again tomorrow. Very impressive row, I think, from this St Andrews crew. 100 metres to go for them. Nice good rating from them and clean blade work as they come down 200 metres to go now, do St Margaret's outside of them Timaru. And Christchurch Girls High School have gone past Timaru and now looking to put pressure on St Margaret's, but across the line now goes Rangiruru. St Andrews College finishing strong. He will come into second. Third now will be between the crews from St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School. St Margaret's have got half a canvas at the moment. Oh, and finishing strong is Christchurch Girls, so that's not much between those two crews on the line, will be between the two of them. Then outside to Timaru, then we come back inside to the crew from North End, then we go to Rangiruru number 2, then we come back through to Villa Maria, going to finish ahead of the crew from St Margaret's number 2. And then back to Nelson, who the Ducks have decided it's not safe there, so they're heading back to lane number 3. Looks like 2 families on an outing. They could have picked a better day. Men's Club Cox's Quadruple Sculls are steaming down the course. Lane 1, Avon 1. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club. Lane 3, Wanaka Composite. Lane 4, Canterbury 1. Lane 5, Cure Boating Club number 2. Lane 6, Wairo 21. Lane 7, Avon 2. Lane 8, Wairo 1. Lane 9, Dunstan Arm. Lane 10, Whakatipu. It looks to me like it's Wairo out who would be second, because that Dunstan Composite or Dunstan crew, Simon Lloyd, Greg McLaughlin, Simon Smith, a couple of masters in the middle there, and Jed McIntosh doing a very good job out there. They would be 2 boat lengths ahead of Wairo. Cure Boating Club in lane 2, just trying to sneak through on that inside. It's number 1 in lane 2. Number 2 is out there in lane 5. So we're looking at Dunstan, where this is heat 1 of the Men's Club Coxed Quadruple Sculls. They'll go through to the final tomorrow. Both Wairo crews doing very well out there. Then on the outside of Dunstan is Whakatipu. Just watching this Cure Boating Club, John, Luke and George, Jacob and Alex doing a good job down here in lane 2. They're pushed up alongside and probably past Wairo out there in lane 6 and in lane 8 as well. So Cure would be second. The Ducks have headed back into lane 3. Dunstan just doing their work nice. You can see that distinctive style of Simon Smith stroking that Dunstan quad. A real snap as he gets to the drive. Blades going really quick, cleanly at the catch. Waits for them to settle in, just drives, and away that boat goes. They all follow him in succinctly. And it is Cure now in second ahead of Wairo. Wairo number 1. And then it's between Wairo number 2 and Whakatipu. Come back to Cure number 2 and Avon down here in lane 1. Then we go across to the Wanaka Composite. Inside of them is Canterbury, and then on the outside to Avon number 2. But across the line goes Dunstan from Cure, 3/4 of the boat length back to Wairo. On the outside it is Whakatipu, just ahead of Wairo number 2. Then it'll be Cure Boating Club trying to finish strongly ahead of the Avon crew down here in lane 1. Back inside to the Wanaka Composite of Wanaka and Cromwell. Outside to Avon, back inside to Canterbury. Women's Club Single Sculls on the course through 750 metres they go. Looks like we've got them all away. In lane 1, Canterbury 1, Stella Cook. In lane 2, North End 2, Maddie Coburn. In lane 3, Cromwell 2, Greer Ferguson. In lane number 4, Oamaru 2, Amelia Wilkinson. In lane 5, Ararua number 1, Afina Russell. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club, Abby Jenkins McCaw. In lane 7, Avon 3, Moya McKenna. In lane 8, Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker. And in lane number 9, Union 3, Isabella McConkney. So we've got 2 heats of the Women's Club single sculls. Progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We'll go straight through to the final. The rest will succumb to elimination. And Abby Jenkins McCaw out there in lane 6 leading these ladies down the course as they're into the second 1,000 metres. Should be slightly better conditions in the second 1,000 they'll get in the first. Second at the moment will be Maddie Coburn from North End by the look of it. Right out there in lane 8, Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai is in the mix. So a bit of separation starting to come. So we've got Abby out there in lane 6. Caitlin out there in lane 8. Then back inside to Maddie. Then I would come back inside to Amelia from Oamaru. Those are the 4 at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see where the 5th comes from. But a long way to go for these ladies. They fire them off pretty quickly too, because that second heat would only be 500 metres behind them. So just trying to make up a wee bit of time they will be, because we're just running a wee bit behind. So the second heat that's on its way, it's through 500 metres now in lane 1, Cure Boating Club, number 2, Lauren Sim. In lane 2, Timaru 21, Alana Berry Rankin. In lane 3 is Avon 1, Briar Moriarty. Lane 4, Oamaru 1, Emma Spittle. In lane 5, North End 1, Christy Foster. In lane 6, Union 2, Caitlin Dent. In lane 7, Union 1, Eva Bader. Lane 8, Ashburton 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 9, Cromwell 1, Olivia Pybinga. So you can see a good number of crews here, pretty evenly spaced from Cure and Canterbury and Union. So we've got the women's club single sculls on the course. Then we'll have the boys under 15-8, the men's novice quads, and then there'll be some mixed masters doubles, and then Millsy will be coming back into the commentary booth. So good job still going on here from Abby from Cure Boating Club, and well out in front along with her would be Caitlin Whitaker. Those are the 2 at the moment. The rest of the field starting to even up. Stella Cook from Canterbury's moved right alongside Maddie Coburn from North End. And then we go on the outside of those crews to Oamaru, Amelia. Remember, we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. So those are the 5 we're looking at the moment. It's Cure, Waihopai, Canterbury, North End, Oamaru. And just push here from Stella down there in lane 1. She's looked across to where she can see Waihopai, and she's just sneaking through. She'd be second now. In fact, she's moved past Waihopai, just maybe run her race. She's just starting to fall away a wee bit. It can be very difficult out there in the outer lanes. But it's still a nice clean row here from Abby. And definitely Stella's gone into second, and she's taken Maddie Coburn from North End with her. Not out of it, Waihopai, for tomorrow. There's the 5 of them out there now. So Cure Boating Club, Canterbury, North End, Waihopai, and Oamaru. Those are the 5 at this stage. Starting to get some separation. Then next back you would go to Aotearoa, Avon. I thought one of those scullers might have stopped, but they're still going. And then back to Cromwell. Greer Ferguson's doing a job out there. We'll just have a wee look back to the second heat. We're starting to see that emerge. And happy birthday to whoever it is that we're singing for down there. But in the second heat, it is Sophie Gibson from Ashburton sitting out there in lane 8, leading that field down. We'll pick them up as they come back. Come further down, but as we look at the first heat starting to finish out in front of us, and a nice solid row from Abby Jenkins McCaw. She's got 120 metres to go, and that push from Stella from Canterbury down there in lane 1 has continued. She's clearly into second now, still bringing with her Maddie Coburn from North End, who's third. Then we go on the outside, a determined row there from Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai. She's fourth. Back inside now to Amelia Wilkinson, Oamaru. So those are the 5 that will go through to the final. as they stand. A bit of a gap there now back to Cromwell, Awarua, and we go back to Union and to Avon. But across the line now, well rode Abby. We'll see you back here for the final tomorrow. Nicely timed row from Stella. Really from the last 1,000 she pushed through and went from 4th back into 2nd. She's probably 5th even then. And across in 3rd now goes Maddie Coburn from North End. And then still rowing away determinedly out there from Waihopai. Caitlin, she has a look. She can see that she's going to go through in 4th qualify if she continues as she is. And we can see Oamaru Amelia Wilkinson just finishing down here in lane 4. She'll finish 5th as they go. Then we'll come to Cromwell across to Awarua in the white with the red stripe. Down there in the bottom of the south. Over they go. Then on the outside to Union and Avon. Sophie Gibson leads the 2nd heat down. We'll look to see a time on that first heat just out of interest. The rest are eliminated. But first 5 through. Same for the first 5 through in this particular heat. And as Lauren Sim in lane 1 would be 2nd, 3rd from Emma Spittle in Oamaru. So it's Sophie Gibson, Emma Spittle from Oamaru, and then we go to Cure Boating Club, Lauren Sim. Those are the 3 clear ones at the moment. Then North End, Christy Foster would be there or thereabouts. Brian Moriarty from Avon, and then across to Eva Bader from Union. So they're fighting. Remember, 5 will go through. Then we go across to Caitlin Dent from Union, back inside to Alana Berry-Rankin from Timaru. And Cromwell, Olivia's out there in lane 9. There or thereabouts, but it's definitely, so Emma Spittle started to push through on Sophie Gibson now. Emma looks like she's just gone up in her rating, and Sophie's responding, so no quarter given between those two. In 3rd position, though, still is Lauren Sim, so clear gap between these 3. And the rest of the field, which is led by Christy Foster, should be 4th. Outside of her is Briar. So those are the 5. The opportunity there is for Evan Bader from Union to push up alongside probably the North End Sculler to take that 5th position. So a battle within a battle starting to emerge in the middle of the field. But out the front, look, Sophie's gone up. She doesn't want to finish 2nd here. There's a determined Gibson attitude coming from the outer lane. I wonder where that comes from, Ross. And they come through now with less than 70 metres to go. And we can see a really strong row going. And Emma's coming back at her as well. But the rating's gone up from Sophie. She's the 3/4 of a boat length now, out a boat length in front of Emma Spittle as they come down to the finish. Emma starting to fight back. And it's down here with Lauren Sim in lane number 1 from Cure. So over the line goes Sophie, taking out that heat from Emma. And then Lauren. Those are the 3. So let's see what's happening with 4th and 5th. And it looks like North End and Briar from Avon have emerged as 4 and 5 to go through. So there's our remaining 2 finalists to go straight through, and the rest will be eliminated. But bravely rowing on is Eva from Union, then Caitlin from Union, on the outside to Olivia from Cromwell, and then back down here in lane 2 will be Alana Berry-Rankin from Timaru. So 8:25, the first heat went through. Down they come, the boys under 15, Coxed 8. Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School. Lane 3, Christ College number 2. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1. Lane 6, St Andrews College 1. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 2. Lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1. And in lane 9, Christ College number 1. And it's all with Christchurch Boys High School in lane 3. So Ben, Miles, Ruben, Hugo, Henry, Patrick, Charlie, Ryan, Coxed by Sam Moffat. They're right out there in front. Right across from them is the crew from St Andrews College. Tague, Henrik, William, Jonty, Henry, Timothy, Oliver, Harry and Jonty. So they'll all go through to the final tomorrow. And then on the outside, we've got the crew from Shirley Boys High School out there. Shirley Boys High School, Jack, Bryn, Tiaki, Noah, Joey, Brennan, Reef, Logan and AJ. So you can throw a blanket over these 3 crews. It is Christchurch Boys High School from Shirley. And then in 3rd position at the moment, it is Christ College. We'll go back into it is St Thomas's. Then another Christ College crew. Then we go across to Christchurch Boys High number 2. Christ College 1 on the very outside lane. And back inside to Shirley Boys High School number 2 in lane 2. But it's still Christchurch Boys High School that have a boat length over Shirley. So Shirley battling with St Andrews for 2nd and 3rd. In this under 15 Coxed 8. 100 metres to go now for Christchurch Boys High School. Over they go now, and Shirley Boys still in front of the St Andrews crew. So these 3 crews will go through as you see them. Then a long way back we go to a battle between Christ College and St Thomas's. On the outside then to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Back inside to Shirley number 2. And then on the outside to Christ College number 1. So another stroke left for the crew from Christchurch Boys High School. They go across the line. They'll finish a boat length clear of Shirley Boys High School, who'll finish 2 seats and a canvas ahead of St Andrews. Then we've got 100 metres back to Christ College and St Thomas's. Then we go back to Shirley Boys number 2, like they're pulling ahead of the Christchurch Boys High School number 2 crew. Then on the outside to Christ College. And then we come back to, that's them actually, that's the field. Boys under 15, Coxed 8. Just trying to get a time on that second heat of the Women's Club 8:26 they went through in, which was virtually bang on the same time as the first heat of the Women's Club single sculls. So that will be a handy final to watch tomorrow. That's the boys under 15 Coxed 8, and to bring the men's novice quads, 2 heats of those coming down, I'll hand you back to the illustrious Russell Mills, the captain of the commentary team. He's been commentating here since 1743, just after the first ships landed. He knows the way the lake runs and where all the pineapples grow.
Thanks, Ian. We take it everybody's out there enjoying the racing. You're at the South Island Rowing Championships, of course, for 2023, and if you've just come off the highway, we've got a huge crowd down there, especially those big spectators down there at the 300-metre peg. We welcome you along like always. Doing a pretty good job. Don't forget the row shop. Don't forget the special offer on the coffee and the muffin. Most likely run out by now. But pop along and see Mr. Whoppy Whippy, the fella down there that's Mr. Whippy doing a good job. And also don't forget the canteen, and all proceeds go back into the South Island Rowing. Erin is down there with the coffee, and Drew's down a little bit further, so make sure you get your coffee fix. If you're a coffee person, get your ice cream fix if you're an ice cream person, and if you're a chocolate person, get along and get a chocolate something bar. So your regatta moves on to race 89 of 147. They were due to go out of the 2,000 metre starting block down the eastern end of the lake at 1:22. They look to be pretty close to right on time. In lane number 1 we have Wairo. In lane number 2 we have Otago. In lane 3 St Thomas of Canterbury, 4 Otago. Lane 5 is Otago Burton. Then we go back another length and a quarter back to Otago Boys down out of lane number 1. And then from there we go 2, maybe 3 lengths back to Christchurch Boys, Cromwell number 2, and then Cromwell number 1. And there's a crew again. We're getting this long distance back to another crew in the white at the back, which must be Burnside. Coming up to the Gold Boys next, and it's the gold uniform with the black cross. It is Oamaru. Right-hand shoulder of them, Twizel, but they're still a length and a half down. Twizel starting to sprint now. Twizel just wound it up a little bit. Just take a look at Oamaru and see if they come against it. The same. Oamaru have just cranked it up too. The novice racing, they will love this. They'll be sprinting home inside these yellow boys up to the 100-metre buoy line. Oamaru goes. Bringing with them Twizel. Twizel are bringing Dunstan Arm. They've now got a 2-length advantage over Dunstan Arm. Pressure being put on them by Ashburton. Only about a length and a quarter down. And then another length and a half back to Otago Boys on the inside. There's your 5 crews for qualifying. Oamaru will go through and take it a half a length clear. Twizel 2 lengths back to Dunstan Arms, 3/4 of a length back to Ashburton. And then Otago boys, there's your qualifiers. Unfortunately, it says in the program you'll be eliminated. The rest that's eliminated from that event, which is Christchurch boys, Cromwell 2 and Cromwell 1. Enjoy your birthday, Maud. '91. Mixed Masters double sculls coming in from the 1,000 metre peg. They have let them go. Handicap racing off the go is Union 3 out of lane 7. Deb and Theodore. Off the 4-second mark is Union 2, Tonya and Stewart. And also Twizel, Sarah and Kelvin. And then we have off the Avon 2 out of lane 3 off the 8-second mark, Dominic and Kirsty and the Mahoney. Sequoia Adams and Ian Macbeth for the Avon 2 crew. So don't forget handicap racing, guys. So they should all start to converge on that Union crew on the far side. So that's the crew that's in front. Union off the go mark, Deb and Theodore across the far side. We saw Theodore in the single. They couldn't pick him up off the go mark. And here they go out in front by about 4 lengths now over the other way. The Dominic and Kirsty, the husband and wife team that are out there. And then smack bang in the middle of the course we have Union number 2. That's Tonya and Stewart for Union number 2. And where's that Twizel combination? Kelvin? Oh, Kelvin, of course, they're trying to pick them up from the 8-second handicap. So we go back to Union number 3. Union number 3 over Union number 1 over Union number 2. And then we go back to Twizel and Avon number 2. Well, I think those Twizel, I think Kelvin Maker just having a wee tiki tour around the lake. Down towards the buzzer they get inside the Gold Boys. Union. Then the second Union crew off the 8 mark. Union go 1, 2 and 3 if they're dishing out medals. Twizel and Avon. Second heat is well down on its road. We've got Avon 1 in lane number 3, Union 5 and 4, Union 4 and 5, Union 6 and 6, Wanaka Composite with Cromwell in 7, and of course 8 goes to Invercargill. So they're down through the course, well down through the course in the second heat of it, and it's the Wanaka Cromwell combination. So it's Wanaka Cromwell, which is Maud O'Connor. Happy birthday today for Maud. And Chris Brooks, Senior Sergeant in charge of the Wanaka Police Station. Chris, you should just take up professional rowing. Be a lot easier, mate. So it is the Wanaka and Cromwell combination, just too good for this field. Let's just see. They went off the go mark, of course. They were the only crew off the go mark. They must be the oldies. They must be out there. They were immediately followed up by the Invercargill combination. The Invercargill combination is Dave Galbraith and Grant McKenzie. Well done, you two guys. And then we go to Union. That's the Union 5, Wendy Duggan and Lincoln Sell. And right alongside them is Catherine Sutherland and Matthew Sutherland. And then just slightly ahead of them is Union 6, Shelley Aitchison and Benedict Leobang. And we go a few metres back to the crew from Avon, which is Simon Carey and Jodie Hawke. And that's the way the mixed masters go. We can tell you that the women's novice Coxed quads, which was won by Oamaru, is gone through in 7:16. The Masters will go through in about 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes, I would imagine. Race 93, girls under 17 double sculls. First 5 of each 2 heats to go through to get the fast lanes and the field for tomorrow. Due to go out of the starting block at 1:38. So they are right on time because they have them well down through the course. Under 17, of course, is just the next level down from the under 17s, can sometimes go just as quick as the under 18s. $6.51. Right, coming down is those under 17 doubles with first 5 to qualify. We can give you out of lane 1 is Ashburton, lane 2 North End. Lane 3 is Wanaka 3, Columba College 3. And then we have Wanaka 2, Ashburton 1, Villa Maria 1, Columba College 2, North End 3, and Marion College out there in lane number 10. I can only see 8, 9 crews. I can see 10 crews. Well done. Doesn't look to be anyone in lane number 9. Timaru going really right out there in one of the outside lanes, Timaru. And then we come right down to the inside. I think the crew out of lane number 2, which is the crew from North End, Piffy Hoare. Oh, this is, yeah. I think this young lady's going to be an up-and-coming rower, Piffy Hoare. I think you'll find that you're going to hear a wee bit more about her as the seasons go by, if not this season, because they are sitting out in front. So Bridget and Taz McIntosh and Bridget MacArthur got these girls firing along good, with helped out by Mike Hill, of course. And of course, Piffy Hoare, if I'm correct, will be the daughter of Charlie Hoare and Belinda Colling. So you've got some tough breeds there. Olivia Olvenshaw is in there with her. And these girls are out in front by a good 4 or 5 lengths in the under 17 double. Now, these 2 girls, I think, are novices as well. I think it's their first year rowing under 17, or maybe their second year rowing. So they've certainly got the power, that's for sure. Then we go right out to the far side and see the dark colours on the far side. That's Marion across the far side. Right in the middle of the course, they're all starting to come up on them. We're looking for 5 to qualify. Timaru's up in a qualifier. There's a tussle going on between Wakatipu and Villa Maria and also Wanaka. Those 3 crews locked together can all qualify if they can. Then we have a we have a Columba College crew down. That's the Columba College number 3. Where's their number 2 crew? That's the crew I can't see. Okay, and then we have the yellow boat down on the inside. That's the crew from Wakatipu. And just back off the pace a little bit, feeling it as the Wanaka number 3 crew. So down towards the buzzer they go, and you'll find it as the North End combination. Piffy and Olivia, they've got the buzzer, and they'll comfortably go through in the first heat of the girls under 17 double. We're looking for 5. Somebody's going to miss out of this bunch here. We've got Timaru. Timaru are going to be sit for second, plus the outside crew. Marion College will be the 3rd qualifier. She's all on in the middle. Wanaka so far. And also Wakatipu. It looks like Villa Maria's the crew that's going to miss out. There's Wakatipu. There's Wanaka. There's Villa Maria. Then we come down to Ashburton 2 down on the inside. In the middle we go Columba College 3 and Wanaka. Right, the second heat, we can give you the time of the mixed double in the second heat, 3:03. That doesn't sound right to me. They can't have gone that quick. First heat, 3:51. Second heat, 3:03. They weren't that quick, so there's something wrong there. This is the second heat, and it's got in lane number 1, Wakatipu number 1, lane 2, Burnside 1, lane 3, Wanaka 1, lane 4, Columba College 1, lane 5, North End 2, lane 6, Wanaka 4, lane 7 is Burnside High School number 2 crew, lane 8 is Otago Girls High School number 1, lane 9 is Ashburton 3, and Rongiruru number 10. Right out the far side, we have Ashburton 3, Rosa and Sanera. They are well in the firing line for qualifying. Then we'll take a look at the rest of the field. There's 3 or 4 of them here too. Somebody's going to miss out. It's down the yellow boat, down the inside, Wakatipu. They've got a chance. They're only about a length away from Wanaka in the middle of the course. Wanaka's bringing with them the white of Burnside. And then sticking their nose in between both those two cruisers, the Burnside crew, it's Wanaka, it's Columba College on the top side of Wanaka. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 have sorted themselves out to go through for the qualifying final. And behind that we go 2 to 2 lengths back. We go to Otago Girls for the look of it. And then right out the far side we go to Rongiruru. So down inside the yellow boys we go. Wanaka move themselves to the front. It's Wanaka combination. Let's see who's in that. Anika and Annie. And they are in front. They're being chased along by Wakatipu. 2 on the right-hand shoulder, Columba College. There's the first 3. And then we go out to the yellow boat, which is Ashburton 3. There's 4. And then the 4th qualifier is going to be Burnside down here in lane number 2. And then we go out to the second Burnside crew. They've fought desperately to try and get onto the back of these as they could qualify over their club mates. And in the middle of the course, the North End number 2 crew, and across the far side, Rongiruru. Oh, there's a couple more in the race too. And it is a second Wanaka crew, and out of lane number 7, which is the Burnside second crew. So we'll immediately go back up and pick up the boys under 17 Coxed 4. We can give you a few times now. We've got 8:01 for the girls under 17 double scull. Perry Hoare and Olivia Ovenshaw. 8:01. They went through in. Right, come back and do it again tomorrow. No heats for the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Out of lane 2 is Timaru 1. Lane 3 Nelson 1. Lane 4 Otago boys. Shirley boys. High school out of lane 5. Otago out of lane 6. Otago boys number 2 crew out of 7. And Dunstan Arm out of lane number 8. They're banging the races down at about 3-minute intervals. It goes to Otago, so that'll be a John McGlashan crew. Hamilton's in it, Burrington, O'Meara, Lowe, and Aiden is in the coxswain seat. Dylan Davis and Millie Devonport are doing the coaching out of John McGlashan this year. And they're inside the yellow boys looking very relaxed indeed, under no pressure whatsoever. And they are just going to cruise through for the first buzzer of the second heat of qualifying. They've brought Otago boys with them, both crews off the Otago Harbour, of course. And then we go down to Timaru. They're in Indian file. It's just like going to the Addington Trots. We go to Nelson from there, so it's about a 2.5 length distance back to second, 2.5 back to third, and about 3 lengths back to Nelson in 4th place. And we're looking for one more qualifier, and it looks like it'll come out of Shirley boys or the second Otago boys crew. And they're coming home pretty quickly, Otago boys and Shirley boys, nothing between them. A nice run on their boat. Look at the body language from Otago boys trying to get up to qualify. And they are locked together. Shirley boys just started to wake up the fact they're going to have to sprint. Otago Boys doing it with sheer power, a bit slower on the hands. They'll go down. Shirley Boys will get the 5th qualifier over Otago Boys, then Dunstan Arm, and that's it. Women's Intermediate Single Sculls, 1 and 2 to the A final, and the next 2 fastest times out of the 4 heats. So there's 4 heats if you're a novice spectator and not going by a day sheet. There'll be 4 heats of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. They'll take 1st and 2nd, so she's cutthroat business. 1st and 2nd through to the final, giving them 8 crews. And then they take the next 2 fastest times out of those 4 heats to give them the 10 crews for the final. And the next 10 fastest times will compete in the B final. So big entries in the intermediate grade, and this was a grade that we're starting to get really stacked up, the intermediate grade now. It's getting very, very competitive. It's a new grade into rowing. It's been in for about 4 years now, 4 or 5 years, maybe 4. And the idea was to give it a grade from ones that have come out of the school that are perhaps not quite up to competing in the club grades, but now it's becoming a very competitive grade. We've got Cure Boating Club, North End 2, Wakatipu 1, Timaru 41, St Margaret's College 1, Avon 4, Union 3, Burnside High School 1, Marion College 4, Keeley Beg for Cure, Tesley Tolson for North End. Wakatipu has got Lucy Clark in it. Timaru, Sahana, Ainsley Oddmans. Ruby Hardache for St Margaret's. Courtney Preble for Avon. Rose Thompson for Union, Charlotte Carey for Burnside, and Anna McEwen coming for Marion. They're well down through the course. They're in the 3rd 500. The old legs will be just starting to shake a little bit now. The Timaru sculler with the gold blades tells us they're out of Roncalli College. That's the crew that's in, no, it's in 3rd. We have to go right down on where the bankside is, right down into lane number 1, which is Cure Boating Club. Keeley from Cure, off the Waimak River, all those kilometres down the river, across the sea waves into the Waimak, up the Waimak. The Waimak's almost as swift as the Clutha River. And it's Cure Boating Club sitting out in front over Timaru, do their training on the little estuary at Timaru. They do a lot of training camps up here on the lake too, of course. We're looking at 2 to go through, and these 2 have sorted themselves out. There's about 3 lengths difference between 1st and 2nd, and then we have to go 3, maybe 4 lengths back to 3, which is Union number 3. So Union number 3 then has got, again, a big gap over the crew out of about lane number 3, which is Wakatipu. Really spread eagle the field. She's done a good job out in front. She's made the field break up. Timaru girl is just coasting. She knows that she's clearly in the 2nd place. She'll know how many crews she has to keep behind her. It's another little information for the novice spectator. The rowers will know when they haven't got coxswains with them and they can't turn their heads right around like the Exorcist. They generally know how many crews they have to keep behind them to qualify, especially in a situation where you only need 2 to go through to the final. That's what's happening here. Cure Boating Club quite clearly 3, 4 lengths out in front over the crew from Timaru, and in turn she's got the same distance back to the Wakatipu sculler. She's going to have to sit back and look at times. The coaches there from Wakatipu, John Alexander, will have the stopwatch out, seeing if they are going to be close to any quick heat. Then we go across the length back to Union, and then we go a couple of lengths back to down on the inside is North End, and then the 3 crews across the far side which is Avon 4, Burnside, Marion College, and there's one crew back off the pace a little bit showing the colours of St Margaret's. That's 96 out of the way of your program, 147 guys. We're well into the middle half of the program. Don't forget, get some food. It's coming up 2 o'clock now, so pop along to the canteen, support the food outfits, get yourself a coffee. Mr. Whippy ice cream. If you haven't had a Mr. Whippy ice cream, you've never lived. So pop along and get a Mr. Whippy's. Steve might put a couple of hundred and thousands on it for you. Second heat of the women's. We'll get a time on that first heat. No, we can't. Right, there's a scratching coming out of lane number 6 by the look of it on the second heat. Otherwise, we've got Wairau, lane 1, Marion and 2, Canterbury 2 and 3, Burnside 2 and 4, Oamaru and 5, Ashburton and 6 is out, Otago Girls in 7, Union 2 and 8, and Avon 2 in lane number 9. And again, we're getting a clear-cut leader. They're just giving us nothing to jump up and down about in the commentary tower. Coming out of lane number 3 in the white is Canterbury 2, Hayley Wheeler. And she is a good 5 lengths, maybe 5 lengths clear of the Union 2 sculler, Ruby Lewis, right on the far side. And then she in turn would be at least 3 lengths clear of the inside Wairau, which is Lexi Poddington for Wairau. And then right in the middle of the course, anyone can get up for second. We have the Burnside sculler. That's Fern Harrison for Burnside. These 4 crews got a big gap between them. This Canterbury sculler is looking very, very sharp. It's the number 2 sculler as well. She'll hit the gold buoys clear of anything else in the field. Then we might have to go right into, we might go Burnside. Maybe Burnside up into second place for qualifying. I tell you what, she's all on between Burnside and Wairau in the down on the inside and right across the far side Union. So keep an eye on those 3 crews. We're going to go into the yellow buoys and see who's going to crank the handles up. We know who the winner will be. Who's going to take the second spot? Union across the far side. You've got to go now, Union. Don't wait for the yellow buoys. It's Burnside, Union, too slow with your hands, then down on the inside. The only one with quick hands is the inside sculler, but I think she's a length back off them as well, so it's now out of Union. She's got a half a length Burnside. She's got a half a length on Union to qualify. Union, too slow with the hands again. Burnside's now quickened it up now. She can see that she's getting close across the far side. And also the Wairau sculler down on the inside's pushing right up against the Union sculler as they come down to the line. Really closing the gap up for qualifying. It's certainly going to go to Burnside. She had to work. Look at the body language. Nothing between the inside and the outside. They'll cross the line. Then we go to Marion College and the yellow boat in the middle's Oamaru. Right across the far side, Avon 2. Into the middle, it's just Otago Girls, I think, in the middle, is it? No, it's Otago Girls. And there should be one other crew somewhere. Can't see it. They must have gone to Lake Hood to race there. Right, your third, the time of the first. We're going. The old timers have gone off blink. The third heat has Cashmere, Cromwell, Waihopai, Otago University, Ashburton 3, Marion College 2, North End, Avon, Wanaka 2. Well down through the course. It's coming out of lane number 4. That's where it is. It's Otago University. Tyler Alexander for Otago University. She's sitting out in front by a length and a half. On her right-hand shoulder is Ashburton 3, Ruby Liverton from Ashburton. And on the left-hand shoulder, she has Waihopai Charlotte Clan from Waihopai. Good to see your rowers here, Russell. It's good to keep them going on the Aridi River. And then right down on the inside, keeping Waihopai genuine, is Cashmere's High School. Eliza from Cashmere High School. There's your first 4 or 5. Then we go another length and a half, maybe 2 lengths back to the 2 in from the outside, which is Marion College and North End. There's not a great deal between them. And then there's a couple of crews well back off the field again. And one of them's Wanaka, and the other one is North End. So coming up to the yellow boys, and Otago University clearly in front. We'll get the distance for you. It's a good 1.5 lengths, maybe 2 lengths on the right-hand shoulder. That's where any action can come from. We're looking at 2 to go through. Ashburton 3 it is. And Ashburton 3's getting real pressure, won't she? Won't know about lanes number 1 down on the inside. There's a real drive coming from the Cashmere sculler. Eliza, she's really putting some pressure on the Ashburton sculler. She knows she has to be up in second place. Don't turn your head around too far. Make sure you're coming up the 100-metre buoy line. We're looking for 2 to qualify. You'll find that the Otago University will get the first qualifier. Is it going to be Cashmere? Either Cashmere or Ashburton in the middle of the course. Cashmere's in front. Cashmere's got the second qualifying position at this, going through the 100-metre buoy line. Ashburton trying to come back with power. Look at the push from Ashburton. She's coming back at her. It's still down the inside. It's Cashmere. She has a look across. She's got to push some big ones in. She's just done that. She's just stepped it up with a hand speed a little bit and gone out to a 1/2 length and got the buzzer. She's got the qualifier. Oh, she'll be pleased with that. Ashburton had it all the way through the course. Great sculling from the university. Then we had Avon. Waihopai sculler. What a good row from her too. North End at the back. Wanaka, number 2 crew. Jess had a good row, and then we're just looking for these 2 that were back off the pace a bit, which was North End and Wanaka. '99, Boss, they're firing them down now. Canterbury, Ashburton 2, scratched out of lane 3. Otago Girls 2. Avonside Girls High School, Wanaka, Marion College 3, Union 1 and Avon 3. This is the 4th and final heat. We can tell you that heat number 2 went through in 9:07. We missed the time of heat number 1. So take Ashburton out of your day sheet here as well. They must be concentrating on something else. She's all on here. We've got the white down the inside of Canterbury. We've already seen Canterbury qualify, and we go to Wanaka in the middle of the course. And Wanaka, oh gosh, nice slow hand speed into the yellow boys. She hasn't quickened it up. She doesn't need to. She's out in front by about 2 lengths over Canterbury. Canterbury getting pressure put on her from the crew in the middle of the course, which is Otago Girls. Otago Girls trying to come through to qualify. You can see the difference in hand speed from the Otago Girls sculler. Going into the gold boys, she quickened her hands up and she's got a nice little run on her boat. She's got a chance of qualifying. Go again, Otago Girls. Canterbury hasn't woken up to the fact that Otago Girls are coming very close at her. She's decided to go now, Canterbury. In the meantime, Wanaka go through the 100-metre buoy line, sitting out in front. She's working hard, the Canterbury girl. And also the Otago Girls. Good row from the Otago Girls. Mike, she's pretty gutsy, that girl. She sprinted from a way back to try and get up to qualifying, and she's just going to have to sit back and look at Mike's stopwatch. So there's the 3. The buzzer's going to go to Wanaka, Canterbury, and then we go Otago Girls, Avonside, It's been a good row for the Avonside girl as well. Right across the far side, that will be the Avon number 3 crew. Just inside her, Union, but back off it, just ahead of Union, is the crew from Marion College, number 3. And there's your field. Oh, my goodness, not giving us any time. 147 races to road today. We're up to 100 now. Boys under 16, Coxed 8, Christ College in 3, St Andrews 2 and 4, Christchurch Boys 2 and 5, Christchurch Boys 1 and 6 alongside each other, St Thomas of Canterbury in 7, and St Andrews number 1 crew in lane number 8. And they're right down on top of us just like that, and it's Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys under the guidance this year of, oh, somebody did tell me and I've forgotten already. So Christchurch Boys, the coaching team at Christchurch Boys have their under 16 Coxed 8s. They will go through this course in about 6:20, I would imagine, somewhere around about there. And they're inside the yellow boys, and they've got clear water of a good length, a length and a half over the white of St Andrews on the top side of them. That's the St Andrews number 1. Look at the distance they've put between the rest of the field. We've got Christ College right beside them, St Andrews 2. We go out to Christchurch Boys number 2. Well, that's St Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch Boys number 2 out the other side. Down towards the line, Christchurch Boys go. Very impressive row indeed. Like I say, they'll go around 6:20, 6:23, somewhere around about the St Andrews number 1 gets the next buzzer. Then St Thomas of Canterbury, Christ College, and alongside them St Andrews number 2 and Christchurch Boys number 2. I do apologise, I have forgotten who's doing the coaching of Christchurch Boys under 16s this year. Can't keep it in the old head anymore. Right, the 4th heat of the girls' intermediate single, Wanaka went through in 8:52. So 1:01, women's novice, Coxed 4. We're looking at 1, 2 and 3, tells us there's 3 heats. That gives us 9, and the next fastest time out of those 3 heats, 4, 5 and 6, and the next 2 fastest times to the B final. First heat up is down past Alcatraz Island, past the first 500, and they are heading towards the 1,000 metre peg. If you are a novice spectator and you want to go for a wee bit of walk, if you're sick of sitting around, take a wee walk up to the 1,000 metre peg and listen to all the calls that go on up there by the coxswains. You are right alongside them. You can almost put your hand out and touch the bows of the boat. You're so close. This is the best course in the world. Take the opportunity of going up there and seeing what it's like going through the 1,000 metre peg, and listen to the coxswains dish out the commands. This is where the coxswains get their own back on the rowers. They really push them hard through that 1,000 metre peg. A lot of moves are made through there. So we have Columba College 3 in lane 2, Nelson in 3, Columba College 1 and 4, Christchurch Girls 2 and 5, Cashmere High School in 6, St Margaret's College in 7, and Nelson in lane number 8. All right, we've got that time now of the boys under 16-8s. They've gone through in 6:28. Through the 1,000 metre pegs they go, and we'll go up to pick up the leader. Oh, we've got a crew out in front again. It's coming out of lane 3, which is Nelson, the colours of Nelson, under the guidance of Maddie Taylor in the coxswain seat, keeping that boat at smack bang in the middle of those boys, so she's doing a good job for Nelson. Always pays to put a good coxswain in with the novices. They can make a good coxswain, can be as good as a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths to a crew if they do the job right and listen to the coxswains. Nelson, too good for this field. They're out by 3, 4 lengths. Oh, maybe not that much, maybe 3, 3.5 lengths. Crew on their left-hand shoulder in the white colours is Columba College number 3. Caitlin's in the Coxed seat there. Coaching panel at Columba College, Matt and, I've forgotten the young lady's name, but man, they do a good job anyway. Then we go right out to one inside. St. Margaret's out on the far side there. They've moved up into third position at this stage. We're looking for 3 to qualify. And then all of a sudden in the middle of the course, the 3 crews, Columba College 1, Christchurch Girls and Cashmere are all locked together in the middle of the course, along with Nelson number 2 on the far side. So in the third 500, almost through the fourth 500, the leaders are anyway. They're inside the last 500. Nelson still sitting back about 2.5, 3 lengths clear of Columba College number 3 crew. Then we go back 4 lengths from Columba College and we go to St. Margaret's. Gosh, that water conditions are absolutely improved. When we thought that that breeze might have got up this afternoon, it has dropped down and the 2 monsters are well locked up on the bottom of the lake. Whoa, something happened to Nelson. Oh, yes, now there's a chance for somebody else to qualify. Nelson's got a gear breakage, or it looks like the oars come out of the gate. We'll take a look all of a sudden, and now we see Columba College cruise up alongside them and put their nose in front. So it's Columba College now. Nelson only using 3 rowers by the look of it. This will be interesting to see if they can hang on. Oh, I don't think they're too far back to challenge. Nelson will still pick up the qualifying position. St. Margaret's College across the far side. This is a great effort from Nelson. Yeah, the oars come out of the gate. That's what the problem is. Nelson, whoa, what a great effort. Kylie Johnson's in charge of this crew. She's obviously drilled them very well, that if you get a gear breakage, you don't give up. You just make sure the rest of them can row the boat through. They're going to qualify second. Columba College will take the buzzer. It might be a different story in the final tomorrow, though. Oh, well done, Nelson. They've gone through and still qualified, so they'll be happy for that. If it was a final, they would miss the gold medal. St. Margaret's will take the third qualifying position, and sitting back and looking for time, it's got to be Columba College's second crew. Or no, I don't think it is. Their second crew. We'll just check on that. 4. Yeah, Columba College's second crew. Cashmere go across now, the outside Nelson 2, and just inside them is Christchurch Girls number 2. So very exciting for the Nelson girls. Most likely thought they were going to miss out altogether, but they done a brilliant job in getting it all together without getting too excited. Women's novice, Cox 4. The first heat went through in 12 minutes 05. That doesn't sound right to me. They're a lot quicker than 12 minutes. There's no headwind. It shouldn't be like that. So the old timer's not going too well. So don't take a great deal of notice of the time. Take a look on your rowet side. It'll be more accurate there. So we've got the women's novice Cox 4 second heat. Again, the 3 to qualify in the next fastest time. Columba College 2's out of lane 2. And then we go from them out to the outside is St. Andrew's College 2, St. Margaret's College 2, Timaru 11, Wairo and number 2 crew, Villa Maria College, Wairo number 1 crew, Christchurch Girls High School. And it's coming from the 3 crew. Oh, they have really sorted themselves out here. The 3 crews on the outside, nothing between the 3 of them. But boy, we've got what we call a country mile back to the rest of them. And that's coming from the crew down the inside Columba College. They're all just rowing for fun, these guys. They'll have to hopefully have another event later on in the day or earlier on that they've qualified for. But they're not going to pick these crews up in front. So the only one chasing is Columba College number 2. And then we go back into the middle. I think it's St. Margaret's number 2 in between them. Oh no, it's Timaru in between them. This is the crews out the back is St. Andrew's 2 and St. Margaret's 2. And then there's a crew right out the back, which could be We'll just see who it could be. It's Villa Maria. So it's the crews sitting out in front on that outside of the course. It's the two Wairo crews and also Christchurch girls. Mike and Sean with the two Wairo crews on the outside of the course. There's not much between those two. This will be seat racing for the coaches. And right on that top side, Christchurch girls, which is under Alice Drummond for Christchurch girls and the novices. And I'm sure Dave Lindstrom will have a hand in that as well. So there's your three qualifiers sitting out there in these beautiful rowing conditions on the lake. It's 2023 South Island Championships here. Starting off at 7:30 in the morning and finishing 5:30 tonight. 147 races. There's just over 1,100 competitors here. And I think there's 53 events. And there's your qualifiers. Your rest are in the second division. There's nothing between the qualifiers. This stage, Christchurch girls hanging on to it, but both Wairo crews are coming very, very hard at them. And I've got it down to a canvas and a canvas. So it's going to be a canvas, a canvas, a canvas. And what would it be like to have two crews from Wairo, number one and number two crew, to be that close beside each other? They'll be fighting each other at training, and the number two crew will want to be called the number one crew, and the number one crew won't want to be called the two crew. So they'll be working hard at their training, the number two crew, to try and beat them next time. It might even become tomorrow in the final. Unfortunately, Columba College 2 will, along with the crews in the middle, St Andrews, St Margaret's, Timaru, and Villa Maria across the far side. Right, the second heat, same qualifications. Wairo is number 3 crews out of 2. Rangiruru is out of 3. St Andrews 4. Invercargill 5. Ashburton 6. Nelson 3 and 7. Avonside Girls High School in lane number 8. We can tell you that the women's novice Coxed 4 from heat number 1 went through in 8:15. That's more like the time. Another boat that's about 3 or 4 lengths sitting out in front. It's the Gold Hats of Rangiruru. So it's Rangiruru out in front over the crew from Ashburton. They've got a good 3 to 4 length lead, maybe 4 lengths, maybe more, 4.5 lengths. And then we're from Ashburton, we go to the crew on the left-hand shoulder of them, which is the crew from Invercargill. Come on, Invercargill, we've got to get you up into that final. They're going along pretty well. Who's got this Invercargill crew? Penny and Frank with this Invercargill crew. I just checked that it is Invercargill. Yeah, it is. Go Invercargill. So it's Rangiruru over the crew from Ashburton. Sticking their nose in between them is Invercargill. There's your 3 qualifiers heading into the Gold Boys. Don't think there's any challenges out there. We have to go another 3 lengths back to Nelson 3. They're up in 4th. Nelson 3 would have 3 lengths advantage over Wairo number 3 crew on the inside. And then in the middle of the course we have the St Andrews crew and Avonside. Don't see them. They must be out. They must be rowing home up the channeling system. Have a stop at Lake Hood for a breather. Rangiruru. Into the 100 metre buoy line they go. Always got well-balanced crews. You could always put a spirit level across the top of their heads. You'll never ever see a rower out of the Rangiruru squad look out of the boat. The coxswain will do the work for them and let them know exactly where they are. And they know very well, the coxswain knows very well there's no crews in front of us, so they'll go down and get the buzzer over Ashburton. All the training up and down Lake Hood for Ashburton. Same distance back to the Invercargill, up and down the Reedy River and across to Nelson. Nothing between Nelson and Walrow. Wairo trying to bridge the gap on Nelson. There's not much between the two of them, maybe only about a foot between the two of them, Nelson. But we've got the 3 qualifiers anyway, so hopefully they'll all have another race later on, and it's now just the number 3 crew for Wairo. Then we're followed up by St Andrews, and across the far side we have the Avonside crew. That's the crew we were looking for. Men's intermediate double sculls, well down through the course. I think we've got the racing down to about 3 minutes, guys. We must be trying to catch up in a little time. Oh, they're only 5 minutes behind time. In fact, they're not. They're right on time. They're banging the races down at 3 minute intervals just about. So watch the sleeper crew right across the far side. That's Oamaru. So here's the field. Wakatipu, Cure, Cashmere, Nelson, Shirley Boys, Ashburton, Union, Wairau, and Oamaru. So it's across the far side. It is the Oamaru crew across the far side, over the crew right down on the inside, which is Wakatipu. They are the 2 in the men's intermediate double sculls. First heat of 3 heats. Race 104 here on the lake. Oamaru are really cranking it up across the far side. They certainly want to have some speed. Look at the hand speed of that Oamaru crew across the far side. They're really cranking it up. I'll get a clock on them for you just to see. Oh, they're on 37. Good work, guys. That's the way to row a boat. Into 100 metres to go at 37 strokes per minute. You wee beauty. And if you're a novice spectator and wanting to know what Millsy's talking about, it's the number of strokes per minute. Of course, obviously, 37 is up there sprinting. And good racing, and these doubles coming down to about 32 strokes, 33 strokes per minute. This will be a good rating for you when you're racing in the middle of your course. So there's your first 2 qualifiers, the inside, the outside, the inside. The third one's going to go to Nelson. Nelson, oh, there's a big push coming on Nelson from Ashburton number 2. Ashburton number 2 taking the 3rd place off Nelson. They just caught a deep one right there, and Ashburton's gone out to a canvas over them. Ashburton's the 3rd qualifier. Nelson will have to look for time. But the good thing is, if you're not going to be in the first 3, you want to be right on the back end of the 3rd place getter. And that's what Nelson's done, but they did catch a bit of deep water, which I think gave them the chance. Pure down the insides, they go across now. Just ahead of them was Cashmere, and just ahead of them was Shirley Boys and Union and the Wairau number 22 crew. Men's intermediate double scull, 2nd heat, Avon 2, Shirley Boys 1, Otago 1, Cure 1, Timaru 41, Wairau 21, Ashburton 1, Oamaru 3, and Wanaka 1. And if you're a novice spectator out there and got a day sheet and you're wanting to know why it's crew 41 in this race, you're going to have to go to the club and ask them, because they do have certain codes when they put their entries in, I believe. Now that sun's coming out, guys, so just be aware that you're having a bit of water. You're wearing a hat if you've got one. Don't tuck it down your trousers. And if you've got some slip, slop and slap, it would pay to put it on. If you're feeling a little dry, don't forget, I think the ladies at the row shop will still have their coffee and muffins going. Steve's got Mr. Whippy up and running. He's got a queue that goes right back to Greymouth. So that's how busy you are, Stu. Steve. The row shop is open, and of course, the canteen is open. So we have Avon 2, Shirley Boys 1, Otago 1, Cure 1, Timaru 41. We've given it to you. Wairau 21, Ashburton 1, Maru 3 and Wanaka 1. Second of 3 heats. The first heat has gone through in 7:21. Second heat as the crew from the yellow boat out there in the middle, which is Ashburton. Gosh, Ashburton are going well at this regatta, and they are well clear. They're going into the Gold Boys well clear of the rest of the field, like about 4 to 5 lengths, and that is second place is a Wanaka on the top side. So Wanaka, or maybe the crew down on the inside. Nothing between Wanaka on the outside and the crew right down the very inside, which is Avon 2. There's your first 3, and they are clearly in qualifying position. The only crew that's going to put any pressure on any of those could come from the centre of the course, which is Wairau. Then we go from Wairau, we go to a couple of lengths back to the crew from Shirley Boys. Then we go in the middle of the course, Timaru, just back from them, Otago. Right out the far side we go to Oamaru. And there's a crew at the back of the field, which I'm trying to identify. It could be Timaru. No, Timaru's there. Must be Cure Boating Club. So down towards the buzzer, they've taken it, Ashburton. That's the Ashburton number 1 crew of Isaac and Tim. Well done. The second qualifier will go to the Wanaka combination of Torben and Anton. And the third qualifier is going down to the Avon combination of Cameron and Jack. Then it's followed up by Wairau. Down the inside, Shirley Boys. The middle of the course is Timaru with the Roncalli blades. Then we go to Otago. Right across the far side, Wanaka. All these crews back in Indian file. Not getting anywhere near the leaders to put any pressure on them, but hopefully we'll have other events to row in. The third heat has North End, Avon, Shirley Boys 3, Wakatipu 2, Waihopai, Ashburton 3, Cure Boating Club 3, Timaru 1 and Oamaru 2. And then the crew sitting out in front and watching it all go. Looks like the colours of the Cure Boating Club. Matthew and Jacob for Cure Boating Club. There's a little no pressure on them whatsoever. On their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Ashburton, number 3. Gosh, those Ashburton crews are going well. It's not an Ashburton crew. It's Waihopai. So Waihopai, so Matt Jenkins, good to see you with your crew here, and it looks like they're going pretty well too in the intermediate double sculls. They're up into qualifying second position. And the third position at this stage as they head down towards the Gold Boys is the crew from Avon, which is Avon number 1, which is Ryan and Charlie. Oh no, that's Benny and Joshua down on the inside. I think they had a very good Canterbury Champs as well. So there's your first 3. There's about 3 lengths separating first and second, and another 3 lengths separating second and third. And from there we have to go right out the very far side to the colours of Oamaru. That's the Oamaru 2 crew, which is Connor and Scott. They're up in 4th, and then from there we go into the middle of the course, which is the crew from Wakatipu. Harry and Harry from Wakatipu. They're putting a little bit of pressure on the Oamaru crew from the very far side. But back to the leaders we go, and it's Cure Boating Club. Clearly out in front, under no pressure whatsoever. Waihopai. Gosh, look how long they get right off the end of the handles. The stroke boy from Waihopai. Gosh, the bow boys really got to dig it in to keep up with him. And they go through. Well done, Waihopai. Then Avon, they're in Indian file, the first 3. They're all qualifiers. Sitting back and look for time is going to be Wakatipu, Oamaru. They're locked together. Both those 2 crews go across that row of boys together. Slight advantage to the Oamaru crew. Up through the middle goes Ashburton. Down the inside we have North End. Across the far side will be a Timaru combination. Then we go to Shirley Boys, and that's the field. The second heat of the men's intermediate double sculls was Ashburton 1 that went through in 7:12. Right, men's premier coxless quadruple sculls. Oh, these guys will rip through the course in about 6 minutes or 6 minutes 18, somewhere around about there, I would think. Wairau composite, and the composite with Barbarians, Christ College and Oamaru. So that's Logan Doherty out for Oamaru, Fergus Johnson from Christ College, Ian Seymour from Barbarians, and Fred Vavasseur for Wairau. Coached by Tom Trappett and Day Dreamer. They should rip. The crew that's there, the Dunstan Arm, Angus Kenny, Harry Wilkinson, Jack Pearson, Henry Clotworthy. We've seen them all out there today, coached by Simon Smith. That's the crew that's sitting out in front. They look as if they're just coasting at this stage, no pressure on them. Then we go across the far side to Avon, nothing between Avon and Canterbury. There'll only be a half a length between those two, but ahead of them and about 2.5 lengths off the leader is that composite crew from Wairau. And then we go back, the only crew that's not in this group in the front is the crew from Avon number 2. Inside the yellow boys goes Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm will go down to the 100-metre buoy line, at least 2.5 lengths clear of the composite crew. And then from there, there's still that tussle going on between Avon and Canterbury, but they are still 1.5 lengths off the second crew, the composite crew. They'll get the buzzer. No crew's under any pressure. They'll come back and do it tomorrow. It's just that Dunstan Arm will get the fastest lane over the composite crew. 3/4 of a length back to Avon 1 and Canterbury right on their shoulder. And then another 2.5 lengths back to the second Avon crew. Gosh, we ripped through those set of races very quickly. We're up to 108 already. Men's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. Again, the elite class at school level. The third heat of the men's intermediate double sculls was won by Q Rao and 7:19. Oh, that's going to be a close final. Dunstan Arm went through in 6:14. So Dunstan Arm went through in 6:14. Gosh, that's a pretty smooth sort of a time too. 6:14. Oh. Right, we've got outer lane number 2. We've got Christchurch Boys 1. Lane 3, Wakatipu 1. Lane 4, Christ College 1. Lane 5, Cashmere High School 1. Lane 6, Shirley Boys High School 1. Burnside High School out of 7 and Otago Boys High School. No second crews. All the number 1 crews from each school and club. They're all schools, they're all colleges, they'll all be Māori Cup contenders, I would imagine. And they're just right at the 1,000-metre peg now. It's right in the middle of the course. It's Cashmere. It's Cashmere that's got the advantage over the rest of them in the under-19s. No close racing there. We then come back down to second in from the outside, Wakatipu. The Wakatipu under-19 squad really swinging into it as they go through the 1,000-metre pegs. Tells me that they're doing a little bit of a move. They want to get a little closer to Cashmere. They're only about 3/4 of a length off them. And then sticking their nose in between the two of them, of course, is the crew from Christ College, but they are a good 2 lengths off these 2 crews out in front. And I'll tell you what, it's really close sitting out in front. I wouldn't like to call it because of the angle that we look through the tower. And Christ College in the white right in between them. And then we go just from Christ College, we go another length and a half back to the right, which is Burnside. Targa Boys another couple of lengths back from there, and then they are locked up with the very inside Christchurch Boys, and there's another crew away back off it there, which must be Shirley Boys. So they head down, and they're just about going through that final 500 metres, and there's nothing between Kashmir or there could even be advantage to Wakatipu. Could even be a slight advantage to Wakatipu over Kashmir. So we'll go Wakatipu by about a half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length at tops. Can they come back, Kashmir? They don't have to. It's a straight race. They'll come back and do it again tomorrow, so there's no need to really crank it up. It depends on what sort of training regime you've had, whether you need the racing or whether you don't need the racing. Wakatipu have said goodbye. I think they've got a clear piece of water. We just saw a move just after the 1,000-metre peg with about 800 to go. You could just see the urgency coming the Wakatipu crew. And they've since then just moved that gap out because it looked like Kashmir went through the 1,000-metre peg in front. And they've moved it out now to a good length and a half lead over the crew, and they're just sitting back and sitting on it now and watching. Oh, Kashmir they're just qualifying. Kashmir are down on about 26 strokes per minute, and they're just cruising. They're only on about 25% power ratio. They're going to let the Christ College crew come up alongside them. They're quite happy, so they obviously think they've done the work. I would have thought you would race it every day in case the wind comes up tomorrow. But here we go. Everybody's got a different idea on it. They just let Christ College come up alongside them, and they're going to let the other crew come through as well. Clive's going to take over now for an hour and a quarter when we have Ian back in the commentary chair. And we got to race 109. So we'll see you all again tomorrow morning, guys. Keep up the good work. Don't forget, pack it in, you pack it out. Don't go at the end of the day and leave any rubbish lying around. If you bring it in, you take it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, just swapping over there. Thanks, Millsy. We're just going to keep an eye on the batteries and make sure we're all okay here. Just picking this up now. This is the women's Premier Double Sculls. It's heat number 1 obviously all progressing. There's only 2 of them in this by the looks of it. Yes, that's the senior. So we've got Otago Uni, Juliet and Phoebe against Avon, Jessica and Michaelia. So as they're coming down here, it's obviously the Otago crew over the Avon crew who'll be going through. They'll both be going through anyway. They're double sculls, and they'll just be working on their time for tomorrow. That's a good nice blowout for them today. Obviously, I hope everyone's having a great day today, and please remember no drinking and driving later. Let's keep everything normal and boring. If you are going to have a drink, then get a lift or get dropped off or whatever. Nowhere's far to walk in Twizel. So the race 110, it's started out, and we're going to pick up who's rowing here. So we've got Canterbury 1, Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Tuke. We've got Cromwell 1, Olivia Pybenger, I've mentioned that name before, and Bella Jolly. Avon 2 is Katie Bell and Eliza Roxburgh Judd. Otago Girls High School is Sophie Orchiston and Maggie Hepburn. Villa Maria College is Keely Finch and Ruby Armstrong. Dunstan Arm 1 is Charlotte Lightfoot and Celia Runge. And Columba College is Millie Scott and Charlie Sinclair. Otago Uni 1 in lane number 9 is Eva Hoffmans and Greta Hawke. So we'll look forward to picking this race up. We can just see the next one is getting lined up there. That'll be race 111, but we're on race 110. And interesting day today in Twizel. It's obviously been a bit of mixed weather. 1 minute that cloud cover comes over and the temperature drops, and then the next sun's beating through and you're thinking about sunblock. I can see a little bit of sunblock going on below me there. Very wise, sir. Yeah, there he is. Yes, sir, seeing you there. Well done. Excellent. Not sure if there's a hint of ginger in you there, but if there is, then definitely. Yes, there is. I thought there was. Well done, sir. Excellent work. So, yeah, don't forget to pop your hats on and pop that sunblock on. So, as we come through here and we're going to the screen and see what I can pick up, we're looking for this women's senior double sculls. The first 5 will go through to the final, and the rest are unfortunately eliminated. So, we've got 2 heats. 2 heats as we look on through here. So the wind has just picked up ever so slightly today, but it's still lovely. It's just very, very gently blowing down slightly across the lake, but I think we'll take that and run every day of the week. It really is looking lovely. So see a group of singles heading their way down. And let's get the binoculars on here and see if I can pick anything up at this early stage. So Dunstan Arms, Charlotte Lightfoot and Celia Runge are definitely in the mix. They're coming through in lane number 7. Outside of them, also going with them, a couple of lanes outside, is the Otago Uni crew of Eva Hoffmans and Greta Hawke. If I pick up down the inside, and it's the Avon crew of Katie Bell and Eliza Roxburgh Judd, who is in the mix as well. And down on the inside lane is the Canterbury 1 crew, Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Tuke, who's also in the mix. So again, it's the first 5 who are going through in this heat. So as we pick this up now, they've gone past the 1,000-metre mark. They're making their way down to the 1,500 metre, which is the start of the poles. The poles down there, and as we can see, Avon are trailing the Dunstan Arm crew, who've got themselves a very comfortable race here, and we have seen that today across a number of races. That there is a definite split in the races, but that can always happen even at this time. Crews are still being formulated and different things are being changed around, and you never quite know what the coach is saying to those crews, if he wants them going hard out in a proper race or if he just wants them to maintain a certain tempo and just see what's happening. As always, obviously you want to qualify, we know that. So there's a nice race developing on the inside between Avon and Canterbury. Cromwell have dropped off there in the out in between them, but way out in front is the Dunstan Arm pairing of Charlotte Lightfoot and Celia Runge, coached by Simon Smith. They've got a comfortable 3 to 4 lengths on the crew outside of them, which is a Targo. Yeah, there they are with the gold hoop and the beautiful light blue colours there of a Targo Uni. And then inside there, that looks like the Columba College crew of Millie Scott and Charlie Sinclair. So as we have it at the moment, the 5 going through, we obviously have the Dunstan Arm crew. They've got a comfortable 3 to 4 length lead over the crew on the outside, Otago Uni, Eva Hoffmans and Greta Hawke. So Charlotte Lightfoot and Celia Runge are bringing it home, 100 metres to go. Over the Otago Uni crew, there's going to be a bit of a battle there for 3rd and 4th. Down on the inside here in lane number 2, we have the Canterbury crew, Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Chook, and they're going to come up into 3rd place over the Columba College crew out in lane 8, which is Millie Scott and Charlie Sinclair. So there's Dunstan Arm, well over 4 or 5 lengths in front. Over on the far side is our crew from Otago in line 9. They're going to go over the line now. Down on the inside come over the Canterbury crew. In 4th place is the, there they are, the 4th place. That's in lane number 8 is the Columba College crew. And then taking 5th is the Avon crew in lane number 4, which is Katie Bell and Eliza Roxburgh Judd. And they are the 5 who are going through to the A final. Well done. Some of the other crews are just coming across. We've got one coming across now, but they're the ones who are in the final. Obviously, the next race is Nelson, 111. Definitely when we played cricket, it was very much a thing of keeping your feet off the ground. I remember when it was 111, because you didn't want a wicket to fall. We've got Timaru, Avon 1, Villa Maria College 1, Otago Girls High School 1, Wakatipu 1, St Andrews College 1, and Nelson 1. And they're coming down here. We're picking them up at the 1500 metre mark. And again, if I've got the timing screens coming through, I'll keep an eye on those times. The don't have the times yet for the last race, but let's see what we've got here. And yet again, we've got a spread field, definitely. Down on the inside, Timaru are having a nice race with Avon. Villa Maria have been dropped a few lengths back. Coming on the inside, we have Otago Girls High School, but they're several lengths back from this Wakatipu crew in the yellow boat. Wakatipu yellow, Olivia Key and Neve Bates. Mentioned Neve in a race earlier on today, and she's been putting in the work. Over on the outside there is the Nelson crew, Madeline Collins and Lucy Munro. So coming down again, it's the first 5 who go through. So there's an element of just protecting your position here. I don't think any of these 5 are going to come under, in fact, they're not going to come under any pressure at all. They'll just be managing this through, and it's probably a little bit of rowing for your position. Over on the back there, I can see Stack. Further back, there'll be the St Andrews crew of Amy Hughes and Ashley White. They'll be hoping to pick up on that Villa Maria College crew, but they're coming down. This is the women's senior double sculls, and as we come down, it's closed up a little at the front, but nothing too much. The lovely gold of Wakatipu, They've got their sun hats on. The sun is indeed popping its head through, and they are going to manage this quite nicely. The other positions have all closed up, with Timaru being put under pressure by Avon, and just inside them is the Otago crew. But we have going over the line, Wakatipu going over the line now. Second place is going to be the crew in lane number 8, which is Nelson. That's Madeline and Lucy. And down on the inside here, Timaru have come through, Paige and Elsie Talbot. Well done, girls. And just outside there is Avon. That's Alia O'Sullivan and Tori Cox. And then our final 5th place goes to Otago Girls High, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson. So well done to all those crews. They're going through. Unfortunately, the St Andrews crew and the Villa Maria crew won't be going through to that final, but there'll be other races for them, with Mardy coming up, I'm sure. The men's club coxless pairs, got heat number 1 in progress. I think they're all going to go through. So, men's club coxless pairs, Wairo 22, Shane Henry and George Lindstrom. Cure Boating Club, Lewis Meets and George Johnson. Omaru 1, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodser. Wairo 21, Zachary Jenkins and Dylan Locke. Canterbury 1, Mark McDermott and Scott McDermott. Nelson 1 is Jackson Taylor and Ethan Steele. Avon 2 is William Henderson and George Higgins. Avon 1 is Jack Bell and John T. Thompson. And Invercargill 1 is Brendan Earls and Ari Renner. And last but not least, in lane number 10 is Otago 11, Jonathan Browning and Sebastian Hattrell. So they're all progressing, so it's probably just more for a little bit of position that they're coming down. The Cure Boating Club down on the inside here. Wairo 22 have dropped off the back. Cure are in a battle with the Avon crew and the Wairau crew. So let's have a look at this. We've got the Lewis and George from Cure, who are in a battle with Wairo, Zachary and Dylan. And then out on that other side is the Avon 2 crew. I'll need to check their number, but I believe that is William Anderson and George Higgins. So they're our 3 leaders as we speak. All of them are going to go through for the final tomorrow. But as always, you want to lay this down if you can, because who knows what the weather will bring. But anyway, let's have a look as they come through. And Cure Boating Club, Lewis Meets and George Johnson have indeed got themselves a nice lead there. They've just got a length and a little bit of clear water, about a boat length of clear water, over the Wairo crew of Zachary Jenkins and Dylan Locke. So Cure Boating Club, Lewis Meets and George Johnson, they're coming down. They're going to take this heat. They'll take the number 1 position. Wairo are going to take 2nd place. And over on the far side there, we've got the Avon crew, and it is in lane number 7, which is Avon 2, William Anderson and George Higgins. They're going to take 3rd place. Down on the back down toward the inside here is the Omaru crew in lane 3, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodser. And then back on the far side there is the other Avon crew in lane 8, Jack Bell and John T. Thompson. So they're our first finishers. Wairo 22 have just finished now. That's Shane Henry and George Lindstrom. And that's the men's club coxless pairs. Let's have a quick look now who's coming through. That looks like it's Nelson coming through now. Yes, it is. And then also we've got in lane number 5, Coming over the line in lane number 5 is the Canterbury pair of Mark McDermott and Scott McDermott. So they'll be pleased with that. Over on the far side there, that looking like Invercargill. Yep. I think they've taken that pretty easy. They're happy to know they're in that final tomorrow. Now we've got a men's under 19 coxless pair. We've got several scratchings in this. So we've only got 3 boats on the water that I can see. And St. Bede's College, Thomas Woodgate and Sam Woodgate. Cashmere High School, Oscar Clatworthy and Sam Cleland. And then also St. Bede's College of Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the pair that had a wonderful row in the men's Prem at the last regatta, and were quite surprising. So there's only 3 crews there. St. Andrews did have a team in there as well, a crew in there as well, but looks like they've been scratched. So it is only the 3 coming down, the men's under 19 coxless pair. And based on the last regatta, probably no surprise that it's the pairing of Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling, coached by Dale Marr. Let's have a look. Yes, just getting those elbows tucked in at the end there, and that twist, and they're quite nicely swinging along. They've got plenty of time to have a look back across, and they can see that they're managing that with no issue at all in lane number 8 there. Just as that sun comes through, and they've got a good 6 to 8 lengths. The second Bede's crew of Thomas Woodgate and Sam Woodgate, I think that must be their 4 that they're prepping. I'm assuming that's their 4 that they're prepping for the for Mardi coming up, but I could be wrong there. I need to talk to Dale. And there is, there is a St. Andrews crew in lane number 6. Well done, St. Andrews. That's Kobe Goody and Cameron Scott. So it actually must have been the Cashmere crew who weren't out. So well done, St. Andrews, coming in 3rd there. Kobe Goody and Cameron Scott. They're just coming over the line now. Probably about a length of clear water. So they'll be looking to make that up tomorrow on that other St. Bede's crew, and well done to all of those crews there. The women's club Coxless 4 is race 114. Just quickly looking who we've got rowing here, and can't see anyone as scratched. No, we've got, just quickly, the time on that last one was 7:03 on that last race for Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling, 7:03. And the second St. Bede's crew were 15 seconds back, and then St. Andrews just a further 8 seconds. So anyway, on this race, the women's club Coxless 4, Cure Boating Club, Alexandra Bidwell, Ella Barnes, Claire McGregor and Lauren Sim. For Canterbury 1, we've got Libby Greaves, Georgia Kello, Hannah Brown, Ash Fleming. And St. Margaret's College, we've got Coco Flood, not Coco Chanel, Coco Flood, Aine Leeson, Belize McQuarrie and Ava Reedman. Avon 2 is Grace Hogan, Beth Dunbar, Brielle Pearson and Emily Lattimore. And last but not least, Avon 1, Sophie Jackson, Brian Moriarty, Claire Martin and Felicity Pye. And they're making their way down, and looking at it here, it is the Avon crew who are leading St. Margaret's. Then we go back to the second Avon crew, and down on the inside we've got Cure, who are just in front of the Canterbury crew. So they're working their way down. They're going past the ladder boats, are going past the 1500. There's always a big crowd around that part just there. Yes, they've gone through there, and they're coming down to the 1750. The Avon crew outside there, just in the red boys, coming down, making their way down. Let's look back across. St. Margaret's have closed up on them a little bit. They've definitely upped the rating there. Well done to St. Margaret's. But let's have a look. Are Avon just managing that gap? I think they are. They're quite comfortable. Cure are still sitting just ahead of that Canterbury crew, and they have both caught up with the second Avon crew. So as we come down now, St. Margaret's continue just to squeeze that gap, but they're not going to have enough time, I think, to pull that back in. But let's have a look. The Avon crew there going through. There's someone with a Michael Jackson pair of gloves on there, which is interesting. Don't normally see rowers wear gloves, but I definitely think I can see a pair there. Unless it's a wrist injury, it could well be a wrist injury. But they're comfortable in lane number 7. The gap has closed, but they've managed it, I think. Over the line they go. That's Avon, lane number 7. St. Margaret's are going to go second. Well done, St. Margaret's. Cure Boating Club, Alexandra Bidwell, Ella Barnes, Claire McGregor and Lauren Sim, they're going to take third. There they go over the line, and then Canterbury coming in fourth with the second Avon crew coming over about now. So that's our women's club coxless 4. And I'll let you know the time when that comes through. So wonderful day here as we're going through. I'm looking forward to being with you for about the next hour. And then obviously Ian's going to pop back in. He was obviously all rock and roll last night. He was obviously massively disappointed to not get the concert with Elton. Probably a personal friend, I don't know. Not in that way, obviously, but a personal friend. Girls under 17, Coxed 4, Heat 1. All progressing, only one heat in this, and then we go to boys under 17 single schools. So the girls under 17, Coxed 4, Christchurch Girls High School, Wairo 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Columba College 1, Villa Maria College 1, Wairo 1, and Rangi Ruru Girls School 1. So they're all on the water. There's a couple of those boats out on the far side who've taken themselves out front, and it is indeed Rangi who have got themselves in front of the Wairo crew. And then there's another race entirely happening down on the inside there, which is actually going to develop quite nicely, and that must be the second Wairo crew with Christchurch Girls High School and Columba College, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Wairo with Christchurch Girls High School 1 and 2. So they're making a second race of it all just there. They all progress through to tomorrow's final. So we do see a lot of these races on these kind of days are very much bread and butter races. There's a lot of different things going on with obviously whether coaches are telling them to push, whether it's full out, hard out racing, or they're just getting a steady row coming down, making sure they manage their position, particularly if they need to, if there's no need to qualify. So coming down as they are now, the Rangiruru Girls School crew of Sophie Payne, Millie Gallagher, Lucy Vance, Georgie Bethel, and Annabelle Wynne Williams, not only coxing but obviously offering legal advice as well. Sure, she's available, or maybe her parents are available to offer that legal advice. And they have got a good boat and a half, two boat lengths clear on the Wairo crew. Wairo 1, which is Miller van Rensburg, Brooke Harper, Sophie Sagers, Grace Straker, and obviously coxed by Grace McKendry. So as they come down now, they're in the yellow boys. As I said, there is a second race developing, but it's the Christchurch Girls crew in lane number 2 who have got the lead over the other Christchurch Girls crew and the Wairau 2 crew. So coming down as we are now, it's the yellow caps of Rangiruru in that wonderful yellow, white and blue boat in lane number 8. I can see the coxswain talking away to them there. Appears to be like conducting an orchestra. And they're coming down. They're about to go over the line now, and they've got 2 boat lengths over the Wairo crew, who are, lane number 7. And now we come down lane number 2. Christchurch Girls, lane 2, are going to take 3rd place. And the second Christchurch Girls High School crew have got their noses in front on the other Wairo crew. As they come down, they're going to hold them off. Looking back down the field, let's see if I can pick up there. That's Columba College in lane number 5. They've got about 100 metres to go. And then we have Villa Maria College, who are a few lengths further back. So there's Columba College over the line with just now Villa Maria to cross over the line. We're into the single sculls here, race number 116, boys under 17. There's 3 heats. Race number 116, we've got Wanaka, Sam Edmund, Cromwell, Harrison Mills, Christ College, Max Topham, Twizel, Ralph Henderson, Otago 1, Matthew O'Meara, Otago Boys High, Cameron McFarlane, Shirley Boys High, Ollie Eden, Otago Boys High 3, Harrison Theode, Timaru 1 is Ben Allen, and St Thomas of Canterbury is Michael Zhang. So again, when you've got the 3 heats, it's tomorrow's final that'll make some great racing, because it'll bring them all together. You never quite know the times in these, but from looking at this, there's 2 boats are out front, and it is the Ben Allen from Timaru. Who is just in front of Otago Boys High, Harrison Theode. Now I know Ben is booked in for a haircut next week, I can tell you that. I was talking to his coach, obviously looking for any advantage that they can get as the season comes to the end, and definitely there is suggestions that weighty mop of hair needs to be trimmed to just obviously aid some of that streamlining that can definitely benefit as we get through to the Mardi period. But that's some wonderful rowing there from this young rower from Timaru, Ben Allen. Well done, Ben. And also just back there, so Harrison. So Harrison from Otago. That's our 1 and 2. Let's pick up the 3rd rower there, and it looks like it's in lane number 5. Again from Otago, Matthew O'Meara. And then we've really got 4 rowers across at the back there. Let's have a look. That's Twizel, Otago, Shirley. Yes, Shirley and St Thomas of Canterbury. But as we come down, it's closed up a little bit here, but it's still Timaru's Ben Allen. Who has got this under control. Otago Boys High, Harrison Theode. He's closing up, he's getting his work rate in, but Ben is managing that really quite nicely. He's going to be going through to pond. He has a look across, going nice and long and just keeping that distance. From lane number 9, Ben Allen from Timaru is going to take the win. Second place will be Otago Boys High, lane number 8. Yes, he's going to take second. Third place is indeed going to come down to lane 5 for Otago 1. That's Matthew O'Meara. He's probably about 5 lengths back. So he's going to take, there's our 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, lane 5, there's 3, there's 2, and over the line he goes. Now, there is next fastest finisher, but both these other rowers are a little bit back. That's St Thomas of Canterbury, which is Michael Zhang. In fact, he's just lost his place to the rower down here from Twizel, lane number 4, Ralph Henderson. He was a couple of lengths back, and he's nicked that spot off him, so he'll be hoping for a next fastest time. Anyway, that's the first heat of the boys under 17 single sculls. Well done to Ben. Lovely rowing there. Next heat, heat number 2, Timaru, Josh Bartlett, Otago Boys High, Jack Scott, Cromwell 2, Tane Borthwick, Otago Boys High, Jed Tisdale, Wanaka 1, Philip Massey, Timaru 31, Blake Parker, St. Bede's College, Harrison Staples, Otago 2, Angus Lowe, Shirley Boys High School, Flynn Hutchison Ray, and Kashmir High School, Jimmy Middleditch. So I know, I remember seeing Jimmy race at the last regatta, and I thought he had a good race there. And there's a couple of the names that I recognise here. There's the Timaru rower of Blake Parker, who I think they had a good regatta at the last regatta. There's no doubt at all about that. The small Timaru boys crew. I think there's about 15 of them. Don't hold me to that, but I believe there's about a smaller crew of about 15. So they've done very well and really punching above their weight. So well done to them. Yeah, we've got some nice rowing here. Keep a lookout for the Kashmir rower of Jimmy Middleditch, coached by Matt Allen and Joe Young. They'll be pleased with that. It's sometimes harder in one of those outside lanes just to keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. We can see that coming down through the middle is the Timaru rower, Blake Parker. Down on the inside, though, coming into the mix, is the second Timaru rower, Josh Bartlett. So Josh Bartlett, and again, it's the first 3, and there's 4 of them in this now. Josh down in lane 1 is absolutely in the mix, as is the second Timaru rower, Blake Parker. Also in the mix there we have, in lane number 8, if I'm not mistaken, is Angus Lowe. But out front is Jimmy Middleditch. Jimmy has got it. It's all his. He's just got to keep it together. He's out there in lane 10, and he will enjoy being in one of the middle lanes tomorrow. So Jimmy Middleditch is bringing it through. Down on the inside here, Timaru, Josh Bartlett, is closing it up. They're making a race of it. Also, the rower in lane 8. Lane 8's Angus Lowe. Angus Lowe is having a good battle there, but he's just dropped away. Down on the inside here, Timaru's Josh Bartlett is going to come through and take second. Jimmy's going to hold on just, I think. Definitely big finish from lane 1, Josh Bartlett. He's going to take second. So Jimmy takes third, Josh takes second, and then Parker in lane 6. Blake Parker takes third, and I tell you what, that was a lovely finish there as well from the lane 8 rower, which is Otago, Angus Lowe. He should be looking good for a next fastest loser, because that's a good finish there. Number of boats coming over the line now. Well done to all of them. They'll be going through to a B final, 4, 5 and 6. So next heat, the boys under 17 single sculls. This is the last heat. And we've got St Andrew's College, Benjamin Bolton, Shirley Boys High School, Hamish McIntosh, Otago through, Oliver Hamilton, Waihopai 1, Ryan Smith, Timaru 2, Peo O'Sullivan, Christchurch Boys High School, Matthew Dennis, North End 1, Charlie Melville, Wakatipu 1, Keegan Green, Twizel 2, Luca Mains Upson, and Ashburton 1, Isaac Carr. So I can see the 8s making their way down. That looks like a St Bede's 8, if I'm not mistaken, heading down there. Let's have a quick look. Yes, certainly does. Anyway, we'll pick this race up and wait for them to come on through to finalise the 10 boats in the boys under 17 single sculls. Well, driving down yesterday, it was pretty windy. I don't know if many other people were on the road late afternoon, late early evening yesterday, but there was a big wind coming through, and I was slightly concerned. But the forecast is true to its word, and although the breeze has picked up slightly, it's nothing but a gentle zephyr, and yeah, the water's looking lovely now. Some of that dark, heavy cloud has fallen away, and we're definitely seeing quite a bit of blue, beautiful blue sky there. So Lake Ruataniwha looking wonderful, as always. I was just actually reading a little something downstairs about Max Smith, and a very quick summary of his time down here and building this international rowing lake before he got well and truly told off for it, and then obviously went off. And it was interesting that it was a project that was not only on time, in fact slightly ahead of time, but it was also under budget. Do you remember those times when projects were on budget or even under budget? And certainly no one seems to deliver those anymore. Well, not for governments anyway. And we can certainly see that he did some great work. I didn't know, however, that he went off and was a winemaker. So there you go. You learn something new every day if you take your time to read a few things. Max Smith, winemaker. Didn't know that. Knew he was an engineer, but not a winemaker. So I must be looking out for some of his wines in the future. I'm sure they're still around. Anyway, looking at this here, we've got a nice spread again developing. We've got Wakatipu in the mix here, Timaru, as I shouldn't be surprised, Peo O'Sullivan in the mix, along with Keegan Green from Wakatipu. I'm just wanting to confirm who that next rower is. Down on the inside for Otago, I'm going to call it as Oliver Hamilton. Yes, that's just a bit, because down on the inside, Benjamin Bolton for St Andrews College and Shirley Boys High School, Hamish McIntosh have just dropped back off the pace there. And it is indeed Otago's Oliver Hamilton, coached by Dylan Davis and Millie Davenport. He's sitting in third place at the moment. And again, remember, it's the first three who go through into the A final. So it is Timaru's Peo O'Sullivan. And for those of you of a certain age, will remember the Hair Bear Bunch, and a cartoon that obviously was imported from Barbara, was it? Yeah, I think it was. And it was a great program. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Blue, blue. Yes, he's definitely got the hair of a Hair Bear Bunch. That's Peo. He'll need to go and do some Googling on that to make sure that my reference to him is fair and reasonable. And obviously we are upheld by journalism standards here, and I think that I'll be able to defend that vigorously in court if needed. So Peo, well done. He's leading the field down in lane 5. Fantastic work. Timaru 2, Peo O'Sullivan. He's got about a length of clear water over the Otago rower Oliver Hamilton. In lane number 3, he looks across and checks out the Wakatipu rower Keegan Green to just ensure that he's coming through in the first 3. So as they get down to about 50 metres to go, it's Timaru's Peo O'Sullivan, less than a length of clear water, but managing it very nicely. He's coming through. Otago 3, Oliver Hamilton, is going to come in through to second, just dropping off the pace slightly, but still managing it well. In lane number 8 is Wakatipu 1, Keegan Green. So there we go. That's Peo over the line. That is Oliver over the line. That's our 1 and 2. Number 3 is going to be Wakatipu, Keegan Green. Let's see who comes over fourth now. We look in lane number 6. That's Christchurch Boys High School, Matthew Dennis. Well done, Matthew. He goes over the line. And then fifth, over on the far side there, that's looking lane 9 is Twisel's Luca Mains Upson. Well done, Luca. And then down here, yes, that's lane 1 for St Andrews College, Benjamin Bolton. So he's going to make through to that B final as well. Well done. And those A and B finals are fantastic. Really are. I think it's great for those single schools. Well done, everyone. There's a couple of boats just left to finish now, but pretty much everyone is over. Just one coming over the line, which is North End's Charlie Melville. Well done, Charlie. Lane number 7. Lane number 7. Right, girls under 15, Coxed 8. Always a big race in the under 15 Coxed 8s. We've got St Andrews College 1, Nelson 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, St Margaret College 1, and Rangi Ruru Girls School 1. So for St Andrews College, we've got Xanthi, Alana, Chloe, Charlie, Charlotte, Emily, Chloe, Slayer, and Sailor, and Thomas Ormsby. Coxing, there's a great motorbike racer, by the way, Ormsby, Kiwi. For Nelson, we've got Zoe, Margot, Aurea, Isla, Francesca, Greer, Juno, Kira, and Maddie Taylor Coxing. Christchurch Girls High School, we've got Molly, Charlotte, Emerson, Laura, Paige, Cassidy, Katie, Lily, Poppy Glavin is actually Coxing there. St Margaret's College, Phoebe, Leona, Lucy, Jaslyn, Anna, Tilly, Charlotte, Anna, and Ashley Tacken is Coxing. And for Rangi Ruru Girls School, Sophia, Lily, Amelia, Tyler, Talua, Harriet, Georgie, Alice, and Liv Barnett is Coxing. So, picking them up, they've gone past 1,000. And it is the yellow caps. The yellow caps of Rangi. I've got a lead on the St Margaret's crew. Looking back down the field, we can see that St Andrews have dropped away from the Nelson crew. Nelson crew, they've got themselves, and they in turn are back from the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Then we come up to St Margaret's, and then we have Rangi Ruru. So they'll all progress through to the final, race 119. Just picking them up, coming through the 1,500 metres now, and I can see that Rangi have got about a half a boat length of clear water over that St Margaret's crew. So St Margaret's will be wanting just try and reel that back in so they don't give them any clear water there for tomorrow's race. And we can see Nelson going through there, and then St Andrews College coming through. But as we hit down into the yellow boys, they're about to hit them, just the last of the red boys. The yellow, white and blue boat from Rangi is making its way down in lane number 7. They can look back. The coxswain's got a, yes, look over the shoulder there, a good quick look just to make sure, and they've actually maintained that gap, if not slightly increased it. But St Margaret's will be aware that maybe they can have a better start tomorrow and just not let them get away. You can't let these Rangi crews get away, because if they do, they just don't let you back in the race. But they've got a good 2-3 lengths over the Christchurch Girls crew in lane number 5. So likewise, they'll be pleased with that. Then we come back to Nelson. Then we come back to St Andrews College. Just going over the line now. There they go. That is the Rangi crew. Carrying all the way through to the end there, St Margaret's. They'll be interested to know their time. St Margaret's get up a second place there. Third place is going to be the Christchurch Girls High School crew, are coming through third. Nelson will pick up fourth, and then St Andrews College will finish fifth there. But they all get to come back tomorrow and do that again, and obviously work on improving their times and getting themselves ready for the for the next big events that are coming through. Obviously, we've got South Island Schools, and then I'm sure a lot of these crews will be looking forward to heading up to the North Island, and all the coaches will be making some tough decisions. As we know, it's a difficult time for these rowers. There's a lot of emotions going through, and we all need to support them as best we can, and obviously to support our coaching teams as well. So, women's intermediate double sculls. We've got a few heats here. Let me just make sure I've got this right. 1, 2, 3, 4 heats. Women intermediate double sculls. So for Nelson, we've got Sarah Schofield and Maddie Ryland. Wanaka, Abby Pedersen and Chloe Murray. North End 2, Esther Whiteside and Perry Hall. Avon 4, Jessica Wedlake and Rochelle Fernandez. Union 1, Rose Thompson and Ella McNabb. Cromwell 2, Liani Jones and Tori Sargentson. Ashburton 2, Ruby Leverton and Isla Connolly White. Burnside High School, Emily Cadenhead and Charlotte Carey. Marion College 3, Millie Blythe and Tessa Jameson Timo. And last but not least, for Invercargill 1, we've got Ruby Watkinson and Kate Tahir. Tare, I think it might be. Tare. Apologies, Kate, if I've got pronounced that wrong. Anyway, the lake's looking wonderful. No monsters coming out of it today, which is good. Okay, looking over on the far side. Down on the inside, lane number 3 is North End, Esther and Perry. They are in the mix with the... Who's that crew out on the far side there? Let's have a look at that. I think it's Marion College. Marion College pairing of Millie Blythe and Tessa Jemison Timo. They're in second place. It is North End, Esther and Perry who've got the lead. North End have got the lead. Burnside are sitting in third, and then just backing fourth is Ash Burton, Ruby and Isla. Burnside, Emily and Charlotte. It is only the first 2 who progress here, so you've really got to be on your game for these heats, and then you've got to be hoping for a fast time. So they need a big finish here, Burnside. They need a big finish indeed. But down the inside here, it is the North End crew of Esther Whiteside and Paddy Hall, coached by Bridget MacArthur and Jas McIntosh, who have got the lead here. Not much of a lead, but they've got about a boat length on that crew out on the far side there in lane number 9, Millie Blythe and Tessa Jemison Timo. They are sitting a comfortable second. They've got 2 lengths, 3 lengths over the Burnside crew and then Ashburton. And just back from them is, in the middle there, is Cromwell. And then just back from Cromwell we have the Union crew, Union. The other crews in the field down on the inside there. Yep, Nelson have dropped back, as have the Avon or Wanaka crew. It might be Avon crew, sorry, Avon crew. And over on that far side, there's an Invercargill crew. So they're going to drop out of it. But as we come down to the end here, and it is indeed, it's on this lane number 3. It's the North End crew of Esther and Perry who are going to take the win. They've got 2 boat lengths over that crew out on the far side there. Marion College, well done Marion. Well done there. Great to see their rowing program start to get some success. And that's in lane number 9. That's Millie and Tessa. So over the line, there they go. That's North End. They're going to take first, and a big high five there and a shake of the hands. They're pretty happy. There's some supporters coming down to give them a shout. Well done, Marion. That's a good result from Marion. They're going to take second. Well done. There they go. Third place is going to go to Burnside. They've had a big finish. They're going to take third. Ashburton are coming in fourth. And fifth, there's going to go right down to the wire. It is Cromwell, who are trying to hold off a late charging Union crew. So can Liani and Tori, can they hold them off? Yes, they have. They've held them off. Well done. That's all about A and B finals and possibly next fastest losers. So that's heat number 1 out the way. Heat number 2, Wanaka, Katie Ritchie and Lola Ritchie. Canterbury 1 is Kate Stretton and Hayley Wheeler. Waihopai 1 is Emma Wills and Yasmin McLean. Avon 2 is Alexandra Beale and Olivia Norton. Otago Girls High School, Monica Idia and Emma Small. North End 1 is Liesel Tolson and Sienna Hoare. Wakatipu, Grace Cunneth and Emma Andrew. Cromwell 3 is Rebecca Thompson and Amelia Dickey. Avonside Girls High School is Ruby Keane and Chloe Sykes. And last but not least, Otago Uni 1 is Manaya Butler and Hannah Matahari. Okay, I'll be looking down on the lane number 2 here. We've got lane number 2 for Canterbury. That's Kate Stretton and Hayley Wheeler. They are in second place to the crew right on the far side there. Otago Unis, Manaya Butler and Hannah Matahari. So it is Otago Uni who've got the lead here. And second place is a battle between this lane number 2 crew. And in the middle there, let's have a look at that yellow boat. It's Wakatipu lane 7. Wakatipu lane 7, Grace Cunneth and Emma Andrew. So they are going to battle out for this second automatic qualifying position. Definitely we can say our lead boat over on the far side in lane number 10 is the Otago Uni crew of Manaya and Hannah. They're comfortably going through. They've got 4 lengths of clear water. They're not letting them back in at all, and they're not letting that gap close down. It is the Canterbury crew who've got their noses in front by about half a boat length in lane number 2 over lane number 7. Lane number 2, Canterbury, Kate and Hayley. They are going to take it. They've got a good, comfortable second position there. So in third is going to be the, if we look at the moment, make sure in lane number 7, yes. Lane 7 is Wakatipu. Over the line for lane 1 is, lane 10 is Otago Uni. Second place, lane 2, Kate and Hayley. They're going to take second, our automatic qualifiers. Getting over the line as quick as they can, that's the Wakatipu crew, Grace and Emma. Fourth is going to be, in the middle of the field, it's North End lane 6. Liesel and Sienna, they get fourth. Whew. That all changed around and closed up a little bit there. That's heat 2 gone. This is race 122. It's well underway. They've gone past the 1,000-metre mark, and this is heat 3. Oamaru 1 is Chloe Southard and Atalanta McDowell Williams. Timaru, Scout Fiske and Sahana Ainsley Oudsmans. Avonside Girls High School, Anika Johnston and Sarah Webley. Ashburton have been scratched. Wanaka 1, Anika Massey and Annie Wells. Marion College 1, Anna McEwen and Harriet Malia. Avon 3, Lauren Izzett and Lucy Ray. Cromwell 1 is Hannah Dicey and Kaylee Butler. And Kashmir High School, Thea Murdy and Eliza Omega. So come on, Kashmir. Thea Murdy. Let's see where she is in the field. They're over on that far side there. And it's down, Timaru down in lane number 2, who are holding second place. But leading is the Wanaka crew, Anika Massey and Annie Wells. They've got the lead position, so we're looking for a big finish here from Kashmir out on the far side. battling against this Timaru crew, Scout and Sahana. Getting themselves through to the A final. The time on the last heat was 8:11, was the winning time, 8:11, and then 11 seconds back. The heat before that was 8:19. Otago Uni was 8:19. That was Mania and Hannah Matahari, 8:19. The heat before that was 8:11. So, coming down now, well into the yellow boys. Lane number 5, the Wanaka crew, Anika Massey and Annie Wells, coached by Matt Rickard, have got a less than a length. They've got a little bit of clear water, but it's definitely closed up to this Timaru crew down on the inside, Scout and Sahana. So that's our 1 and 2. Kashmir has suddenly dropped away there. They're still gonna get third, but they've dropped off the pace there. They've definitely fallen away there. Let's have a look at them. Yeah, there's a look over the shoulder there, and they know they've gone away. There's our leaders and winners. Wanaka have gone through, and then Timaru go through, so they'll be pleased with that. There's 1 and 2. Kashmir need to just put on a big finish. They need to up that rating if they can, just to get themselves there, because we want to look for those times. I'll try and keep an eye out for that time as well. I'll keep that card just there to remind me. Meanwhile, Heat 4 has started already. So the last race was 8:19. The one before that was 8:11 winning time. Wanaka 4, Izzy Edmund and Isabella Noble Kirkbride. Dunstanarm is Faishi Died and Nina O'Doherty. Marion College is Sophie Connor and Olivia Toomey. Cromwell 4 is Melia Spriggs and Millie Botchell Hunter. Wairo 1 is Harriet McLaughlin and Charlotte Thomas. Avon 1 is Julia Middleditch and Molly Judson. Nelson 1 is Charlie Murphin and Casey Immer. And Timaru 11 is Georgina Butler and Charlotte Connolly. And Wakatipu 2 is Cameron Bates and Anika Arlott. So, we've got some safety boats heading out. I'll be back with you in a second. Just hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a little bit of a change in the running order. I think that they're going to run some Masters races early, and then that'll just give them some time to get the the Novice 8s in the blocks. So there will be a change in the order, and I see it's the men's Novice 8 coming up at 1:24. So they're probably just going to drop behind the mixed Masters running from 1,000 metres. I see what's going to happen. Thank you for the information. So coming down now, let's pick this race back up again. It's the women's intermediate double sculls. Down on the inside lane is the Dunstanarm crew of Faishi and Nia, and they are bringing this field home by a good few lengths. Second place is the Avon crew. The Avon crew of Julia Middleditch and Molly Judson. But there's no doubt at all that the Dunstanarm crew are going to take this heat. The last heat, by the way, was 8:16. So pretty much in the middle of the quick heat, 8:11. And then we've had 8:11, 8:19 and 8:16 with... the third, Thea and Eliza were 17 seconds back off that. So coming down now is the Dunstanarm crew in lane number 2. The Dunstanarm crew in lane 2. They're going to take the win. They'll go through to the final. And they've got 5-6 lengths. So that's... and they're really... It's not a massive rating, but they're just getting good power in there. Well done. Then we come through, let's just confirm this Avon crew. Avon crew in lane number 6 is Julia Middleditch and Molly Judson. They've got a comfortable second. They're about 2 boat lengths over the Nelson crew of Charlie Murphin and Casey Emma, coached by Tim Babbage. So well done. There's our first 2 over the line, and there's our 3rd going over the line. Let's see who's going to come in 4th. There's a fast finishing Marion crew there in lane 4, but I don't think they're going to catch the crew in lane 8, which is Timaru. Yep, Timaru have gone over the line. Over on the far side, lane 9, Wakatipu. Excellent work. That is our 4 heats for the women's intermediate double sculls. And I'll just keep that sheet there because I want to watch the time for that one as well. We know the last heat was 8:16 for the winners. Let's see what comes through next. So the men's novice Coxed 8, as we know, has been pushed back. So I'll just move that one to the side. I think we're going to the mixed masters coxless quadruple sculls. 1 heat, they're all going to progress. Just put that one there. So we've got Union 1, Union 2, Avon 1, Union Composite 4, Avon 3, and Union Composite 5. Now, if I'm not mistaken, because I was down there earlier today, they tended to do a little bit of a staggered start. So I think it was age-based. I know Ian was explaining it to me the other week. So they're all underway, and they pretty much seem to have started together. Maybe there was a little bit of a staggered start there, a little bit of handicapping, as it were, as I see some quads making their way down. There's the yellow gold of Oamaru there, and the white of Columba College making it down with just a hint of green there. Otago going down. So as we pick this race up, let's have a look at these crews. Quite a few of them come to rowing late, maybe when they've had some involvement with the school programs. Yes, there's definitely been a staggered start. Over on the far side there, we have a Union Composite crew who are battling Union 3. I should be looking at this and seeing if Ian is putting his body through the mill again after the exertions of last night at the concert. So, this Masters race, out on the far side is a composite crew. There's a mixture of uniform, a mixture of ages, a mixture of sexes. But they've taken that staggered start and they've really not let anyone else back in the race. That's the Union Composite crew. They're going to take the win. Second place is going to be the Union crew. Yep, there's Union. Let's see if I can see. There's an eclectic mix of caps there. Somebody seems to have a David Gower hat from the 1980s. Lovely, fluent left-handed batsman, though. Did enjoy the odd jaunt in a biplane as well overhead, so I know he got into trouble with that. But well done to all of these rowers coming through. There's our winners going over the line. Union will take second. Avon are coming down and holding on to third at the moment. They're being pressured a little bit by this lane 3 crew from Union as well, but I think they're just about going to hold on. They've got a big finish, Union, but they've just left it too late. then Union go over the line, then there's another Avon crew coming over, and last but not least we see another Union crew making their way, having a lovely excuse for maybe a pint at the top hut later on, who knows. Now I'm pretty sure we're going to go back here to the men's novice Coxed 8. Certainly looks that way. Time for the binoculars. Ah, yes, there it is. They've got them all sorted. Probably a little bit like herding cats, I'm assuming. And it is indeed like herding cats. In fact, this has confirmed that Ian wasn't in that race. If he was, he's made a very quick change. So I will try and give you the time of that last race. And that last race was 8:05. Ooh, that Dunstan Arm crew were absolutely flying. Watch them tomorrow. 8:05. That's a quick time. Well done. Anyway, we've got the men's novice Coxed 8 coming through. Race 124. So we're just going back to race 124. We've got Christchurch Boys High School, Cromwell 1, Nelson 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Christchurch Boys High School 3, and Otago Boys High 1, St Andrews College 1, and St Bede's College 1. So great to see all these crews out there on the water. I'm sure it's absolutely fantastic for all those parents new to rowing. And if you are new to rowing, it's obviously welcome. We hope you love it. It is a case of getting involved with your schools and with your crews, because many hands make light work, and you can help out in all kinds of different ways. And just make sure you do, because you'll get more out of rowing than it will take from you. There's no doubt at all about that. It is absolutely wonderful. And well done. We can see here the St Bede's crew out in lane 9 have got a good lead, but St Andrews College will be pleased with that as well. That's lane 7, if I'm not mistaken. Lane 8, sorry. Lane 8. So it's St Bede's, coached by, obviously, Scott Rogers here. Remember Scott from many years ago. Hope you're well, Scott. Lane 9, look at those lads going along. Well done. Coxon takes a look back over the shoulder. He can see he's got 2 good lengths of clear water. But St Andrews College will be pleased with that. And the coxswain there, Katie Steele, is chatting away. And she'll be looking to manage that they don't let the pink caps from Christchurch Boys High School, Christchurch Boys High there, they put a big piece on to get away from that Christ College crew. Sorry, the Otago crew. There they go. That's St Bede's over the line. Well done. St Andrews are holding on to second. Yes, they've got second. They go over the line. Now they're there. And then Christchurch Boys in lane 5. Boys High School, they go over the line. 2.5 lengths back is the Otago crew in lane 7. Otago are going to come over the line. They're all going to progress to the final tomorrow, but it'll be about beating times and closing gaps. Then there's a second Christchurch Boys crew coming over the line down on the inside here. And then we come back to Cromwell. And then we actually have the third Christchurch Boys crew. So 3 crews there from this Christchurch Boys High School, which is fantastic. Well done to all the rowing team there to get those all involved. Well done. And then we've got Nelson coming back down the line. And I think I'm going to hand over shortly. One more race. I've got one more race apparently. One more race and then I'll leave you for the day. So obviously thank you very much. I hope you've had a great day. Please remember to pack everything out and take all your rubbish with you. We really hope you've had a great day. Obviously drive safe, take your time, no drinking and driving, all those normal messages that we need to put over. Yeah, have a great day. But let me bring you through on this last race for me today, race number 126. And there's 2 heats of this, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 2 heats. The boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. Heat number 1. Number 1 to 5 will progress to the final. The rest are eliminated to fight another day. We've got Wairo 22, Burnside High School 1, St Thomas of Canterbury, go St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Timaru 30, Otago Boys High 3, Nelson 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Otago 1, and Twizel 1. So just looking down here, actually I need to get Ian to look at my stopwatch because I can't get the thing to, where's it gone? Oh no, you couldn't help me 2 weeks ago, could you either? Useless. No, I need to get it back into the shop because it's definitely stopped working. But anyway, Ashburton over on the far side, Twizel over on the far side there. Twizel are having a good race with the Shirley Boys High crew, and in between them there is Otago 1. So well done. Good racing here, Twizel. We see if anyone's sneaking up on the inside. Down on the inside here, it's Wairo 22 who are having a nice battle with Burnside High School. They are a few lengths back. Up from them in the middle of the course is Timaru. Timaru 30 are in the middle there, but it's the three boats out on the far side. Shirley Boys High School, Otago and Twizel, who are leading the charge home. It is the first 5 going through here, so it's all to play for. Those first 3 are pretty comfortable there, and then it's down on the inside. It's the crew from Burnside who really need to try and get up with that Timaru crew, and then outside of that Timaru crew is the Nelson crew, who are putting themselves in a position of making the final. But as we come down just into the end of the red boys, and it's the green with the black hoop of Twizel, Kelvin will be down there somewhere looking across. Those boys need to get their eyes in the boat and not be looking across, because they've got the gap. They just need to concentrate on the work. And as they come down now, I tell you what, there's been a very nice move from the Shirley Boys crew in lane number 8. Lane number 8, Shirley Boys High School, have got into second position. They've gone away from the Otago crew, and they're even starting to think about putting Twizel under pressure, which wouldn't have thought of 200, 300 metres ago, but that's what's happening. We're going to stick with these first 3 before we come down and look at who's going to get 4th and 5th. Definitely the second Wairo crew are in the mix, as are Burnside, as are Timaru. So as we come down to the end, Twizel are going to take it. Twizel are going to take the win, which is great for Kelvin. He'll be pleased. Well done, Twizel. Second is going to be Shirley Boys High School. Otago are going to take third. There's 1 over the line. There's 2 over the line. And there's our third place, Otago, over the line. Now, big finish down the bottom here. Wairo, inside lane. They're going to take 4th. They want 4th. They're going to take it. Big finish from Burnside. They've got over the Timaru crew. Well done. They've got over the Timaru crew. That's it. Wairo are through, as are Burnside. Oh, Timaru just miss out. I'm going to love you and leave you now. Pass over the commentary to Ian, and look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Bye now. Cleaner as well if you need one.
Live, lovely as always. Race 127, boys under 15, Coxed quadruple sculls. The second heat, you've just seen the first one go through. Second one is just coming up through the 1,000 crews. Lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Jacob Tillard, Flynn Grace, Noah Laquellic, Ben Morris and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. In Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 2, Otto Montgomery McCarthy, Jack Van Hout, Finn Lloyd, Max Henry, Jasper Muir is the Cox. In Lane 3, Wire 21, Toby Randall, Logan Flight, Aidan Bennett, Willem Rowe, Blake Pitts is the Cox. In Lane 4, Otago Boys High School 2, George Tisdale, Lico Edwards, Jack West, Toby McLean, Noah Clark is the Cox. And in Lane 5, oh gosh, there's Shirley Boys everywhere here. Shirley Boys High School number 3, Oliver Bone, Calum Hill, Van Hout, James Jones, Brennell Flavel and AJ Jordan. So Shirley Boys High School number 4 in Lane 6, Silas Freeman, Aidan Daly, Oliver Lith, Jack Stewart, Lachlan Marriott. In Lane 7, Otago Boys High School number 1, Munro Stewart, Thomas Tisdale, Ben Thompson, Victor Edwards and Dylan Young is the Cox. And in Lane 8, Christ College number 1, Charlie Flutie, Harvey Gubb, George Davidson, Lewis Fogarty and Jonty Gray. And in Lane 9, Whakatipu 1, Hagan Brown, Max Jarvis, Jasper Crawford and Charlie Manser with Cameron Hall, the Cox. Coming out of, looks like Lane 4, Otago Boys High School. Yep, we'll go with that. Otago Boys High School leading in Lane 4, just inside of them, Wairo 21. And then we go right on the outside though, and it looks like it is indeed Whakatipu number 1 out there in Lane 9. They would have the advantage actually, lining up alongside Otago Boys High School. Thank you, Clive. Have a lovely night. And then we come out into St Thomas of Canterbury in Lane 1 coming into the action as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 going through to the final. So looking like Whakatipu out there in Lane 9 will lead the charge there. Then Otago Boys High School inside of them. We come back across to Wairo, and then we'll go into the middle just outside Otago Boys High School is the other Otago crew. Otago Boys High School number 1. And then down into Lane 1, St Thomas's. Those are the 5, looking quite clear from the rest of the field. Then we go back to Shirley Boys High School, Christ College and Shirley Boys High School. So see if we can get a time for you in the first one. It went through, Heat 1 went through in 7:21 for the Twizel crew on their home course. As we come into the business end here of the first day at Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2023, I can tell you that competing over this championships, we've got 1,189 crews, 1,435 competitors from 40 schools and clubs. It's a big event. Looking forward to the finals tomorrow. And straight into one of those finals here for the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. So many of these boys may even be novices or at least in their second year. With 100 metres or so to go is Whakatipu 1. Just coming across to join them in that last 100 metres will be Otago Boys High School number 2. Inside from there, oh no, I'll give it to Thomas has gone across from Wairo. Then we go out to Otago Boys High School number 1. So this is interesting. The Otago Boys numbering is a wee bit different, but it looks like for the 5 to go through, you see them in front of you as they are. Whakatipu coming down to the line now. They'll take the buzzer very shortly. They're going through now. Then we go Otago Boys High School number 2. On the inside, St Thomas's are going to pit Wairo. Wairo looks across that we don't want to be pit. We're going to go again, and they have gone again. So this will be by a bauble. I think Wairo might have got across. The 2-man looks, that'll be up to the photographer. And then we'll see what happens after that. Then it goes to Otago Boys High School number 1. Big gap back. Then we go to Shirley Boys number 2. Across to Shirley Boys number 3. And then Shirley Boys, it'll be Christ College number 1. Then Shirley Boys number 4. We'll give you a time on that when it comes through. Next race on the course, girls under 16, Cox 4, Heat 1. We have got 2 heats here to progress. Will be 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. In Lane 2, Timaru 12, Olivia Huddleston, Emily Caird, Kamina Kabira Martin, Amber Wall and Ruby Gordon the Cox. In Lane 3, St Margaret's College 1, Zoe Watson, Jemima Jackson, Sarah Farrell, Jessica Brown Shee and Rudy Hardacre is the Cox. In Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Meg Bates, Ella Hill, Sophie Evans, Ella Keane, Poshika Singh is the Cox. In Lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Fern Forsyth, Holly Thomas, Sophia Drury, Hannah Morris, Zakia Smith the Cox. In Lane 6, Timaru 11, Kiera Griffin, Ava Yellowlees, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot, Leila Kasprits the Cox. And in Lane 7, the first of the Rangiruru crews in this race, Rangiruru number 3, Kate Carney, Micah Engelbrecht, Alexa Crosby, Brooke Cooper with Sophia Sear the Cox. And in Lane 8, Rangiruru number 1, which is Samantha Parker, Ella Harris, Kelly Quirk, Greta Jenkins and Bridget Pye. Nice start there from St Margaret's number 1 in lane 3, but as we come across the course, we can see that it's coming from Timaru. Right out in the middle, and on the outside, of course, as you'd expect, Rangiruru number 1. So Timaru and Rangiruru leading them down from St Margaret's. Back inside of St Margaret's, we go to Timaru 12. It's the Timaru Cruise out of Craighead Diocesan. Back across into St Andrew's College. On the outside of them, Rangiruru number 3, and then back inside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So coming up to the 750 metre mark, the first of the 2 girls under 16 Cox 4s. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 going through. Means 2 will be eliminated from this race. So Rangiruru number 1 being guided down the course expertly by Bridget Pye. Looks like they'll have that one sorted for them if they can stay where they are. Joining them would be Timaru 11. And then we look across and see St Margaret's number 1, Timaru 12. And then it will come down between Rangiruru number 3 and St Andrew's College as they are now, but still a good 500 metres to go. Just through the 500 are Rangiruru and Timaru. Coming up on that now in 3rd position is St Margaret's across on the outside, Rangi number 3. Very even between them and the Timaru 12 crew. Second heat is underway in the girls under 16 Cox 4. They're coming through the 1,000 metre mark. We're not far away from it. Looks like Oamaru in lane 6, there or thereabouts from them. And Wairo number 1. So Wairo and Oamaru leading the second heat down. But back here to the first heat, we can see Rangiruru number 1 out there in lane 8. Well in front. 100 metres to go for them now. Samantha, Ella, Kelly and Greta. They'll go through, and coming to 150 metres to go is Kira, Ava, Lily, Annabelle and Lilo from Timaru or Craighead. So those 2, and then the next 3 will go along with them. So just see what order they come in. Rangiruru number 3 on the outside. St Margaret's would be just ahead of them, and then inside St Margaret's is the second Timaru crew. Across the line goes Rangiruru. Straight through they go. 50 metres to go now for Timaru 11. Very little between the 3rd Rangi crew and St Margaret's as they come down with 50 metres to go, and then it will be the Timaru crew to go through them. So those 5, so unfortunately for St Andrews, missing out, and the crew from Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So St Margaret's just pulling ahead of Rangiruru number 3 now, as are the Timaru crew. On the line they go in Heat 1 of the girls under 15 Coxed 4, Heat 2 of the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. 3 seconds quicker than the one before going through in 7:18. Girls under 16, Coxed 4, Heat 2. Into the last 1,000 metres they come. In lane 2, Marion College 1, Cara Brignall, Georgia Crowther, Charlotte Peterson, Nella Penrose and Sienna Aiken the Cox. In lane 3, Wairo number 1, Sophie Saggers, Brooke Harper, Mila Van Rensburg, Grace Straker and Grace McKendry the Cox. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Abby Donaldson, Amelia Willis, Sophie Johnson, Izzy Jones and Grace O'Connor coxing. In lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Marianne Algray, Anna Ford, Annabelle Hance, Harriet Matthews with Poppy Jarman the Cox. Oamaru number 1 in lane 6, Molly O'Sullivan, Sophie Robrack, Sophie Spittle, Keela Fisherlau and Sophie Brown coxing. Waihopai number 1 in lane 7, Stacey Thompson, Sophie Kundal, Ellie McWilliam and Mackenzie Mill with Caitlin Hamilton the Cox. And out there in lane 8, North End number 1, Elsie Homer, Aya Motoa, Georgia Coburn, Lola Castles and Holly Chisholm. She's coxing out there in lane 8, but it is coming from Rangiruru number 2 down there in lane 4, just outside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and then we go across to Oamaru number 1. So as with the previous heat, we've got 5 to go through, so 2 will miss. So we've got Rangi number 2 looking pretty good, as are Christchurch Girls, Oamaru, and then we would come down to Marion College number 1, down there in lane 2. But it's Wairo actually. Wairo looking really good. I've missed them. Wairo are leading. Wairo from Rangiruru must have been behind the power pole. Very wide power pole. So Wairo and then Rangiruru, Oamaru, then we come to St Margaret's, and then it's looking like Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Those are the 5. We go across on the outside to North End, then back to Waihopai with some work to do. Wairau going through on Oamaru now. Well, they've gone well through it. So Rangiruru coming up in the inside of Oamaru. So these 3 crews very clear. Then we go back to Marion and Christchurch Girls. So Christchurch Girls for the 5th spot will be under some pressure a little bit on the outside from North End. North End with some work to do, but if they can get the bit between their teeth and push up on Christchurch Girls, there is still a good 300 or 400 metres to run and all to play for to go straight through to tomorrow's final. Just give you 7:47 was the time for the first of the girls under 16 Cox 4 heats. 120 metres to go now for Wairau. Nice push for them in the last 500 metres. And that's Rangiruru number 2, right alongside Oamaru number 1. Then down to Marion. Marion a 4th and clear. And it's on the outside now between Christchurch Girls High School and North End. Still Christchurch Girls High School with the advantage. But Wairau, 50 metres to go. Nice rowing from this 4. Grace McKendry doing the job there in the bow cox seat. Across the line they go and take the buzzer now. Well done, ladies, into the final tomorrow. Joining you will be Oamaru, Rangiruru number 2. Down here in lane 2, Marion College. They'll be wrapped about that. Then we go outside to, looks like it'll be Christchurch Girls High School. It's just a bit much work for North End to do. So these crews will go through, and unfortunately for Waihopai, they will need to find something else to do tomorrow. They've probably got some other races. They can focus on those. Race 130 is on the course. The Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Heat 1 of, it is 3 heats. 4 heats. 4 heats, 1 and 2 will go through, plus the 2 next fastest into the A final. So in lane 1, North End 1, Alice Bennett, Olivia O'Brien, Grace Pope, Madeline Munro, Bonnie McGregor coxing. In lane 2, Cromwell 1, Elizabeth Engstrom, Sophie Thompson, Hannah Spittle, Indiana Cameron, Alyssa Wilson coxing. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Bella Breen, Micah Pyle, Poppy Turfin, Phoebe Herrick, Sophie Smith cox. In lane 4, Wanaka 1, Katie Pascoe, Olivia Skalarenko, Ali Berry, Fenella Millen, Holly Brooks is the cox. Marion College 1 in lane 5, Neem Devlin, Natalie Schnackers, Miller Harper, Sophie Davis and Kayla Webb as the cox. And Avon Composite in lane 6, Kaylee Pickover, Lauren Thompson, Jessica Boyd, Emma Gardner and Belle Shanks the cox. Oamaru 1 in lane 7, Holly Collett, Paige Strawn, Aurea Goodsir, Quinn Anderson and Peyton Dixon the cox. In lane 8, Cashmere High School 1, Ava Flowerday, Regan Kelly, Aleri Clare, Charlotte Clatworthy and Meg McDonald coxing. Timaru 12 in lane 9, Libby Brown, Alexa Morrissey, Rose Jackson, Lucy Flynn, Tessa Westgate to the cox, and a full field out there in lane 10 and leading them down, or they might be third actually. Whakatipu 1, Madeline McNay, Sasha Key, Amy Patterson, Eve Pagan and Jessie Glover. So 1 and 2 to go through. Cashmere showing strongly. Just 2 from the Avon Composite across from them doing all right as well. Then Marion College. Marion might have the advantage actually, and we come outside, and then it is Dunstan. So there's a bit of a challenge going on here. So Dunstan, Marion and Whakatipu on the outside. Well, it could be a good finish here. Whakatipu making the running, but there'll be some pressure coming on from the inside crews. Dunstan won't give up without a fight. Sophie Smith, the cox there, will have the sights in her eyes of where she wants this crew to be going. Just outside of them is the Marion College crew doing well. Still looking across at Whakatipu. So Dunstan have moved through nicely on Marion now. So it is Whakatipu and Dunstan, the 2 southern crews. Marion third. Outside them, the Avon Composite. There's a composite between Canterbury and Avon there. 2 Canterbury rowers and 2 Avon rowers. The Canterbury rowers in the bow. Right next to them is Cashmere. So Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. 1 and 2 to go through. Looking like Whakatipu and Dunstan. But Whakatipu, it's hard to tell on the angle. That Marion crew working really hard there in lane 5. Izzy Crowther, one of the coxes. No coaches. Whakatipu and Dunstan. So can Marion put pressure on these two crews and get themselves in between them to take an automatic spot, or will they be relying on the fastest qualifier along with the composite crew? From Avon, outside them is Kashmir. We then come back inside to Wanaka. Outside again to Oamaru. On the outside is Timaru. Back down to lane 1 is North End. Inside of them is Cromwell. In fact, we've stopped on the outside. Something's happened there with the Timaru crew. Might be mechanical. We can't quite know. They've got themselves away. They go again. So a bit of work to do there for them. And in fact, it looks like they're heading off the course. So there might be a mechanical issue with that quad. Some steering issues, maybe. But back down here with 100 metres to go, or just on 100 metres to go, Whakatipu, they've got a boat length lead over Dunstan. These are the two crews that are going to go through. There's 2 lengths back now to Marion. So nice row here from both these crews. So Whakatipu, Madeline, Sasha, Amy, Eve and Jessie. They'll go through along with the crew from Dunstan, Bella, Micah, Poppy, Phoebe and Sophie. A very smart crew there. They're going to draw right up alongside Whakatipu as they go over the line. There won't be much between them as they go over. In fact, it'll be about half a canvas on the line. Nice strong finish there from Dunstan. 2 boat lengths back we go to Marion. And then we look at the composite crew, Avon and Canterbury. Then we go to Kashmir, back to Wanaka. On the outside we'll go that Timaru crew underway again. Then Oamaru back down on the inside to Marion College, to North End, sorry, and then back to Cromwell. So we'll try and get a time for you that. The second heat of the girls under 16.4 went through in 7.42 as opposed to the first heat, which went through in 7.47. So that's the first heat of the women's novice Coxed quadruple sculls. The second heat is just coming through 750 towards the 1,000 metre mark for them. In lane 1, Villa Maria College, Genevieve Christian, Aspen Henry, Eva Robinson, Sarah Roach, Ella Ralph the Cox. In lane 2, Cure Boating Club number 2, Brianna Spink, Hannah Shadbolt, Bella Prince, Sophie Rattray with Thomas Reid Coxing. Union 3 are in lane 3, Charlie Tate, Ella Dean, Isabel Mackay Hatcher, Michaela Hurst, Tanya McDonald as the Cox. Avonside Girls High School 1, lane 4, Zara Dick, India Grace Leonard, Lydia Monk, Eva Hooper, Georgia West Coxing. St Andrews College number 2 in lane 5, Lucia Apps, Chloe McDonald, Charlotte Galvin, Olivia Connor with Olivia DeJoux the Cox. Whakatipu 2 in lane 6, Leela McIntyre, Sarah Bashford, Sasha Winter, Honor Gilbert and Ruby Puller the Cox. In lane 7, Otago Girls High School number 2, Millie Hoata, Mila Hill, Lucy Murphy, Sophie Moores, Leela Falkus is the Cox. Timaru 21 in lane 8, Ella Inch, Scout Fitzky, Emerson Ward, Maisie Jane Chapman and Alana Berry Rankin. Dunstan Arm Composite number 2 in lane 9, Ali Swain, Lily Kane, Michaela Oliver, Summer Phillips and Maz Connell the Cox. And Nelson 1 out there in lane 10, Lucia Miskell, Millie Treader, Naomi Robertson and Brianna Williams with Leanna Hayward the Cox. 1 and 2 to go through. Timaru 21 and Otago Girls High School look like they're making the running. Union 3 doing well in lane 3. So starting to merge between those 3 crews. Time for the first heat of the women's novice quadruple sculls. Important because next fastest are going through after the first 2. 7:59.48, just under the 8 minutes. Nelson rowing strongly out here in lane 10. So we might have a lineup starting to emerge. Nelson out there in lane 10. Across to Timaru. And then Avonside Girls High School actually in lane 4 doing well. I missed lane 1, which got me skewed. So those 3 crews starting to show. It'll come from those. Inside of the Timaru crew, we're just a little bit further back. This looks like St Andrews. But we'll just see what Nelson College are doing out there. Or just Nelson. So Nelson will be able to look across. I'll see Timaru. Otago Girls High School just inside from Timaru. Then we come down inside to Avonside Girls in lane 4, they are rowing quite strongly in there. So this is a bit of a lineup starting to emerge. Some work to do for Dunstan Composite out in lane 9, but it's still with Nelson. Otago Girls High School pulling up alongside Timaru, and then we come across to lane 4 where that Avonside Girls crew is. So those 4 crews starting to line up as we get up to 300 metres to go. Just Cure Boating Club coming through in lane 2. They'll be looking as to see, oh sorry, it's Villa Maria. Villa Maria down there in lane 1. So they've got the sneaker lane. They'll be trying to push up on all these crews and stick right through on all of them. So those 4 crews now starting to line themselves up. Villa Maria in lane 1, across to lane 4, Avonside Girls High School. Then we go to Otago Girls in lane 7, but it's still Nelson leading out there in lane 10. So they'll be able to see the other crews coming at them. So 1 and 2 to go through. So pressure to come on for that second spot. So Villa continuing to push through here on lane 1. Avonside Girls look across and see Villa starting to move past them with 250 metres to go. They have done that now. So the Villa crew have gone past Avonside Girls. Now they're looking to set their sights on Otago Girls High School way out there in lane number 7. And just in front of lanes number 7 is the Timaru crew. So Nelson have still got the lead as we come down 120 metres to go by a couple of boat lengths. But the rest of the field starting to push up on each other. It's still Timaru, Otago Girls, back to Avonside Girls, and this nice push coming from Villa Maria. Villa Maria down here in lane 1, Genevieve, Aspen, Eva, Sarah and Ella looking to see if they can get automatic qualification through, but they'll have to push a bit further than that. Nelson nicely in front with 50 metres to go, 2 boat lengths they are from the crew from Timaru. They still hold the advantage over the chasing crews. Targo trying to push up on them, but there's a boat length there in it. So Nelson go across and take the buzzer line now. Timaru still have a boat length there on the Otago Girls crew. Villa still pushing through here in lane 1, starting to push up on side of the crew from Avonside Girls, but over the line goes Timaru to take the automatic qualifier. Then goes Otago Girls, and now Villa and Avonside. Oh, Avonside Crab just on the line. Gave the advantage to Villa, so we'll see what the times are like. That might be important when they come down to the next fastest. Cure now starting to push through down in lane 2. They'll finish just ahead of the Dunstan Composite crew. Then we come back to St Andrews, Union 3, and then on the outside we go to the crew from Otago Girls number 2. So time will be interesting. Remember the first one was 7:59. We'll wait for that to come through as we see Heat 3 on the course now. Remember, 1 and 2 to go through. Lane 1, Why I Hope I Won. Georgia Newton, Katie Black, Billy Joe Crooks, Charlotte Klein, Maria Simpson. Lane is Coxing. Lane 2, Marion College 2, Jessie Wayman, Annabelle Ride, Jenna Brennan, Peyton Moss. Hello, Dylan. And Lucia Young is the Cox. In lane 3, Tysel 1, Lucia Yates, Hazel Henderson, Sadie Mason, Kiara Tyne, Poppy Staniford is the Cox. In lane 4, Timaru 11, Abby Hurst, Kate Caird, Asher Hollenby, Lucy Perry, Mackenzie Copeland is the Cox. In lane 5, Union 1, Jamie Seddon, Ruby Bell Ferguson, Paige Gordon, Arabella Sanders and Leonie Nola Coxing. Villa College 2 are in lane 6, Alice Hellesley, Maggie Cornane, Abby Norman Lata, Irina Rakic and Gemma Strick. In lane 7, Rangi Girls School number 3, Annabelle Britt, Jessica Skinner, Katie Hickling, Lucy Houghton and Scarlett Bailey Coxing. Cure Boating Club number 1 are in lane 8, Jojo Baldwin, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Annabelle Hurst, Hannah Thompson. Columba College 2 are in lane 9. That's Annie Dowling, Georgia Drummond, Taylor Skivington, Anna Bloxham and Sophie Greenaway. And out there in lane 10, Nelson 2, Maria Gowden Ing, Amelia Hussey, Emma Jane Diefenbach and Chloe Steele with Fern Backhouse Smith the Cox. Timaru and Twisel battling it out there, along with the Union crew, those 3 crews, and then we go across on the outside lane. It's Cure Boating Club. So those 4 crews, remember the 2 fastest will go through. Beyond those 4, we go out to Nelson. We go back inside to Villa Maria, and then on the outside, it's Nelson. Back inside to Rangiruru number 3. And then we go down to Marion College and Waihopai. So good push coming from the crew from Twisel. They'll know this course fairly well, and Calvin will have them well drilled. Twisel, Timaru, Union, the 3 of them lining up. These 3 need to go into 2. A nice race developing here. Not much between those 3 at all. 4th would go back now to the crew on the outside from Cure, but it is all between Twisel, Timaru and Union. Advantage to Twizel at the moment. Twizel over Timaru. So Union need to move, and Tanya will be aware of that. She'll be getting them their instructions as they come down now, 250 metres to go. It's still Twizel. Twizel by half a boat length over Timaru. Then half a boat length back to Union. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to the Cure Boating Club. Down into lane number 1 is Waihopai. Then on the outside to Columba College. Back inside to Villa Maria. On the outside to Columba College, back inside to Rangiruru, then we go to Marion College. 100 metres to go now for Twizel. They've just pushed a bit further clear of the Timaru crew. Nice row here from Twizel. Good coxing coming in there from Poppy Staniford as they got a boat length now on Timaru. So they've wound up nicely going into the last 100 metres. 50 metres to go now for Twizel. A boat length clear of Timaru, who have got half a boat length over the crew from Union. These two will go through. Twizel over the line now, followed by Timaru, then Union, 2 boat lengths back to Cure. Just outside of the Cure crew is Columba. Back to Waihopai down here in lane 1. Then we'll go to the Cure Villa Maria, and then on the outside Nelson and Rangiruru racing each other just to come down the last 150 metres. Then we'll go back inside to Marion. So timing wise, Heat 2 went through in 8:21. Ooh, Heat 1 was definitely a lot faster than that by 20 odd seconds. Heat number 4, just through 750 metres heading towards the 1,000. Heat 4, final heat of the women's novice Coxed quadruple sculls. Lane 1, Invercargill 1, Maddie Maelstrom, Abby Brown, Drew Thomas, Mia Brown and Lily Clark as the Cox. Rangiruru number 1 in lane 2 there. Isabella Wilson, Kate Manderson, Leela Hamilton Lemonier and Georgia Rumble with Daisy Prangle the Cox. In lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Peyton Harris, Ruby Merriman, Jessica Tatau, Claudia Harkin with Meg Tuma the Cox. Kashmir number 2 in lane 4, Rose Swinburne, Pippa Mays, Eva Lukes, Karishma Bachu and Hazel Brown coxing. Union Composite in lane 2, Union Composite number 2 in fact. So Lily Mackay, Michaela Jory, Jayla Dixon and Millie Phillips with Zoe Sullivan the Cox. And then in lane 6, St Andrews College number 1, Hazel Hall, Alice Myers, Caitlin Stoll, Ella O'Brien and Robbie Miller the Cox. Villa Maria College 3 in lane 7, Ruby Shepherd-Smith, Ruby Brown, Kobe Maslin and Mia Butcher. Caitlin Strick coxing there. Ashburton 1 in lane 8, Ellie Thompson, Ruby Patterson, Penny Marriott, Maddie Marshall, Lily Davidson. And then she's the Cox of course. And Columba 1 in lane 9, Delilah Brown, Madison Lobb, Poppy M. Edmund and Alice Porter with Kate Baskerville the Cox. Through 1,000 metres they are now in this final heat of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Kashmir doing lane 1 there, it looks like. Invercargill, Kashmir. Then we come out the middle of the course. We can see St Andrews College 1 in lane 6. And just across from them is Ashburton. And right next to Ashburton is Columba. So looking for 1 and 2 to go through, plus the 2 next fastest. St Andrews in the middle of the course, holding the advantage. On the outside of them is Ashburton. Outside of Ashburton we go to Columba. And then the next best back inside would be Kashmir. So we still have the 8s to come. This is the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. We've then got the men's intermediate singles, the men clubs doubles, the women's club doubles, and then we get into some 8s races to finish this first day. 3 lots of 8s at the end of the day here on day 1 of the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2023. Just got a time come through for the 3rd heat of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls of 8:10. So if we think about the previous one was 8:21 and the first heat was 7:59, it's looking like the next 2 fastest may come from the first heat, but time will tell. And all the day sheets will be up later on this evening. So if you're following things on Rowit, later on this evening the fields will be up for tomorrow's finals, A and B finals. And looking to make their way into those right out here in front of us is St Andrews. St Andrews and Ashburton still leading these crews down. And Columba looking to challenge for that 3rd spot. Invercargill in lane 1. in the yellow, just sneaking down there. They'll be looking to put pressure on to grab one of those spots. Still got some work to do, but still 300 metres to go. St Andrews there, Hazel, Alice, Caitlin, Ella O'Brien. He's sitting in that posse since the 1,000 metre mark. Nice clean sculling from that quad. Outside still them is Ashburton, the familiar Ashburton hull with the carrot on the bow. These two are well clear now of, there'll be a boat length and a half clear of Columba, who are in third. Invercargill gamely pushing through here in lane 1, but they've still got a little bit of work to do. But who knows what the time will be for this particular heat. They might get through in the next fastest. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews and Ashburton as they follow them through. 100 metres to go now for Columbus. Those three well clear. 2 boat lengths back from Columba to Invercargill as Invercargill 3-seat takes a look across. 50 metres to go now for St Andrews, being well guided down there by Robbie Miller coxing. Similarly, Lily Davison doing the job. Both of them are bow coxes. You can see them sitting in the bow on the right-hand side of the last sculler. Across the line goes Ashburton and Columba. About to go over now, and down here in lane 1 will be Invercargill. Similarly, bow. In fact, they're all bow coxes in these boats. Down to Cashmere in lane 4, then we'll come down to Rangiruru number 1. Outside of Rangiruru will be Otago Girls High School, and then we'll go out to Villa Maria in lane 7, and then back to the composite crew from Union. So that will be heat 4 of the women's novice Coxed quadruple sculls. Men's intermediate single sculls, through the 1,000 they come. In lane 1, Burnside High School number 1, Max Wallace. Number 2, or lane 2, Canterbury 1, David Hatton. In lane 3, Avon 2, Jack Donaldson. In lane 4, Ashburton 2, Isaac Carr. In lane 5, Shirley Boys High School number 4, Lachlan Rossa. In lane 6, leading them down, Wanaka 3, Torben Craig. In lane 7, Otago 11, Sebastian Hettrell. In lane 8, Timaru 41, Fraser Goff. In lane 9, Twizel 1, Luca Mains Upston. And out there in lane 10, all on his lonesome. Oh, it looks nice. Not actually in lane 10. The lane 10 is Wido 23, but it's actually Luca that's out there from Twizel leading from there. In fact, I'm not sure that lane 10 is out there. So David Hatton from Canterbury down here in lane 2. Now moved ahead of the Wanaka Sculler in lane 6. So Canterbury ahead of Wanaka. So progression here is 1 and 2 go through, plus the 2 next fastest into the A final. So men's intermediate single sculls, we've got 4 heats of these. So good job coming here from Dave across to Wanaka. So these two looking likely. Torben from Wanaka, Dave from Canterbury. The pressure will come. So Twizel, Wanaka and Canterbury. So Canterbury in front. It'll be between Twizel and Wanaka at this stage, I would think. Then we go back to Burnside. Across to Isaac from Ashburton. Isaac with his familiar white toweling hat on. He's easy to spot. Then we go to Jack Donaldson from Avon. Across on the outside would be Luca from Fraser from Timaru. Then Sebastian from Otago. Then we go back to Lachlan from Shirley Boys High School. And just a bit further back to the second heat on its way through. So, Dave Hatton, less than 100 metres to go now for him. Nice and easy style he's got. Good run on his boat. He'll go straight through into the final. Looks like Twizel got the advantage, but down here we've got the Burnside sculler, Max, who's put some pressure on the last couple of 100 metres and started to come up alongside the Wanaka sculler and Twizel, but Twizel has the advantage. Across the line now, 1, 2 more strokes goes Dave from Canterbury. Well done into the final. Luca has a look across and thinks, I just better make sure of this. Puts a couple of extra bits of pressure on the legs and goes across in second to take their spot. And nice line up there between Burnside, Ashburton and Wanaka in that first heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. The women's novice Coxed 4, just waiting for that last time to come through. It's a bit of a logjam on the timers. While that happens, we'll give you the field for the men's intermediate single sculls second heat, which is on its way through. In lane 1, St Bede's College 1, Quinn O'Sullivan. Lane 2, Otago 12, Jonathan Browning. In lane 3, Cure Boating Club 1, Jacob Wadley. In lane 4, Timaru 30, Riley Dan. In lane 5, Cashmere High School 1, Hugh Thompson. In lane 6, Christ College 1, Henry Church. In lane 7, Avon 4, Sam Barnett. In lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1, Tom Hearn. Hello to the Hearns. In lane 9, Waihopai 1, Declan Crombie. In lane 10, Ashburton 1, Tim Connolly White. Big lead out there. In lane 7 for Sam Barnett from Avon. Showing a clean pair of heels he is out there. And challenge for him is coming from Jacob Wadley in lane 3, Cure Boating Club. So 1 and 2 to go through. So the next best after that we go on the outside to Tim Connolly White from Ashburton. Back inside to Quinn O'Sullivan from St Bede's, but with 1 and 2 to go through in the next fastest. We'll see what the timing is for the first heat. No, the computer's packed a wobbly, so we'll ignore that. It'll be on Rowett. So this is an impressive row from Sam Barnett in lane 7. Plenty of power in there. He's got a nice run on his boat. Not rushing, 100 metres to go for him now. Looks across, does Jacob from Cure Boating Club. He's cleanly into second, and he'll know that, ahead of Ashburton's Tim Connolly White, who'll still be going as quick as he can to make sure he gets the next fastest qualifying spot. Then we'll come back to St Bede's in lane 1. That's the top 4. Down to the line, there we go, is Sam Barnett from Avon. Across he goes. He'll take a 2-boat length lead. A quick finish here from Jacob and Cure Boating Club, just making sure that he finishes well. Then we go across to Ashburton. Nice push through here from Quinn from St Bede's College. Doing his best to get himself in the next qualifying spot. Across on the outside to Waihopai. Then we come into the middle to Cashmere, Hugh Thompson. Then it will be Tom Hearn from Shirley Boys High School. Then we'll go back to Christ College and Otago, just coming through the 250 metres to go in that second heat. Third heat's on its way. Lane 1, St Bede's College 3, Jamie Warren Thompson. Lane 2 is Otago 1, Henry Bowering. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School 1, Pierre Van Ruin. In lane 4, Cashmere High School 2, Patrick Clark. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Angus Hanning. In lane 6, Wanaka 1, Khan Court. In lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 3, Lucas Hawkwood. In lane 8, Timaru 42, Lachlan Stratford. In lane 9, it's Avon 1, Alex Meyer Gant. And Wairo 21. In lane 10 is Ashton Underwood. It's with Alex out there from Avon in lane 9. Now 2 to go through, so his challenges are going to come from Dunstan and Wanaka, which is Angus and Khan. Dunstan just ahead of Wanaka. Those two will be fighting it out, and they'll both be looking to put pressure on Avon. Alex will look across from there and think, I can see what's coming. I've got to keep it out of their way. So those three are well clear of the field at this stage, and then the rest of them is led down from Otago Boys High School. Then we go across to Shirley Boys, on the outside to Wairo, back inside to Timaru. Yellow Blades of Roncalli College there. Back to lane 1, which is St Bede's College. Then we go across to Cashmere, Patrick Clark, and back then to Henry from Otago. So still, it looks like a nice push coming here from Khan from Wanaka, pushing up on his Dunstan Arm competitor. So he's just upped his rating too. Those hands starting to move, and you can see the Dunstan Scullers working really hard. The head's starting to go back. So this will be interesting. If I was the Wanaka Sculler, I'd be looking across, say he's looking tired, put some pressure on him and see if he can get that spot. So a battle coming between those two. There's no doubt at the moment about who's in front. It's Alex Meyer Gant from Avon. He comes down the 100 metres to go now. He's got 2 boat lengths over the chasing Scullers. A nice push it is too indeed from Khan Court from Wanaka. He's still just looking across, sees he may have something on the Dunstan Sculler. Angus is trying really hard there. He's got another 70 metres to go to try and get over the top of the Wanaka Sculler. But the Wanaka guy just looks got a little bit more power. He's a little bit more set in his action. And he just eased it out to finish a boat length in front. So across the line goes Avon, followed by Wanaka to take the 2 qualifying spots. Then Dunstan. Then we come 3 boat lengths back to Otago. On the outside to Wairau. Back down into lane 1 will be St Bees. Across to Cashmere. Then Shirley Boys High School. Outside of Shirley Boys High School's Timaru. Back down into lane number 2 will be Otago. We've got some time. So Heat 2 went through in 7:55. Which was won by Sam Barnett from Avon. Wait and see what happened here with this particular heat. Heat 4, the final heat for the individual men's intermediate single sculls. Corbin Newlands out there in lane 8 for Avon, leading them down. Good job for you, Corbin. Then we look across and we see that second position at the moment is the Wairau sculler Oliver Watts in lane 3. So Corbin Newlands and Oliver Watts from Wairau going head to head out here. Just inside of Wairau is Nelson. They'll be third at the moment. That's Murdoch Smith. Then we come across to Burnside High School Joel Hood. Then down to lane number 1, which is Otago 2 Glenn Erickson. Across from Glenn we go to Shirley Boys High School number 2, Liam Wilson. Just in front of him is Harris Steele from St Andrews College. Then a bit further back to Connor McLeod from Oamaru 2. So 2 to go through, looking like Corbin Newlands at the moment and Wairau's Oliver Watts. But Murdoch Smith from Nelson, he's looking quite strong there, actually sitting in third. I think he might have a bit left in the tank. He'll have to put some pressure on though if he wants to get over the top of the Wairau and the Avon sculler. Corbin looking strong out there. It will be his Shirley Boys High School background that's serving him well out there. 150 metres to go. Avon, Wairau, Nelson, back to Burnside. Joel Hood started to go a little bit quicker, but he might have left it a bit late. Anton Jones from Wanaka out there in lane 9. So Corbin comes through 100 metres to go. He looks across. He's seen Wairau. Corbin, just keep your head still and row strong. Wairau looks across and sees gone past Avon. You've got to watch Nelson coming now. Avon, oh, nice finish here now. Nelson, he started to go. He's getting a nice run on his boat. Is Murdoch Smith. He's going to challenge the Wairau sculler as well. Both Wairau and Nelson have gone over the top of Avon. Nelson coming down. A good run. Wairau's going to finish just ahead of him, but a good finish in the last 100 metres from Nelson. He's rode through Avon. Back inside to Burnside, across the top to Wanaka. Then we've got 4 boat lengths back to a fast finish here from Glenn from Otago. Outside of him we go to the sculler from St Andrews College, Harris Steele. Then back to Shirley Boys High School and across to Oamaru, Connor McLeod. Heat 3 went through in 8:25 with the previous heat. So a little bit slower than heat number 2, which is 7:55. Nice finish to that last race there. So quickly out the course we go to race 138, the men's club double sculls as they come on down. Lane 1, Nelson 1, Jackson Taylor and Ethan Steele. Lane 2, Avon 1, Rory Smythe and Cameron McKee. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Flynn Hutchison Ray and Sam Clark. In lane 4, Canterbury 1, David Knight and Joe Young. Interesting here, Shirley Boys High School number 1 is coached by David Knight and he's rowing right alongside them in lane 4 with Joe Young. In lane 5, Cure Boating Club 1, Louis Murden, that's my boy Clive, and John Luke Fenn. Lane 6, St Bede's College 1, Callum Moore, Harrison Staples. In lane 7, Burnside High School number 1, Emmanuel Langdon Lane and Morgan Fryer. In lane 8, Christ College 1, Max Topham and Daniel Weber. And in lane 9 is Timaru 30, Max Henry Clayton and Jack Bennett. It's the men's club double sculls. There are 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the final and the next fastest. In Canterbury out in front there, David Knight and Joe Young. So David obviously wanted to be in front of his crew that he coaches, so you can see how they're going. Second would be Rory and Cameron from Avon down there in lane number 2. So those are the 2 at the moment. Third is a shape up between Shirley Boys High School and the Cure Boating Club. Then we go across to Burnside, outside of Timaru. We come across then to St Bede's, Christ College, and then back to Nelson in lane 1. That's how they're coming down the course now. Heat 4 of that men's intermediate single scull went through in 8:12. So the second heat looking like one of the fastest and maybe where the next fastest qualifiers will come out. Those that haven't quite got through will end up in the B final tomorrow. So finals day tomorrow, looking forward to that. Men's club double sculls, David Knight and Joe Young doing what they need to do here in lane 4 to get themselves through. And it looks like they're taking the Avon crew with them. So Shirley Boys, Flynn and Sam in lane 3 will need a good finish here in the last 150 metres to get over the top of the Avon crew. Outside of them and just looking over is Louis Murden and John Luke Fenn from Cure Boating Club. So Canterbury, nice run on the boat there, David and Joe. Economical sculling from those two. Avon will come in second. Shirley just pushing through on Cure. They'll take third. As they come down now, Shirley in third position. They'll take a half a boat length over the Cure crew, then 2 boat lengths back, and it'll be a line-up here between Burnside. Just inside, they're having a bit of a battle there with St Bede's, but on the inside here in lane 1, it's Nelson College rowing right over the top of those 2 crews. Then we go on the outside to Timaru, back inside then to Christ College number 1 in heat 1 of the men's club double sculls. So Canterbury and Avon through. We look to heat 2 of the men's club double sculls. Lane 1, Otago 1, Lachlan Moyer and Charlie Caron. In lane 2, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Ollie Eden and Noah Visser. In lane 3, Cashmere High School number 1, James Martin and Angus McKenzie. Otago Boys High School number 1 in lane 4, Eddie Burgess and Harry Graham. In lane 5, it's Avon number 3, James Walsh and Robert Walls Harris. In lane 6, and it looks like they are leading them down, the crew from Dunstan, indeed they are, Simon Lloyd and Henry Clatworthy. Otago University out there in lane 7, Edward George and Quinn Taylor Black. In lane 8, Wanaka 1, Philip Massey and Jim Curtis. And from Canterbury number 3 in lane 9, it's Mark McDermott and Matt-I Washburn. So Dunstan in the lead. Remember, 1 and 2 to go through. And I would say on the outside of them, it looks as though Otago Uni are doing a good job. They'll have to watch Canterbury 3 out there in lane number 9. Then it's Cashmere down here in lane 3. So the men's club double sculls went for the first heat going through in 7:06. Still great racing conditions here today. Good sculling out there at the moment. Not too much of a breeze, and what there is, it's actually dropped right away. Nice flat water, and we're seeing the time starting to pick up as a result. So 3 boat length lead here to Dunstan over Otago University. Otago University would have another boat length over Cashmere. Then we go outside to, looks like Wanaka. Back down to Shirley Boys, Cashmere, then Shirley Boys High School. Shirley Boys and Otago number 1 right alongside each other. So this is heat number 2. We've got 1 more heat after this. Then the women's club doubles will make their way down. So I can see the 3rd heat of the men's club doubles is on their way. Wairo in front there, along with the other Dunstan crew. And Timaru showing strongly. As we 100 metres to go here for Simon and Henry for Dunstan Arm number 1. They'll clearly go through. They've got a 4 boat length lead over Otago University. And as you'd expect from a Dunstan crew, very clean sculling. Nice long stroke. Very efficient across the line. The buzzer, they go now. So 50 metres ahead of Otago University. They'll take the 2nd qualifying spot. Then it's between Wanaka and Cashmere coming through. Cashmere getting a bigger run on their boat than the Wanaka crew. They're just pushing in front of them. Wanaka have looked across, but I think Cashmere have got the wood on them. There goes Otago Uni over. Coming down the line now will be Cashmere, I think just in front, but only just over Wanaka. On the outside to Canterbury. Down we come to lane 1 to Otago. Just outside of them at Shirley Boys High School. Will finish just behind the Otago crew. Then we go to Avon and Otago Boys to finish the 2nd heat of the men's club double sculls. That 3rd heat, they're into the last 1,000 metres now. In lane 2, Timaru 31, Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm 2, Matthew King, Jed McIntosh. In lane 4, Whakatipu 1, Xavier Small and Ashton White. In lane 5, Cure Boating Club 2, Ashton Corkery and Theo Giacorianis. In lane 6, Wairo 1, Tristan Gregory Hunt and Liam Collins. That's no wonder they were leading them down. In lane 7, Canterbury 2, Sean Fletcher Homan. Lane 8, we have got a scratching. And then in lane 9, it's Invercargill 1, Brendan Isles and Ari Renner. So nice quality of sculling in here. It's Whakatipu and Wairo. And Dunstan are in there too. Dunstan will have a finish on them. Then we go probably between Timaru and Cure Boating Club. This was due to go off at 4:46, so they're well ahead of time now. They've done a great job down there, the starters, Justin Wall and his team. Got a wee bit behind early on in the day, but they've whipped some races through. So Whakatipu. Oh, look at Dunstan starting to come now. Dunstan have quickened their hand speeds. Coach Simon Smith would have given them their race plan. They've now gone through on the Whakatipu crew, and they're starting. Both those crews are leaving Wairo behind. So if Wairo want to go through automatically, Tristan Gregory Hunt and Liam Collins, they'll need to put up some pressure on those legs. Dunstan have now gone through. Dunstan will be leading now from Whakatipu. Will Whakatipu respond? Looking quite quick this heat. These three crews well ahead of Cure. Then we go back to Timaru. Cross on the outside to Invercargill, into Canterbury. And Whakatipu have responded. Their hands have gone up. They've gone up a couple of points on their rating. You can just see it. So will Dunstan go again? This is going to be a nice finish between these two. Both crews are ahead of the crew from Wairo. Then we go back to Cure and Timaru now just pushing through on the Cure crew. But it is Dunstan have gone again. Dunstan are just taking a wee look over. Done what they need to do. Both of them through to the final tomorrow. And 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu with Dunstan 3/4 of a boat length in front of them. 2 boat lengths back to Wairo. Both these crews with nice runs on their boats. And easing down to the line they come. Over goes Dunstan. Whakatipu to follow, and then it will be Wairo wanting to see if they're one of the next fastest, and Timaru down here in lane 2 making sure they're giving themselves the best chance as they push through on the Cure crew. Wairo over, then it'll be Timaru, then Cure, and still to come we've got the crew from Canterbury and then Invercargill in heat number 3. Heat 2 went through in 6:59. So quite a bit quicker than the first heat, which was 7:06. We'll wait and see what heat 3 comes out with. But anyway, the women's club double sculls. Club double sculls for the women are on the track. We have got 2 heats of these, 3 heats of these. Heat number 1, lane 2, North End 3, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards. In lane 3, Villa Maria College 1, Georgia Cornane and Jess Loader. In lane 4, Nelson 2, Holly John and Sky Lazenby. In lane 5, Marion College 2, Faya Wayman and Imogen Lang. In lane 6, North End 4, Eddie Davies and Billy Askerud. In lane 7, it's Union 2 with Isabella McConkney and Ruby Lewis. Lane 8 is Timaru 41, Alana Berry Rankin and Sahana Ainsley Udemans. And then in lane 9, we've got Dunstan Arm number 1, Mackenzie Bryant and Holly Dodd. So progression here, 1, 2 and 3 to go through to tomorrow's final. And we look out there, we can see Dunstan Arm leading the field down across to North End, it looks like. North End and Nelson. So Dunstan, North End, Nelson and Timaru. Those are the 4 at this stage fighting for 3. Not quite 750 metres to go for them yet. So 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest through to the A final. That third heat of the men's club double went through in 6:55. So that was the quickest one. So you'd imagine the next fastest will be the crew that finished 4th in there, or 3rd. So Wairo more than likely, but I'm not going to give it officially. It'll all be on Rowett tonight. Women's club double sculls. They come through into the last 750 metres. It is still Dunstan out there in lane number 9. Dunstan, North End, Nelson. Nelson would be second. Back to North End. Then we go to Timaru. Then Marion, then Union. And then back down to Villa Maria College. And then, where's the North End crew gone? There's a second North End crew, can't quite spot them. They might be behind a power pole. Not there. Who we can see though is the Dunstan crew. So Nelson pushing up on Dunstan. Right in the middle of them is that North End 4 crew of Adi and Billy, coached by Dave Hannon. And Timaru with Alana and Sahana pushing up out there in lane 8 as well. See the 8 starting to make their way down to the start line. We've got 3 heats of the club doubles, and then the first of the 8s will come down, the men's Premier 8s, then the women's Premier 8s, the men under 19 8s, and the women's under 19/8s, and that will be the end of today's program. So please make sure that you are responsible for your own rubbish that you brought in, or you found somewhere responsible to put it. If you haven't already and you're watching on the live stream, please do subscribe to the South Island Rowing YouTube channel. And of those of you that are interested, you can pick up the commentary on FM station 88.3 from around about the top of the hill down. 120 metres to go for Dunstanarm, Mackenzie and Holly. Then it is Nelson, Holly John and Sky Lazenby. Then it is the North End crew. It is the North End crew, 80 and Billy. So 1, 2 and 3 to go through. It looks like these three, and then we'll be looking for the next fastest. So that Union crew, sorry, the Timaru crew out there in lane 8 doing their best to make sure they're in contention. Then we come back to Marion College and then Union across to Villa Maria. So over goes Nelson to take the second spot. Third spot then going to North End in the first heat of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Second heat is on the course. They've come through into the last 1,000 metres. In lane 2, Nelson 1, Emily Cumming and Madeline Collis. In lane 3, Marion College 1, Meg Hansen and Grace Langridge. In lane 4, Union 1, Caitlin Dent, Eva Bader. In lane 5, it's Timaru 11, Kate Harrison and Nadia Vandenbosch. In lane 6, Canterbury 1, Stella Cook, Ash Fleming. In lane 7, Villa Maria College 2, Keely Finch and Alexandra Robertson. Lane 8, North End 2, Peter Erickson and Maddie Coburn. And in lane 9, from Cashmere, Abby Higgins, Poppy Wyndham. And they're doing a great job out there in lane 9. So remember 1, 2 and 3 to go through. It's Cashmere. Then we come across to Canterbury. And then we come across to Union. Those are the three at this stage. Union will be under pressure from Timaru on their right-hand side. On the left-hand side, it will be Nelson, who are just starting to sneak through in lane 1. So Union have got an advantage over Nelson, but they'll want to watch them. But it's still with Cashmere, Poppy Wyndham, Abby Higgins out there in lane 9. Cashmere, very little between them, is Stella Cook and Ash Fleming. Stella Cook did a great job in her single earlier today, pushing through to take a qualifying spot down in one of the inside lanes. So those two crews looking... Actually, Cashmere have just upped the rating they have there in the outside lane to make sure that they're getting within it. And I'm just watching this battle between Nelson and Union. So if you're out there looking, have a look at Nelson down there in lane 2. Watch out to Union in lane 4. 3 to go through qualifying. So the battle might be between those two spots, because Canterbury, in fact, that Canterbury crew just rating nice and easily. If you look at that, they're not overrating at all. Stella Cook and Ash Fleming. Nice run on their boat. They might have just upped it now. So Cashmere and Canterbury. And then we look down and we see Union still holding the advantage over Nelson. In between the two of them is Marion. Outside from Marion, we go to Timaru 11. Then we go outside to North End 2. Back inside to Villa Maria. 1, 2 and 3 to go through, plus the next fastest. So it's Canterbury now with a handy lead. They're starting to emerge over Cashmere. These two looking like they're odds on to go through. Just got a bit more power on that boat, Canterbury, Stella and Ash. Nice and clean at the catch. Good drive. Away they go through. Good run. Boat length over Cashmere. We come back inside and some good work being done by Union now. So Union down there in lane 4. That is Caitlin and Eva. Coach Stuart Wade will be pretty happy so far. Just another push coming here from Nelson, but they might have left it too late for the automatic qualification spot. 1, 2 and 3 to go through. Canterbury go across and through. There goes Cashmere, and Union about to take this spot if they keep going as they are. Nelson will be relying on the next fastest. And then we'll be looking down here in lane 3 to Marion, just finishing over the top of Timaru, and in the outside lane it's North End number 2, then back down to Villa Maria. Heat 1 going through an 8:12 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. So we'll wait and see what we've got here for heat number 2. As heat number 3, the final heat, is on its way through into the second 1,000. Lane 2, Canterbury 2, Libby Greaves and Georgia Callow. In lane 3, Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker and Thea Hoyle. In lane 4, Cure Boating Club 1, Keely Berg and Alexandra Bidwell. In lane 5, Avon 1, Emily Lattimore and Moya McKenna. In lane 6, Cromwell 1, Greer Ferguson and Olivia Paibinga. In lane 7, Ashburton 1, Leah Reid and Gemma Bent. In lane 8, it's North End 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw and Christy Foster. Canterbury 2 leading nicely from Waihopai. They're right alongside each other down there. But have a look right out there to North End number 1. Olivia Ollerenshaw and Christy Foster. Between these three crews, I would think those three will go through. if they stay where they are. But there's still a good 400-500 metres to go for these crews. In fact, it's Canterbury too pushing through. So Canterbury looking to qualify 2 boats through the Women's Double Club Sculls final tomorrow. So Canterbury pushed through on Waihopai right alongside North End. Just a little bit too far back of the rest of the crews, it would seem. Cure Boating Club. Out to Cromwell. Then we go to Ashburton and back across to Avon. But much work for them to do. So still Canterbury and North End. They'll go through if we stay like this, and taking Caitlin and Thea from Waihopai with them, coached by Danny Young. Josh Schmidt, the coach for the Canterbury crew. And out there for North End, coached by Bridget MacArthur and Mike Hill. So very little between the Canterbury and the North End crew. As following them down is the men's Premier Coxed 8. Just got a time there for Heat 2 of the Women's Club Double Scull 7:47, which is a lot quicker than the previous heat. Just giving you the fields for the Premier Coxed 8. It's Christchurch Boys High School, St Andrews College, Avon 2 and Avon 1. Avon 1 well out in front at this stage for an 8, and then we go across to Boys High, back to St Andrews and Avon 2. But as this race comes to a close down here, Libby Greaves and Georgia Callow from Canterbury 2 pulling away from Waihopai, who'll take third, and across the line first on the outside there is North End, Olivia and Christie. Over they go, 3/4 of a boat length over Canterbury, second boat through into the final, and then Waihopai coming and taking an automatic qualification spot. Following them will be Cure Boating Club, Keeley and Alexandra. Then we go back to Cromwell, Ashburton, Avon. Christchurch Boys High School number 1 are in the men's Premier Coxed 8. Jimmy Dawson, Luca O'Malley, Phil Cox, Harry Galvin, Ollie Browning, Will Knight, Jacob Yule, Harry Higgins, Sean Templeton, Grayson Faulkner. In lane 4 at St Andrews College 1, Kobe Good, Sam Gamble, Jack Pitts, Benjamin Ashman, Williams Long, Cameron Scott, Jake Barrows, Logan Gardner, William Camo. Avon 2, Tom Toddle, Ted Main, William Thomas, Sam Horgan, James Tavendale, William Anderson, Oscar Todhunter, Josh Kelly, Annabelle Scott Coxing. And then out there leading is the Avon number 1 crew, Oliver Welsh, Ned Bothaway, Henry Kirk, Connor Backus, Ollie Taylor, Greg Brand, Will Johnson, Nathan Luff, Amber Williams, the Cox. So at the Canterbury Championships, we had St Bede's College in this race, and in the final they won it over the top of the Avon crew, and St Bede's not in this race, so that's interesting to see. But it's Christchurch Boys High School. This is, of course, just the heat. They will go through and race again tomorrow. But Christchurch Boys leading down, I would think, not much between them and Avon. St Andrews in between them. Then we go back to Avon number 2. There's some real horsepower in that Avon crew in lane number 6. A couple of junior rowers in there, New Zealand junior rowers. A couple of 3, actually. Then we come back to Christchurch Boys High School. And St Andrews sitting in third, back to the Avon crew. So we'll get your time. Heat 3, 7:57 for the Women's Club Double Sculls. First 3 go through. Means that the second heat was the fastest, so likely to see the next qualifier out of there. $100 metres to go now for Christchurch Boys High School, but they're a boat length and a half behind Avon in the Premier Coxed 8. St Andrews starting to push up on Christchurch Boys High School. They've upped their rating a bit. St Andrews trying to put some pressure on that Christchurch Boys High School crew. They're pulling alongside of them, but there's still 1 seat behind them. They're 3/4 of a boat length behind Avon, though, Christchurch Boys High School as they go over, beating St Andrews by a canvas. So they'll all come back again tomorrow and do it for real. Then we go 4 boat lengths back to Avon number 2 in that heat of the men's Premier Coxed 8. We warm up for tomorrow. The women's Premier Coxed 8 is on the track. Very early stages for them, just through 500 metres. And just 3 races to go today. This is in lane 2, St Margaret's College 2. Amelia Gibbons, Michaela Donaldson, Nina Oliver, Belize Macquarie, Evie Leeson, Cara Gooding, Olivia Hawkes and Coco Flood, Bella Harris the Cox there. Rangiruru number 1 in lane 3, Arabella Ackland and Polly Cross, Francesca Richards, Alice Ferguson, Phoebe Wallace, Alice Wallace, Nicole Vance, Georgie Bethel and Annabelle Wynne-Williams, the Cox. You would think they would be favourite for this. In lane 4, Avon 2, Jessica Tavendale, Tori Cox, Grace Farrell, Tyler Stewart, Phoebe Collier, Daisy Forsyth, Michaela Turfis, Jamie Bream and Lydia Pye. Lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Aine Leeson, Lila Stallard, Ava Redmond, Millie Farrell, Samantha Lashalles, India Broomhall, Phoebe Wilson, Hannah Wiley and Ashley Tarkon, the Cox. The challenge for Rangiruru, whether it be in the heat today or the final tomorrow, will come from Avon 1 and lane 6. Orla Fitzgerald, Sally Weilers, Jessica Norris, Harriet Williams, Holly Lill, Gemma Burrows, Jane Skellikins, Charlotte Derry with Isabel Hope Murray, the Cox. And then we look at lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Holly Smith, Lucy Heller, Olivia Joseph, Emily Ryle, Kate Ryle, Katie Gardner, Isabel Williamson, Kira Wolf, Pippa Ford is the Cox. And out there in lane 8, Avon number 3, Olivia Studham, Eliza Roxburgh Judd, Sarah Palin, Sophie Jackson, Felicity Pye, Claudia Kinder, Katie Bell and Alia O'Sullivan. So through 1,000 metres they come, and it is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. And the Avon number 1 crew, very little between them. Have a look on the camera as they come up to it and see what we can pick up. Watching on the live stream. See if we can get some distance between these crews. St Margaret's College right in the mix there as well, as is Avon 2, as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. No doubt there'll be some coaches there on their bikes ready to chase them down. But it's the Avon, looks like Avon 1 actually in front at this stage. Probably they... I'm not sure what the 1,000 metre camera is doing because it's got double scullers going over. It must be a previous race. Mind you, I've seen the guy on the camera, so I know what to expect. It's Avon number 1 leading this race down from Rangiruru. And then we go to St Margaret's, Avon number 2. Big lead here for Avon number 1. They'll be racing for lanes for tomorrow. We should see the arrow effect tomorrow. Not too far off that today, actually. So a couple of boat lengths there. Rangiruru now starting to make a move and try and close that gap. Inside from Rangiruru is Avon 2. St Margaret's College would be 3rd. We go outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Then on the flanks we've got Avon number 3 on the right on the outside. In lane 2 it's St Margaret's College number 2. Women's Premier Coxed 8, Heat 1. The Heat. And then after this we've got 2 under-19 races. The Women's under-19 Coxed 8. 3 in the field. And then to complete today... race will be race 146. That's a heck of a lot of races in a day. I think last regatta Canterbury they might have done 147 on day 1, which was some form of a record, so very close to that today. That will be the men's under 19 Coxed 8. So Rangiruru have closed the gap on Avon number 1. It's a high pedigree of sweeping from both crews out there. Look at that Rangiruru crew all moving as one, as are the Avon crew. Probably 2 boat links now between them. Then we go back to, it'll be Avon number 2 at the moment now, just ahead of St Margaret's College number 1. Right, drawing alongside St Margaret's College is Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go a bit of distance back to the outside at Avon 3, and then back down in lane 2 to Avon to St Margaret's College number 2. As we move on down now, 250 or less than 200 metres to go, it's still this Avon crew with a boat length over Rangiruru, then back to Avon number 2. Then we go to still with St Margaret's. So a little battle going on there between St Margaret's 1 and Christchurch Girls High School. But doing it easy and nice and tidy. Look at a great exhibition of sweeping here for all the novices and those that are first time people to a regatta here at Ruataniwha. Into 100 metres to go, being coxed down there by Isabella Hope Murray is the Avon 1 crew. Smart race from them. They'll finish 2 boat lengths clear of the Rangiruru Girls School. Number 1. Over the line now goes Avon. Put that boat away, bring it back out tomorrow. Same with Rangiruru number 1 as they go down to the line now. 2 boat lengths behind Avon. They'll take the buzzer shortly. They do now. And then third behind them will be Avon number 2, a further 2 boat lengths back. And then it's St Margaret's are going to finish a canvas over the top of Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to Avon number 3. Who will finish half a boat length ahead of St Margaret's College number 2. So I think what we've got here is we've got a combined race, I would think, between the women's under-19 Coxed 8 and the men's under-19 Coxed 8, just to make things fun. So give me a moment. In lane 8, that is the St Bede's College crew, St Bede's 1. So we move across, we can see that of, what have we got? So St Bede's are in front. And then we go to Christ College, back to Oamaru 1. Back inside to St Andrews. They've let the boys go first. That's what they've done. So it is St Bede's College 1 out there in lane 8. So Matthew, Jack, Luke, Bede, Luke, Sam, Thomas, Sam and Max leading in lane 8. Remember, they raced the Premier 8 last regatta and won that. I think 6:04 was the time on the final. Might have gone slightly quicker in the heat. They came back now. We look aside, we'll see Christ College will be 2 or 3 boat lengths back from this crew. Then we go back inside to St Andrews, across to Oamaru, then Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, a little bit further back. So a nice sharp row here from this well-drilled St Bede's College crew. On for tomorrow. So this will set the positions up as they come through. 150 metres to go. Coxed by Max Walsh. St Bede's College out there in lane 8. There'll be 5 boat lengths ahead, 100 metres to go they've got for them. I'm sure there'll still be stuff for them to work on after today's row. 150 metres to go now for Christ College. Then we come down inside to St Andrews in lane 3. Across to Oamaru 1 in lane 5. So that's the Christ College crew coming in now. George, Archie, Charles, Max, Alex, Fergus, Tom, Nicholas, Coxed by Jack as St Bede's row across the line. They'll take that boat back to the bay. Second will go to Christ College. Then we're looking at Oamaru 1, Lachlan, Scott, Jet, Stuart, Jake, Cody, Zeke, Lachlan, Coxed by Henry. They'll finish just ahead of the St Andrews crew in 4th, which is Max, Bryn, Thomas, Bradley, Logan, Jackson, Benjamin and Charles with Jonty the Cox. And then on the outside, we've got Christ College number 1, Ben, Kobe, William, Connor, Jackson, Riley, Jack, Danny, Liam is the Cox. And following them down the course will be Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Matthew, Harvey, Harry, Lachlan, William, Spencer and Tamanawa with Ben and Lachlan the Cox. So looking forward to that race tomorrow. Women's Premier 8 went through in a time of 6:33. And the last race of the day is on the course. Just wait and see what that men's under-19 Coxed 8 went through. And the women's under-19 Coxed 8, 3 crews in the race. In lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Coco Chaffee, Georgia Marsh, Hannah Johnston, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Kate Smith, Frankie Leggett, Rosa Robert, Nina Mackay and Erin Kang. She's coxing. Lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Rosa Hill, Molly Thomas, Libby McNee, Greta Tavendale, Freddie Todd Hunter, Ashley White, Amy Hughes, Abby Baxter and Katie Steele. And out there in lane 6, and looks like they're leading them down, is the Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Jessica Hickling, Alice Hawkesby, Ruby Gera, Millie Gallagher, Molly Brown, Sophie Payne and Lucy Vance, with Sophie Cushel and Bridget Pye the Cox. Just got a... Wow. That men's under-19 Coxed 8 have gone through in 5:57. 5:57.32. If you think back to the Māori Cup last year, raced out here, they didn't go under 6 minutes in the Māori Cup final last year. That men's under-19 Coxed 8, St Bede's crew have gone through in 5:57, which is 7 seconds quicker than what they did in the final of the Premier 8 at Canterbury Champs. Women's under-19 Coxed 8. Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Just on the outside, half a boat length ahead of St Andrews College 1. Christchurch Girls High School 1 will be 3rd. So racing for lanes tomorrow. They'll all be in the middle like they are, just to be a matter of who's where. Last race of the day, so thank you to all the volunteers for all the work they've done, the boat drivers, the umpires, the catering team, the control commission, all led admirably by our chief umpire Nessie, who's been in charge of all things today. Thank you to our co-commentators today, Russell Mills and Clive Murden. Clive's probably stuck in a food truck somewhere. He'll have to be extracted, otherwise you'll see him frequenting the top hut later on. 400 metres to go. Nice boat length and a half lead here for Rangiruru. Gosh, that is a smart time for that men's under 19 8, 5:57. So Rangiruru doing the business here over St Andrews College. And then Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So all standard rigging on these crews. You may have seen some of the crews today with tandem riggings. Being followed down by the safety boats and the remaining umpires. So nice row here from Rangiruru, 100 metres to go for them. Admirably coxed by Bridget Pye. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews College 1. Katie Steele doing the steering there. And then we go a couple of boat lengths back to Christchurch Girls High School. 1, 2, 3 strokes there for Rangiruru. Over the line they go to take the buzzer. Here comes St Andrews College to take second place. They'll line up again tomorrow. And then we come down to Christchurch Girls High School to complete the field and to complete the program for today. Day 1 of the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2023. Thank you to all of those who have been watching us on the live stream. Thank you to those that have been supporting their crews and teams today. Rest up well, do all the smart things, rehydrate, take your rubbish with you, and we'll see you all back here tomorrow bright and early for finals day here at South Island Rowing Championships. I'm pretty sure first race will be 7:30. It'll all be up on Row It later this evening. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, it's 6:60.
Run before you walk. Sing before you talk.